What's up, man?
Well, I was there for a bit.
Right then, everybody. How's everybody doing? I thought that we would listen to a song, but I am not able to do this at the minute. I obviously have a couple of Americans with me, and I'm quite happy about this. The reason why I could hear myself, and everybody hates themselves hearing everybody. So just get rid of that shit straight to begin with. But yeah, I have a couple of Americans with me today, so we're going to be talking about what's happening in the USA, and we're going to be talking about what's happening with immigration and all that type of good stuff about the UK as well. But I have Don the Pleb with me at the minute. How are you doing, sir? Please remember to unmute yourself if you haven't already.
Sure enough, I hadn't. I'm not doing too bad. How's life going around here these days?
I'm pretty drunk, so probably really bad.
I don't know. That sounds pretty good.
Probably. It depends on your outlook on life. How are you doing as well, MC? Please remember to unmute you if you haven't already done your so's already.
I'm not doing bad. Could be better. Could be worse.
I could possibly be in the same boat as you at the minute in time. I could probably do a lot worse, but I could probably do better. I just don't know where I am at the minute, because at the minute, David Icke is actually trending in the UK. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing. I'm actually going to check to see what he's trending about.
Did you say Baby Dyke?
One of the same, but there is a D at the beginning of it, so I'm guessing it's David.
Okay then.
Oh my Jesus, he's actually talking about the pandemic and talking about coronavirus. So whether or not that you actually thought that the coronavirus was good or bad, it doesn't matter, because David Icke has actually decided to force his oar into it. So it doesn't matter if now that you actually have statistic with you or not. David Icke has said that the pandemic is a bad thing, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, nobody actually wants to know what's going on with that, because it just pisses everybody off.
Well, yeah, there is that. There is that.
I think that part of the problem with all that is the fact that there's not a lot that anyone can really do that seems to be working one way or another. So people feel helpless with it.
Well, what do you want to be working? A prime example of why nobody wants to talk about what's really going on with good old cooties is that it's really not that dangerous unless you're 65 and have a couple of comorbidities, things like having somebody else's organ in you, things like having AIDS, things like having some sort of immunosuppressant virus. And at that point, by the way, influenza is effing deadly every single year. And I know people in that demographic. Every single year they are swabbing down their house. They take days off work, specifically when flu season hits. They are doing things like wearing masks. They know that this is a danger to their life. And if you go look at where the deaths are, that's where they are.
Well, just to quickly jump on from Don's point of view, even from my good old British point of view myself, if you have a problem with the idea of people that are healthy generally don't get ill by the fact of actually showing symptoms of being ill, then this may not be the stream for you. as I'm not actually saying that coronavirus isn't true. I'm just saying that maybe have a look at the point of view that there is a 1% to maybe a 1.5 to 6% at the absolute highest of mortality rate.
Well, I mean,
there may be an issue with that. Just saying.
How autistic do we want to get here? Because I absolutely refuse to discuss this virus on my channel because it pisses me off so much. But this whole, there's a 1% mortality rate. Well, that is the case fatality rate, right? So people are going, oh, well, but like, bro, the flu has a 0.1% mortality rate. It's 10 times more deadly than influenza. Everybody panic. Well, influenza's case fatality rate is 10%. 10.
Yeah.
And we are not going to have, projected fatality rates for cooties for probably another year or two. But already the CDC in America is saying, well, the deaths are probably 10% lower than we're saying. 1/10 of what we're saying. And the case count is probably 10 times what we're saying, which means their suggested projected death rate with those two things is 0.01%. 1/10 as deadly as the flu.
Yeah.
Well, even if you take a look at the morbidity rate with what they've confirmed versus the death rate in the United States, you're less than 0.3%. I think it's about 0.2%.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
Sure. Even using the UK statistics, there are around about 60,000 people that apparently have died due to COVID deaths. Now, for a start, that's no. I'm going. Don't worry, I'm going. For a start, it's already down to 45,000 deaths, and that's when they just take out the fact of mortality rate from the fact of it being from old people's homes, so care homes. That doesn't include actual mortality rates from the fact of it being just of people that have actually got coronavirus. This is just what they predicted to come through deaths of average with year of average deaths.
Yeah.
So if it's slightly over or slightly under, this is all to do with corona. This is all estimates. This has nothing to do with actual projected death rates. This is just, well, we see that this is what it was. This is what it is. So that's what it is with corona. Nothing to do with actual point of it being corona. Just a case of it maybe being similar.
Right. Well, corona exists, and therefore, if there is any difference, even one death difference between average and counted mortality, that means that death is related to cooties. But the thing is, everybody in the Western world right now, all the deaths that you're seeing reported, every country is reporting deaths with coronavirus. And this has produced such ridiculous results as like the guy up there in Minnesota who got in a motorcycle accident that cut him in half, but he was tested for coronavirus on the way in, tested positive, and they counted him as a death from COVID. Well, they counted him as a death with COVID, but the death numbers that you're seeing include stuff like that. Now, don't get me wrong. This doesn't mean that all of them are or anything like that. But, New York City added 3,000 deaths of people who were never tested, people who there is no indication that they had cooties of any variety. And at the time that they did that, that was 10% of all of the deaths in the United States that they added to that total.
The sad part is how many people refuse to get health care, refuse to go in, and have died as a result of the fact that they didn't get health care because they were so terrified of this disease.
So the flood of those is going to come later, right? Because, cancer is not killing you in the next 2 weeks. Most people that, had cancer could have gotten treatment 6 months ago that didn't go to the doctor because of cooties are not about to die in the next 2 weeks. However, the flood of people who are going to hit the hospitals in a couple of months here when they start taking down, all these cooties lockdowns and get told, oh, you have stage 4 cancer. There's nothing you can do. Maybe if you had been here 6 months ago. Well, what those people are getting told is you didn't come to the hospital because you were afraid of cooties, and now you're going to die for it.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, you got other types of healthcare related things. It's not just cancer. I mean, you got health related to the heart. There's all sorts of things that people were absolutely so terrified that they refused to go to the hospital for. Now, here in Arizona, at least, when they first talked about easing it up, there was a flood into the hospitals. We've already seen that flood that you're talking about. Okay? And it luckily people have said for the most part it's right where it's always been now. Now it did cause a small issue in one or two hospitals where they came close to being overrun. They didn't need, none of them were, but they came close. It was only like I think 6 hospitals in total. Other than that, everything's dropped back down to normal. You can't even tell whether or not people are in the hospital from a hospital usage state, right, for COVID or anything prior to it.
So that's the backlog effect, right? If you don't treat anybody in a hospital for 6 months and then you tell everybody, oh, everybody come on in, you have 6 months worth of patients, not 2 weeks worth of patients. Now, this produces the great effect for the media of them being like, see, we told you the hospitals were going to be overrun. Like, yeah, but are they? And then pretty quickly you cut through that backlog because hospitals are intended to treat more than however many they regularly have on hand. And so once they cut through the backlog, you end up back to pretty much business as usual. But in the world of, it's not just cancer, definitely. Just cancer is a convenient example. Yeah. The doctors that have been scrubbed from YouTube were talking about, look, we had patients that were describing having a heart attack over the phone, but refused to come in. And that's how you end up dead of post-heart attack symptoms. There are serious problems on the way.
Well, just taking it from, let's say from a UK point of view, so a national health point of view, for instance, the main reason why we had our lockdown was to make sure that our hospitals weren't overrun. Now, majoritively, that is absolutely correct. Our hospitals were not overrun. But any symptoms or any overlaps were written down as symptoms of or a part of COVID-19. Now, don't get me wrong, there may be transitions where it may overlap, may. But that doesn't mean necessarily that the whole 100% in which is being reported is of that ilk. Now, I can use an actual point of view here where ITV News themselves actually reported on a rapper that was actually had COVID-19, who actually surpassed COVID-19, who has actually passed it, got healed, was absolutely okay. He died due to pneumonia. Guess what?
Had goodies.
He did. He died of pneumonia, but because he had COVID-19 and was cleared of having it, he died of apparently COVID-19. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Maybe that's an issue, and maybe there is symptoms that may have led to him dying of it. But he didn't actually die of COVID-19, did it? So how does that actually statistically state that he died of COVID-19? He statistically died of pneumonia. Now, you could argue that there was things leading up to it, but he actually died of pneumonia, right?
You've got Fauci doing that here in the U.S., right? If you have pneumonia-like symptoms and you die, that death was definitely from COVID-19. And I'm like, bro, it turns out that the word pneumonia is older than COVID-19. Now,
are you sure about that?
Maybe
you sure?
But presumably there were causes of pneumonia that were not COVID-19 because we, had a word for it before we had COVID.
You just didn't realize that centuries and centuries of pneumonia has actually been COVID-19 the entire time.
Exactly, right? This is the real problem. We need to go back and count every pneumonia death in all of time as a cooties death, because the simple fact of the matter is we know all pneumonia is a cooties death. It's just simply the right thing to do. And we want to be on the right side of history.
Oh, no, I completely not agree. But does that mean that everything is Donald Trump's fault? Or does that mean that it's every other president's fault that's had to deal with pneumonia, or the UK Prime Minister? Is it their fault, or is it just Boris Johnson and Donald Trump?
Personally, I think it's King George III started it. It all comes back to King George III.
Clearly,
it normally does. Normally we say James, but I understand where you would come as an American as George.
Clearly, that's wrong. It is obviously Donald Trump and Boris Johnson's fault. For you see, they went back to pre-recorded history in the time machine that they have, and they released cooties, and that's why we've had pneumonia for all of recorded history.
Don't forget.
Self-evidently so.
Don't
But
forget.
did they use
black-
bats? Did
black-
they use bats though? Did they use bats, or was it just released?
Well, it could have been bats.
That's going to be the question of our era, right? Because
Maybe Vladimir supplied bats. You think?
clearly, right? I mean, if they went back and they taught cavemen how to make bat soup and then released the cooties into the bat population, that's some pretty Mengele-like things that they did there. I think this is the obvious leading choice theory.
Wait a minute. Are you saying Merkel's in charge of this now?
Hey, Germany's normally in charge of most shit that happens in the world. So, Germany, it's them.
I mean, when the EU starts its global revolution, it will be run by Merkel. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean starts? What do you mean starts? I mean, we're in Europe. We kind of know more about this than the American side.
Marches the army. That will be the line that she has started her global revolution, is when she marches the army. I'll call it there.
See, that's definitely an American issue. See, we would say ideology, but marching, that's American.
Well, ideologically, she's just carrying on the same revolution that they have been since the 40s. So I don't even know if she gets credit for it.
I mean, I don't see how you can actually go down that road. I mean, she's definitely slightly different than Nazism. She's not as overt.
Well, I mean, so is the argument that there is no ideological evolution? Because I mean, otherwise, it seems like she's doing the same thing.
It depends on what your point of evolution is on the ideological standpoint. If you're saying that they've actually made it better, I would argue that it depends on your outlook. But going back to a more practical sense, they've definitely hidden it.
I think it has more to do with tactics of the day.
Right.
Tactics that work today.
I definitely should not do these streams when I've been drinking.
Is there a better time? Drunk stream for the best streams. What can I say?
Yeah,
I get to cursing a lot more if I do that, though. And I'm working on not doing that quite as much these days.
Cursing's cursing. I mean, literally coming up with conspiracy theories. That's my forte when I'm a little bit pissed. Oh, I suppose coming up with conspiracy theories. Moving on to the actual topic of the stream, so to speak. So, the DNC and the point of trying to make sure that they stick with the point of let's say I'm going to say protest, but I mean riots, but I'm going to say protests.
Well, I mean, they seem pretty attached at the moment. What can I say? It is a mostly peaceful attachment to a mostly peaceful protest / riot / burning down of major cities / killing people numerous times. But, the only one that matters is the one that happened last night, because my far-right extremist, my white nationalist, my boogeyman of right-wing terrorism. Now we have that. David Dorn, though, screw that guy. He didn't matter at all.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen lots of different things. For instance, with I can't remember his last name, so if I get the last name wrong, please correct me. But Jack Darko, the guy that got shot in his back, reaching into his car for maybe not a weapon, but literally running away after being restrained by the police, and then running to his car and reaching.
Blake?
Yeah, Jacob.
That might be the one that I'm talking about. But
Blake.
Yeah, he it seems that people want to try and trout this out as, well, the police shot him 7 times, so that's bad. It's like, so what he did beforehand wasn't, but what the police did was.
Well,
I mean,
you need to understand his alleged child rape was just reparations.
I mean, I know that this is a drug stream, but I don't think that I can go with that without being unchallenged. So, would you elaborate?
So he has a rap sheet with sexual assault, and the rumor is that it is attached to underage sexual assault. And And let's be honest again, he was a good boy who didn't do nothing, so it was just reparations.
So what you're saying is that he raped a white person?
Well, I mean, cannot confirm, but clearly that is the only actual answer.
Okay, well, I need to make sure that I am not drunk when I do these streams, as I need to make sure that I am truthful on the facts that I portray, as I'm only a person on the internet that needs to portray facts and obvious nuance to this. But yeah, if you run away from the police after being restrained and you reach into a car, there's probably a possibility that you're reaching for something, and you probably deserve what you get.
Even if you're trying to crawl into the car, what are you going to do?
In the world of a non-shit posty answer, right? The situation.
Oh, that's not where we are, Dom. You need to leave.
I know. But in the world of actual factual answers, right? How's that? I'll see what I can do to pump it up a little bit. But guy was getting arrested for currently a domestic violence situation, as well as an outstanding warrant for sexual assault.
But the left say that he was breaking up a fight. You're not saying that he was actually involved in him actually being in the fight that he was breaking up. But he was breaking up a fight, Dom.
with just him and his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Doing what I don't want you to, woman.
What wasn't it his girlfriend that stood up there and called because he wasn't supposed to be in the area?
I have no idea, MC. That is too much nuance for this conversation. Please leave.
but even if you just ignore all that stuff, right? And you say, okay, the police are out there, they're trying to arrest him, all right? And you're just looking at that 8-second clip that everyone saw, right? Here's my question to all the people who come crying about, oh, this was horrible. What were you going to do if he got in the car? And what were you going to do? Let's say he just decided you let him and you let him go running off with the car, screaming down the road with the sirens chasing him with 3 kids in the back.
Well, yes. If I'm a leftist, that's exactly what would happen. Because shooting him in the back 7 times is obviously the wrong decision, rather than endangering 3 children. And everybody else.
Their answer, when you push them on this, unironically, their answer is, well, just let him leave.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether or not he has 3 kids in the back. He wouldn't have died in front of his 3 children. I mean, he probably would have got into a car wreck and killed those 3 kids, but don't worry about that.
How dare you? He wasn't drunk at that point.
At that precise moment. No confirmation on whether or not he was drunk, by the way. However, in the world of what actually happened here, the cops are there. They're talking to him. The video was released later, because of course it was. And they're just talking to him, and he's got a knife, and the cops are just talking to him. And then they start trying to restrain him, and then they taser him, and he fights them off and says, I'm going.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. You're talking about the one that tried to get into the actual petrol station.
No. This is Blake, right?
Oh, shit. See, I didn't think that he was tasered. I knew that he was wrestled down to the ground and he got back up. I didn't know that he was tasered to fuck.
So there's a lot of reporting that he was tasered, didn't take him down, and then he got up and said, I'm going to my car to get a gun, and the cops tried to pull him off his car, and he got in the door and inside, and then they shot him. And look, if I'm a cop, and I'm like, hey, you're going to jail, and then you fight me, and so I pull out a taser and I tase you, and you've got a knife, and you're like, yeah, so I'm not winning this fight against cops with just a knife, so I'm going to my car to get a gun, then, I mean, who is not shooting this guy? Which actual person is not going to be in those shoes and be like, you know what, maybe it's better if we shoot you as opposed to let you shoot all of us. You know,
from a UK perspective. So I'm not gun orientated, obviously, because I'm not a Yank. But from a UK point of view, if somebody says, "Fuck it, this knife isn't working, I'm going to get the gun," I'm really surprised that he fucking made it to the car. You know, even with our police, they would have fucking tackled this shit out of him before he got to the car.
And he threw 2 of them off. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. They tried. Mm-hmm. Two of them rested on the ground, and he threw them off. He got up.
Yeah. I mean, unironically, these guys did everything that they reasonably could to not shoot this guy. And then you start getting into, oh, why'd they have to shoot him 7 times? To which the answer is the world is not GoldenEye. You don't just shoot someone once and then they're like, oh!
To be fair, though, they're trying to paint it as a picture that one guy shot him 7 times when it wasn't one guy that shot him 7 times. There was 2 people that had their guns drawn at that point in time. If both of them shot 3 to 4 times, not a big amount, but at the same time they saw the same option and they did the same thing. Generally, that adds up to 7.
You're trained to fire until either you run out of bullets or the target's on the ground. That's how
evil.
you're trained.
That's evil. How dare you actually make sure that a target is nullified? How dare you make sure that a tiger is nullified when he's definitely a threat to you and the people around you? How dare you consider people's lives? That black man is important because he's black. Don't you know this?
Yeah, but the black kids in the back of the car, they're unimportant at the moment.
Don't try and nullify this with your hand. Don't try and do that. After all, that doesn't make sense to people. If you say that his kids were in the back and he was trying to run away, he was obviously protecting his kids and not trying to run away with kids as hostages.
No. How dare you even bring that up?
Exactly. Jesus Christ. He was obviously a good parent, making sure his kids were safe.
It figures the Brit would come up with the kidnapping angle.
Hey, we've got to stick with what we know, We've got to stick with what we know.
You're just so used to that happening to all your politicians coming from Vladimir.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything because at least Vladimir actually kills his own people. I mean, allegedly.
In the event that Vladimir Putin ever sees this stream, I think you were a good boy who didn't do nothing, regardless of whether or not you were in charge of the KGB. Clearly, you're a straight shooter. Please don't have me assassinated.
And obviously, that is coming from an American, but from the UK, fuck you, you're obviously a cunt. Just saying.
Just put it out there.
I thought if my channel's going to get demonetized, talking about situations that have recently happened with Black Lives Matter and actually putting that as a hashtag in the video, I'm probably not going to get monetized for too much longer, and this is probably the last one. So fuck Vladimir Putin, fuck the left, fuck the Democrats, and fuck you, Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, wait, I missed one. Fuck you, Labour.
What was it? what was that movie? The burger, whatever it was, Shaq, something. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck, you're cool. Fuck you. I'm out.
Yeah, that's me pretty much. I've had a bottle and a half of wine. I feel like I'm okay to do this. I have an actual legitimate reason to say, yeah, I'm a little bit drunk. So, fuck you guys. I didn't do this on purpose. It wasn't planned.
Good luck.
I will write this down to the actual. I will write this down to YouTube and I will send this as a recording. I had a bit of wine. I am not actually pre-planned this. This is just happened overall. So please don't kill me. Please? Okay, never mind. Carrying on.
Time to create your second channel and get it ready.
Hey, it's already. I've got 3 channels that are ready, my friend. After this channel already got deleted twice. So yeah, I'm already there, mate. I'm already there. Don't worry. And that's from the good old UK when I had decided I was going to have a go at Owen Jones, that recently got cancelled from Labour for going against Labour politicians. But besides the point.
That figures.
Yeah, Owen Jones actually decided that if somebody is going to compare the actual point of the Conservatives and Brexit people actually saying that they're going to go and kill the Jews and actually use slogans that, let's say, concentration camps actually used, that maybe we
demonetized.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't actually say that the Conservatives are actually doing this. And maybe we should actually point out that that was actually a fascist Nazi party that was actually using those slogans and not the Conservative Party. Oh, wait, what do you mean that Owen Jones is no longer part of the Labour left?
Well, welcome to a thing I found myself saying almost constantly lately. Their feelings do not care about your facts. The right wing are evil, horrible people who want to eat children. And if you don't believe that, you too are part of the right wing and are horrible and evil and want to eat children. So, I mean, the story is always the same.
To be fair, I'm absolutely and utterly with you. I have had, moving on to immigration very, very quickly and back and forth, but moving on to immigration very quickly, I've had this conversation with left-leaning people and right-leaning people when I talk about the fact of, well, if you are an asylum seeker, you probably need actual ways of being able to apply for asylum in other countries. And the left going, no, they should just try to apply for it on soil. I'm just like, you do realize that actually makes people try to illegally enter the country and actually forces traffickers to be paid money to, force them over illegally. Where if you say, I don't know, maybe make an embassy open for, applications, maybe that stops that. Apparently that's a bad thing.
How many people?
That's bad?
I have a question. Because in America, we have this issue, right? Now, I have yet to find that these applicants for asylum, okay, come into the United States illegally, hiding without being caught, and then walk into the nearest, police station and say, I want to apply for asylum. I don't see that happening. I don't see them walking into ICE and saying, okay, I came across your border illegally. Let me go to the ICE detention center and put in my application.
Well, so as soon as that works out for them, you'll start seeing them do it, right? As soon as the, look at what Joe Biden is planning on doing, right? He wants to create more judges, and those judges need to be progressive lunatics. So if that is the case, and he gets elected president and then actually does that, then you will see people start walking into ICE and going like, oh, hey, I'm here for asylum. You're not allowed to hold me because I said the magic word, and that word is asylum. And so, just tell me when my court date is. And then they actually will show up for the court date because the progressive judges will be like, well, you have an asylum claim. Therefore, you are granted asylum.
When he selects all these judges, is that going to be before or after they take off the bib?
After, definitely after, because otherwise everything's just going to dribble down and just be collected. But let's go back to my UK perspective, because it's obviously the correct perspective, because, UK and all that type of stuff.
Well, that's one way to put it.
I mean, that's the only way I am going to put it, because I'm correct, and I feel that I should take a note out of my US brethren. UK, yeah, it doesn't work. Never mind. But yeah, well, the point that I was making with the asylum claim is that if it comes to a point of, as we're an island, if you actually start putting down a legislation to say that within other countries, if you make it to an embassy within those countries, you then apply for asylum, anybody that's illegally trying to cross the channel, as we're an island, can then be classified directly as an illegal immigrant and can then be taken back to country of origin, because if you have this in place, you can state, well, you can claim asylum within the UK embassy rather than coming across illegally, as is at the minute.
What's the purpose of asylum?
The purpose of asylum is trying to run away from oppressive governments in one way, shape, or another.
Okay,
to
so
be literal.
If you've ran away successfully and you're in another country, why are you applying to another country to accept your asylum?
Welcome to the nearest safe country policy in the UN. Welcome to, most people's nearest safe country policies and all those kinds of things. And so the game that you end up getting played here is the one that you see in America, where presumably either all of Mexico can claim asylum in the United States, or Mexico is the nearest safe country to South America. And I don't care which country you're in down there, before you get to the United States, either Mexico is or is not a safe country, and therefore, if it is, you can claim asylum, and if it's not, then all of Mexico can claim asylum here. No one actually wants to talk about this because that's a good, factual, reasonable argument, and it's really just, well, these people just want a better life, like the guy who missed Buffalo Wild Wings and PlayStation.
Oh, I actually completely not agree with you because there are going to be a lot of illegal immigrants in themselves. Now, I am of the opinion that we need to actually have a conversation to try and make sure that we actually distinguish between people that are actual refugees, that ones that are actually, running away from governments that are oppressing them in some shape or form, or wars in some aspect. But, people from Morocco or Honduras or Nicaragua, for instance, for the United States of America, for instance, they're probably not actual refugees, and they're probably economic migrants. There is going to be a difference, but if we can agree on the status of refugees, maybe. I mean, I am stretching here, but maybe there's a conversation we can have for illegal immigrants if we agree the status of refugees. Maybe.
Now you're arguing the definition game with the left, and really all you're doing is just saying that you want them to win eventually. Because look, if the definition of racism hasn't changed more times in the past couple of months than the number of gender that they say exist, then you're not paying attention, right? It is an ever-changing set of words, and they're winning this game, right? Because generally speaking, mostly they just appeal to the dictionary, and what they do to get that done is say something ridiculous on a popular enough format. The definition of racism is power plus privilege. I said that on the Tucker Carlson show, and therefore the dictionary thinks that enough people have heard the definition that it is an appropriate definition. And yes, that's literally what they're doing and why. So
yeah, that's how lexicon generally changes, with the idea of people accepting as a prescriptive definition and not a definitive definition. Yeah, but those are the differences of a dictionary definition and actual definition of lexicon.
Well, so there was a big deal in the United States for the very nerdy portion of the world that pays attention to this. A word has been a saying across the country for the past billion years. And so somebody got on a popular radio show, a nationally syndicated show, and said ain't, and then said it means
is a lot more popular.
Right. And then so they used that, and they looked at the nationally syndicated ratings, and they went to the dictionary and they said ain't is now a word because enough people have heard it, because it was said and defined on this show. And that's when ain't got instituted into U.S. dictionaries, like quite literally that fast. And the moment the left saw this happen, they went, we can do that. And then they started doing that.
Yeah. No, I actually completely not agree with you. The thing is with, as you quite rightly state, the thing is with the definition game is that very, very recently, everybody was arguing the point of racism via the definition of the dictionary, the prescriptive definition of what it is. Unfortunately, as everybody here is probably going to jump on me before I even finish this, but I will finish, is the point of the prescriptive definition has now come to the point of prejudice plus power, rather than it being I'm white or I'm black and I hate white or I hate black. Because they are this.
Presumably, you could be black and hate black people and be white and hate white people. I mean, white liberals are the perfect example of this.
How dare you use your common sense, Tom? How dare you?
It's in the name of the show. I figured it was warranted.
Malcolm X fits the bill.
Yeah, there is. Ooh.
I mean, if you wanted to get into the idea of Malcolm X in himself was the idea of a national Islamist, or the idea of a black nationalist, as the point of Islamist as being his religion, but the idea of it being a black national. So you then go into the point of, so you support the idea of segregation. So how are you any different than white supremacists if your only difference is that they're white and they're black, but you have exactly the same fucking platform?
Because far right is white supremacist and far left is black supremacist. And if you don't believe me,
disagree.
If you don't believe me, talk to the left, because that is exactly what they are saying and doing.
I agree with you. I see that that's what they're doing, but I disagree with your fundamental point. But I agree with your assessment of it.
That's the whole definition of words and everything else.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Didn't we just discuss the whole definition of words?
No. We didn't discuss the definition of words. We discussed the idea of changing the definition of words to benefit us politically because we're losing. Wait, no, we're not the left.
The left ain't losing. If you think the left is losing, start paying more attention because the right is getting their asses kicked.
It depends on how you're looking at it. In the political sphere, you can say that the right is on the rise. The problem is
no. I'm sorry. Even from a UK and US point of view, just from my own point of view from the UK, I'll leave you to discuss the US point of view, but from the UK point of view, just because that the Conservatives are in power, just because the Republicans are in power,
right,
doesn't mean that they actually have any power whatsoever. As you look from the UK point of view, they can't implement the actual idea of conservatism in the idea of what they're pushing forward as diplomatic processes. Because if they put it forward, they will get voted down by their own party because their own party in itself is more left-leaning than right-leaning.
I agree with what you're saying there. I agree with that totally. In fact, that was the point I was trying to make.
So in end result of that discussion, the right is getting their asses kicked. I mean,
which is why I agree and don't disagree.
Don't get me wrong. There are more people claiming to be right wing, claiming to be conservative, and those people are winning a lot of elections, and they're doing very, very, very leftist things after they're in power.
True.
I wouldn't say a lot, but some. A lot of them have left. I would actually agree with Don.
I would actually agree with Don that just because that they're not in power doesn't mean that they're not trying to implement their ideologies into actual fruition. Well, for instance, if you look at the idea of the UK, for instance, with Black Lives Matter, just from the UK perspective, not even touching American aspects, not even touching them for an instance, but just the UK perspective, we now have Labour MPs jumping on the fact of that as a bandwagon to try and say that the police are institutionally racist. Let's get this implemented. Let's get this ideology put forward. And the Conservatives can't do anything about it because if they do, they're shouted down as being exactly that. And that quite easily transmutes and transfers to US politics.
Yeah.
In fact, even worse.
Well, it does. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. So in the world of the U.S., right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Trump has done a lot of economically conservative things. He's gotten, specifically in the first 2 years when he held the House. But that's it, right? I mean, yes, there's a lot of regulation pull. There's a lot of tearing down quite so much of all the government overreach. But at the same time, we passed prison reform, which was effectively the only reason that these people are in prison is because the country is racist, and systemic racism means that black neighborhoods are over-policed, and if it wasn't for all the systemic racism, they wouldn't be in jail anyway. And I mean, this was all the arguments in the lead up to the bill. This is exactly what is written in the bill. On top of prison reform, we did police reform, which wasn't even applicable to the George Floyd case, and yet it happened anyway. We virtue signaled to the left real hard, and we did it in law. After that, we spent more money in something like 2 weeks than Barack Obama did in a whole term. Yeah. So if we're fiscally conservative, that didn't happen. No. I mean, the left is kicking the right's ass.
But you got to understand something. Just because you have Trump doesn't mean that you don't have, our structure doesn't allow for that. And when you talk about the spending spree, let's be honest, the spending spree started when the Democrats took over the House, which is in charge, whether we like it or not. The Constitution gives them that authority.
No. Hold on. They can't. The House doesn't just say spend money and then money gets spent, right? You want to talk about the Constitution? The House says, okay, spend all the money. The Senate is supposed to be the adults in the room who go like, maybe we shouldn't spend every dollar. I know that's before, what is it, the 21st Amendment? Now they're elected by the people, so they're no longer the adults in the room. But still a Republican-controlled Senate, so presumably if the right is in control and the right can shut all this down, the Senate should have been the adults in the room and said, whoa, how about we don't spend $6 trillion in less than a month? And even after that, it hit Trump's desk, who presumably should have been the fiscal conservative because he runs on the economy and all this other nonsense. And by the way, was reported to have said, look, the national debt's somebody else's problem. It won't crash my presidency. And whether or not that's true, it would just be him saying out loud what everybody's been doing since the beginning of time, because that's how debt spending works, right? Some president's going to have to deal with it, just not this one.
Well, that's what I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying there. But the problem, but what I'm trying to point out is that it's more than just Trump, right? Now, and you also got to sit up and take a look at the situation as it exists. We don't exist in a vacuum. Yeah, purity, tests are fine, but purity tests rarely meet the real world. Let's be honest.
What's the purity test of this? The question is whether or not the right is winning, and what I am doing is handing you example after example after example of the right losing. There's no purity test involved here.
Well, okay, the reality is before you two carry on, very, very quickly, but before you two carry on, I actually find it really, really interesting because we're now talking about the ideology of purity test between the right and the left. Now, if we were going to go back to the idea of George Floyd, for instance, the idea of the whole point of Black Lives Matter and the whole point of what the protests were supposed to be were because they wanted police reform. Now, as far as I'm aware, now you guys will know this a hell of a lot better than what I would do. But as far as I'm aware, about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, the Republicans actually put into place an actual police reform bill that was actually put forward in the House. And the Democrats overwhelmingly, as you all know, as a Democrat-held House, decided that they were going to reject an actual reform bill because they didn't want the Republicans to actually hold the fact that they reformed the police.
Oh no!
As far as I'm aware.
Police reform happened. What happened afterwards was that Pelosi came out and said, this doesn't go far enough. But it is law in the United States that no police officer may restrain a suspect with any chokehold that closes off the airway, which is what I was talking about. It's not relevant to Floyd that his airway was at no point choked off. No. You can't. Well, I guess you can close off an airway by crushing the side of someone's neck as opposed to the windpipe. But if you're crushing their windpipe by pushing on the side of their neck, you're decapitating them. That's what you're doing. All right, like you're not actually. I was actually going to say by the actual fact of the police technique that was actually used, and I use that as a point of leftism rather than a point of actuality. But the police technique in itself was actually a point of putting their knee on the back of your neck. So in between your shoulder blades, just above it before the neck connects to your back properly. So that doesn't come anywhere near your actual windpipe, by the way. Well, what they were talking about with Floyd is it is a jiu-jitsu technique. It is for all the cops that are out, or for all the mean cops here on the internet. They're like, you should learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Well, you better get to defending Derek Chauvin, because the thing that he did is called the cyborg. You drop one knee. I'm not kidding. I didn't make this up. You drop one knee in the center of their back and one on the side. I
didn't realize RoboCop was coming to town.
You know what I mean? But, you drop one knee in the center of their back, one on the side of their neck. If they resist, it becomes a blood choke. This is exactly the kind of thing that all of you people out there that are going, well, the cops need to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu so they can take on suspects. Well, you asked for this. So get defending Derek Chauvin. Do it now.
See, that's one of the things that have really been interesting from a UK perspective. Now, obviously, I can only talk about my UK perspective because, yes, I can say that, oh, well, the US is this and the US is that. I'm not there. I can't see from all sides and every side. But from the UK, I can look at it and actually talk to people about it. And most people will look at it and actually go that Derek Chauvin was well out of order for doing what he did. Now, me personally, before everybody else jumps in on me, I would actually look at the actual process and go, before I saw the full tapes, I would actually go, yeah, I agree with you. But if the actual suspect themselves is going, I don't want to be in a car, throw me down on the floor, you kind of can't say, well, that person threw him on the floor and restrained him on the floor. I mean, he literally was asking for it, but, was generally going, hi, I want to be forced on the floor.
He kind of was literally asking for it. Take me out of the car and put me on the ground. So that's what they did.
The thing
YouTube,
is,
I would like to YouTube. Hang on, just a second. YouTube, I'd like to point out, I never said this. Please don't destroy me.
okay, well, I'm going to say something. Where Chauvin went wrong, or where the other police officers went wrong, was the fact that they were slow in responding to there being a problem. All right, that's what it looks like. That's what they're saying.
What is the time number? Because it's something like 4 minutes before Floyd dies. They're over there going, "Hey, is the ambulance on the way? You put in that call, right?" And when you watch the body cam footage later, as they were pulling him out of the police cruiser, they said, "Something's wrong with this guy. Call the ambulance." How much sooner were they supposed to have done it? I mean, should they have called the moment they showed up?
No. That's not the issue. The issue is at that point, at some point, you have to realize, okay, stand up. He wasn't going anywhere.
Well, so when is that? Because just a minute beforehand, he was.
I agree with that it's a tough call to make and say that's what it happens too much. Okay, I'm just going by what people are saying, all right, and how it looks, because everyone is running around, all right, playing armchair policeman, saying, well, they should have done X, Y, Z, and all these different things that happen. And if you go on the internet, no matter what it is, it doesn't have to be Derek Chauvin, it doesn't have to be what happened in Minneapolis. You can find people who are saying, well, the cops should have done this during this situation. The cops should have done that.
I mean, even I could say, to the point of even not knowing anything about police in the US whatsoever, what they're allowed and what they're not allowed to do, I'm going to go, yeah, he shouldn't have had, like I did. And at that point in time, I was under the impression of that, yeah, what Derek Chauvin did was completely and utterly wrong and should never have had his knee on him from that point of time. I can have that point of view. But the thing is, because we're so open, because the internet is so vast now, we're supposed to have our politicians, like, I'm going to use this as an example, Bernie Sanders deciding to say, maybe we should actually, I know this didn't actually happen, by the way, so I'm just saying he should have gone, maybe we should wait for the actual point of view of what actually happened, rather than going for, as you said before, with Blake, the character we were talking about beforehand, going, yeah, everybody that was involved with that should be arrested, and everybody should be prosecuted to the highest degree of the law.
See, that's not a good political take, though, right? So if you're the left, you capitalize on the outrage, and that's exactly what both of them were doing. In fact, the DA from Chauvin had body cam footage for like a month while riots were going on, and wouldn't release them. The only reason we got body cam footage is because some reporter that was allowed to see it to release a hot take recorded it with his phone and leaked it. I mean, we didn't get the government saying, yeah, okay, here's the body cam footage. So all this transparency thing, it's nonsense. They already knew that the tape wasn't going to be good for them. At least as importantly,
could I make a quick point on that one before you go any further?
Get it.
I mean, the main point with that is, like, it's the same thing with what we've got with Dawn Butler over here at the minute, which is the case of when she apparently got stopped by the police as a routine stop because her license plates was from North Yorkshire rather than South London. She didn't produce the whole of the camera footage. She produced 3 minutes out of an 8-minute stop. Mm-hmm. Now, the police themselves are actually trying to produce the idea of a full body camera stoppage to point out what was actually said, what actually happened, and why it happened. But at the minute, nothing is going forward because it's being investigated. The thing is with investigations and court cases, especially with something as high profile as Derek Chauvin and, you know, a cop apparently killing a civilian, is that you kind of want to make sure that the people that are prosecuting them, as in, you know, the actual peerage, you know, the people that are going to be the jury, are not going to be, let's say, persuaded by what's actually leaked and actually have it as an evidence and put forward as impartial evidence, rather than being twisted by any form of media, left or right, regardless, mainly to the left. But, you know.
If that was the goal, though, then you wouldn't be showing that body cam footage to reporters so that they could release hot takes on the internet. And that is what they were doing.
Yeah, but I never said that was the correct way of doing it. I just said that that's what you would expect to happen.
Fair enough. So anyway, as to whether or not Chauvin was allowed to do that, right? So I went and pulled the Minneapolis Code of Conduct for Cops, what they are and are not allowed to do, and blood chokes on the neck with arms legs, knees, etc., were permitted at the time that Chauvin did it. So, like it or not, Minneapolis PD's stupid. Oh, you're not allowed to do this. Like, well, your code of conduct says you are. So if you don't like that, guess whose job it was to rewrite it? And it was your job to rewrite it yesterday. If you didn't want to see an 8-minute video of Chauvin doing something that, by the way, is indeed non-lethal, right? Or less than lethal, because that's how these things actually come down. Yes, it hypothetically could kill somebody, but the reality of the situation is it doesn't. Somebody released an article saying, oh, they put out, they held like 5,000 people by the neck in the last year. Like, well, how many of them died, right? Because if this is a truly lethal technique, holding 5,000 people by the neck in a similar fashion should have killed, at least 4,000 people.
How dare you use facts and statistics to be able to point out the fact that one person that may have died accidentally due to the fact of other issues rather than the issue you're pointing out? How dare you point out the fact that this is done multiple times necessarily a day, let alone a year? How dare you do that?
Fentanyl. I know, ridiculous me, right? And here I am sitting on just a couple minutes the other side of saying their feelings don't care about my facts. But this is the reality. All of the facts in the situation stack up to say that whether or not you think Chauvin should be charged with, manslaughter, and you can argue that all day. Well, somebody did die. He wasn't out there doing anything felonious. He was within his rights, but someone did die.
I'm pretty sure counterfeit money is actually a felony. I'm pretty sure.
It is, right? And make no mistake, as soon, if we lived in any just world, as soon as that got in front of a jury, and as has been shown numerous times, it still does happen quite a bit, he's going to get in front of a jury. They're going to say, look, this guy died basically of a fentanyl overdose. That's what the coroner's reports are saying.
Not COVID.
He was, though he did have it.
and they won't tell us whether or not they listed him as a COVID death.
No, they won't. But, he's going to get in front of a jury. They're going to go, look, this is an approved technique. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing. There is not any consistent information that says that he died because of this knee on his neck. So, the facts of the situation are, and then the jury is going to vote not guilty, specifically because they upgraded the charges to murder 1, which requires intent. And there is no way that's getting sold. And
did they upgrade it to murder 1? I thought they upgraded it to murder 2.
No. They upgraded to murder 1. They did upgrade to first-degree murder. The thing is, as Dom's probably going to suggest, the county in which they're in with Minnesota, murder 3, if you were and you had to prosecute Derek Chauvin for this, that would have been what you would have gone for, if you were. But the fact is, because they were out for blood, no, murder 2 would do. No, we can't go for murder 2 because the mob's not sorted, so we'll go for murder 1. And that's just not going to fly with an actual jury.
It started with murder 3, and then they moved it to murder 2. I didn't know they'd upgraded it again.
Yeah, they moved it to first degree. They tried to say that he had premeditated reason to kill him because Derek Chauvin knew him from working with him on the door beforehand, and he had altercations with him beforehand.
So what you're saying is Keith Ellison just couldn't work it out with his girlfriend, and she wasn't around to be used as a punching bag. So he had. We've told you
before, MC. Don't try and use your brain on this one. Don't try and use your brain on this one. This is what happened, and that's it. Don't try and change it.
Okay. Okay. I understand.
It was murder 1. It was murder 1. Even though the people didn't actually meet each other for, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe for 3 to 4 years after they last worked with each other. Though I could be wrong.
That's what Bar Lady was saying. 4 or 5 years ago, or whatever the hell it was, they worked together, and I remember them having problems at the time. Like, okay, lady, shut up. No, stop. Let me get this straight. Derek Chauvin was sitting there in his house. Yes, I'm going to find and kill George Floyd. Yes, what?
But didn't you know, Dom? But Don, didn't you know he was a racist? And he obviously did this on purpose because he was a racist.
Is that what the intent is? Just because George Floyd was black, not because they knew each other. Obviously.
I'm saying that it's both. I mean, if you're going to pin me down, I'm going to say it's one or the other. But if you're going to try and say that it's just a generalization, then, it's both. If you're going to pin me down on dates, then I'm going to say, well, first of all, it's because he knew him. But second of all, it's because he was black.
Totally reasonable takes.
And to be fair, completely and utterly indicative of what the left stated.
You're not even kidding. I mean, it has been one of the more ridiculous things. But I say that in light of Michael Brown. I say that in light of the two guys over there.
Sorry, I had my hands up. Sorry.
And I didn't shoot. See how that works? But the two guys who what was it? The Alabama or something like that, Georgia. The two guys that killed the guy who has now fallen out of the news cycle, and I'm terrible with names. But they were super duper racist right up until
the jogger.
Yeah,
jogger in Atlanta.
Yeah,
just going out for a 10-mile jog.
Yes,
in a neighborhood he doesn't go into.
Are you, from the UK perspective, and from everybody else that probably can't pick up what we're saying, I'm guessing you're talking about the person that went into a house that was being developed and didn't nick anything, even though he lived 10 miles away from it.
Yes.
You mean the one that literally ran away from a shotgun and then decided to turn back and then fight the person with a shotgun?
Yeah, that one.
You mean that one? Okay. So as long as I know.
And look, once again, it was the only reason they were there is because he was black. It's my racism, and then just the stupidest takes that have ever been had. That guy or those two guys are going to get acquitted. They are. And by the way, they played the upcharge game with them too. One of them was originally charged with murder 2 or something like that.
Murder 2, yeah.
Well, originally, through like 3 DAs, they were not charged because the facts of the case don't support charging them. But then it was murder 2, and then it was murder 1 because something more racism. So those guys who go before a jury, they'll get their lives ruined.
It got dropped back down to murder 2. It did get dropped back down to murder 2, by the way.
Did they? Good for them.
Yeah, because they were like, we can't talk about the premeditation because they were literally reacting to what happened. So it's at least murder 2.
So, I mean, look, they keep playing this game with charges, and none of them are going to get done. They won't get convicted. And then you think the riots are bad now. Wait until it's racist Klan members kill jogger who was a good boy who didn't do nothing, and the courts won't convict. Burn it all down. I mean, it's coming.
From a UK perspective, I mean, I'd be really interested to understand where free US people would take this take from. But from my own position, as soon as the George Floyd riots happened, not necessarily the beginning of it, because at the point of, I'll be honest, I was actually with it. I was like, yeah, we need police reform and so on and so forth, because, you buy into certain things. You don't look at everything. You can't necessarily see everything. So, bought into it. Yeah, well, whatever. I'm from the UK. I'm more left than you.
Everyone is more left than me.
That is true. But back to the point. I got to the point where I was like, I understand why they're protesting. I understand now. And then you get to the point of, okay, well, now they're protesting, and now they're rioting, and now they're destroying their own areas, and they're now busing people in from other areas to destroy other areas. This seems like this is more to do with politics, as there's an election very soon. I wonder if they're going to keep all of the actual, I don't know, protests all the way up to November and say that this is indicative of Donald Trump's America, rather than it being a case of the systems that both the Democrats and the Republicans apparently endorse throughout the whole of American society up to this point. Maybe it's a case of, none of them are on your side because they're not as left as you think they are. I don't know.
Or maybe the federal government is too large and overweening, and you're expecting too much from it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's how dare you? How dare you use a form of common sense to be able to decide that the government that is a national government, a federal government that has over 52 states, this is around about, I don't know, I think it's 64 United Kingdoms.
52 states?
I'm from the UK. I include Hawaii. But whatever, 51 states, sorry.
50? We have 50 stars.
I don't care. Again, I really don't care. I'm from the UK.
He's trying to normalize the idea as the UK is the 51st state.
Hey, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. If we can get a form of a constitution, I'm happy with that. I mean, a written one. Not one that's apparently something that we follow that has no written guarantee whatsoever. But anyway, back to the point.
When I have constitutional tanks, then you can be more excited about it. But Constitution does a lot. I love it. Don't get me wrong; it's good. But the left's been breaking into that thing for over 100 years now. So, though I will say, regardless, it does stand up substantially better than but we sort of believe in intangible things. So I don't know, do whatever you want.
See, I find that really interesting with the idea of like a lot of people, like let's say for instance Razor Fist, for instance, and I'm sure most people here will either have their problems or at least know of Razor Fist in some shape or form. With his recent video coming out and saying that the DNC are fighting against the DNC, so to speak, the sock dem versus the Dems, so to speak, whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong, I see how he's correct on that, but it's a lot bigger than what that actually is. Because I don't think he actually realized how big the SOC Dem or literally the communist movement actually is in the Democratic Party.
Well, so, God damn it. Fine. All right, so this is a problem that has been going on for a very long time, and it's been going on in the left forever, right? The Fabian Socialists were the slow roll socialist communist party movement thing, etc. They gained, and they've been around since something like 1880. The Mensheviks were the slow roll group in Soviet Russia. The Bolsheviks were the radical revolutionary type. You're watching the exact same Marxist division that happens in every single leftist group everywhere, because the reality is there are two takes on Marxism: do it fast or do it slow, and they always end up arguing with each other.
Can I quickly make it a very simplified version of what you just said?
Sure.
With the idea of people that want, let's say, communism voted on, as in the Marxoviks, and the Bolsheviks, which are literally, we're going to form a revolution because, you guys are cunts and we don't like you. Basically, a simplified version.
That's basically it. And look, the reality of the situation is the left always has this argument with itself. And this hot take, they're like, oh, this is a brand new thing. Well, go back and look at the 60s when they were having the exact same open revolt within the Democratic Party, during which a whole lot of them were saying, oh, what we need to do is have people vote on all of these socialism-based policies. And then there were people literally rioting in the streets trying to set up autonomous zones that were going, no, this is the revolution. It's time to fight the capitalists. It's not new. It's the same thing it's always been. And this idea that somehow that means they're going to tear themselves apart. Well, one of those examples there was the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks.
Yeah.
Is the argument in 70 effing years the left will tear themselves apart? Because I don't think that's where we should be going here. I don't think that's what we should be hoping on.
Well, I would actually disagree. It would actually go to the point that the Marxoviks actually turned in the Bolsheviks because they were browbeated into actually joining the revolution. Because, if you want what you want, but you want the same as us, you might as well come with us, because otherwise you're an enemy.
Oh, no. The Mensheviks fought the Bolsheviks in the Soviet Union, sometimes openly and violently, for about 20 years, basically until Stalin killed them all. So, I mean,
they eventually joined.
Well, one way or another, right? They stacked the bodies to help build the Iron Curtain.
I'm not sure that's exactly correct, but I'm going to say it's figuratively correct.
So I've been on this kick about what happened with the Soviet Union quite a bit, and as far as I can tell, that is effectively factually true. I mean, it's memed up a little bit, but that is almost precisely what happened. There's some stuff that happened in Western Russia. This was all about. There was I forget the name of them, but there was a what are they called? A mercenary group over there that was the people actually involved in the control of Western Russia. Soviet Union by the ish. Their name changed a lot in that time frame, but what became the Soviet Union, and they were the ones that had actual on the ground control, and the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks just fought over who had control of them for quite some time. And whoever had control was generally killing the other one with that group of mercenaries who did not care who they were working for, long as they were getting paid.
See, that's one of the funniest things that I always find really interesting, even from the UK perspective of the Trotskyites and the Bolsheviks, as you quite rightly pointed out, because they are different. But with those types of ideology groups, especially from the UK perspective, where they are to the point of, oh, let's get rid of Rule Britannia, let's get rid of Hope and Glory, you know, basically on national anthems, though not official national anthems. So please don't quote me as saying that they are, because they're not, but they are like an unofficial version of it. And they're going to the point of saying, well, you know, it's a basically saying about slavery and things like that. It's like, you do realize that even though the Navy themselves were maybe a part of endorsing it, why it was being endorsed by their government, as soon as it wasn't, we actually fought against it. We actually went against other countries. We actually lost human lives over the point of it from the Royal Navy around about 1587-ish. Not that I've checked it or anything. And was actually to the point...
Random year.
Yeah, no. That's the number of people that died in a 2-year period between 1950...
Don't matter.
Sorry, man.
I'm sorry. My feelings don't matter because your statistics don't matter because of my fifis, right? Isn't that how that works?
Exactly.
Exactly that.
Their feelings do not care about your facts. And look, I know it's been to the right of Mao bailiwick since the beginning of time, but you're factually wrong. And what do the people who are not to the right of Mao say? Shut up and get against the wall.
Pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. I mean, we've actually had people that, for instance, I'm sure that this would be a kind of a really interesting thing from a US point of view, especially with people that are more religious than non-religious. We've had a person that's a director of what we call the Songs of Praise, so a Christian ideology that's actually come out and said, no, we need to get rid of Rule Britannia, we need to get rid of this, simply because it endorses slavery. Even though, as I just quite rightly said, that it didn't and it doesn't. Rule Britannia was actually a song that was created while we were actually defending slaves, and saved over 150,000 of them in a 2-year period, by the way.
There you go again with those statistics. God, you just can't get away from them.
Hey, I may be drinking, but I do like to do my research before I go on.
What's relevant here is that, like, we all need to stop acting like this is a conversation where we're gonna come to reasonable conclusions. We just want to have a discussion.
All right, Cenk. Fuck off.
These things don't exist, right? The left is here to make you bow to them. The left
of
is
course.
here to, I'm sorry. Of course. They're just out there to crush you. You have two options: either bow to the left and become part of them, or they will destroy you. This is the left's view. Exactly. This is war. It's not a conversation, and it's one they've been having for a century, while everybody else wants to sit by and go, oh, we'll just convince the radical communists that, like, communism is wrong because the Holodomor happened, and no one wants to support anything that killed 40 million people. Well, look, yes, they do.
And they openly support it as well, which is the sad thing of it. Probably like yourselves, I've had more than enough conversations with, I mean, proper radical communists, not people that want social programs. I mean, people that are actually proper. I'm a Maoist, I'm a Stalinist. I want proper communism in that aspect. And you talk to them about the Holodomor, you talk to them about the Great Leap Forward, and they're like, yeah, they were justified. It's like, okay, so you're justifying 40 million people dying because they couldn't feed what they wanted to feed because Russia decided that they were going to implement the wrong idea of food and how it was going to be implemented, and China just wanted to try and make as much steel as possible while killing all of the farms. Well, you're going to support that, yeah? Okay.
Look, you know, I'm going to go.
The scientists had to be brought in the line.
See, they don't even go down that road. They just say that, no, it's worth it. They don't even try to justify the reasons why it was justified. They just go, yeah. I mean, you can see that it actually worked. It's like, yes, you go, yes, the Soviet Union completely and utterly disbanded, hates gay people, hates LGBT people, everything that you fucking support, it hates. But apparently it supports everything. Then we won't even touch on to China, where you don't actually have any social freedoms whatsoever, and they literally dictate to you how many children you can or cannot have. But besides from that, it fucking worked, did it?
Well, so look, this is the same thing that went on in Soviet Russia when they did collectivization that caused the Holodomor, right? Stalin was having an argument with the Central Party, and the entire Central Party was going like,
sorry, you say argument that Stalin was literally saying, yeah, we're going to do this, and the central government was like, I don't think we should. If you don't tell me that we're going to do it, it's like, you can do it. So you say argument.
So no, there was actually a protracted argument between them, and it was going on for about a month, right? And the way that they ended up with collectivization.
Did any of the party that was objecting to him die?
No. It was an actual. I was pretty impressed because that is Stalin's answer to everything. Is like, oh, you're a problem. Walls over there. But
okay, and what happened to those people in 1942?
Oh, what does that have to do with what are we talking about here?
You're talking about the Holodomor, right? Where the discussion came in there. Yeah, you're right. They weren't killed then.
Okay. So you're now on to two different discussions. You're jumping to the end, right? So Stalin did, right? And so they had an open argument about this for quite some time, during which Stalin's entire argument was, well, are we communists or not? Are we going to have capitalism in the fields and communism in the cities? You people don't have the courage of your convictions, you're pussies. And the rest of the Central Committee went, a lot of people are going to die if we do this collectivization thing forcibly. To which Stalin said, well, even if they do, are we communists or not? And the way that they actually ended up with collectivization is not that they voted on it. It's not that they eventually bowed to Stalin. It's quite literally that he just went out to a major city and gave a speech that said, oh, by the way, we're collectivizing the farms now. And then the Central Committee went,
shit.
Do we contradict Stalin in public? And they all kind of pussed out. And so Stalin collectivized the farms, and that was it.
No.
Yes, the Holodomor happened.
I mean, you kind of see that with the aspect of what's going on with. Let's take, for instance, Black Lives Matter from the US point of view. Now, when George Floyd happened, you could say that between 80 to 90% of people were along the lines of going, yeah, we need a form. That doesn't mean what form, but a form of police reformation, police reform of some description. But as soon as Black Lives Matter, from both aspects, from the UK and from Black Lives Matter, decided to go, no, we're going to defund the police, yo. We're going to make sure that we get rid of them. We're going to get rid of them completely, yeah? It's just like, no, because we kind of need the police because there's criminals. And most people went along the lines of, well, if you get rid of the police, what are you going to have in place? Well, we're going to have community policing, innit? So you're going to have the people that are criminals police themselves because they're the ones with the guns. Yeah, that's going to be an amazing idea. Yeah, I mean that's going to make them be proper nice, isn't it? It's like, no, that's going to make them a form of a warlord. Why the fuck would you think this?
You have stolen a Snickers from a business I protect. All right, guys, rape him to death. I mean, like that is coming on the other side of that, and as tasty horrible as a joke as that is, it's coming if you let him do it.
Well, he is anyway. Just saying.
I believe the pronoun for a group is they.
I mean, I'm obviously not as up to date with my pronouns as you are, sir. So I'll bow down to your better judgment. But I mean, that in itself is an amazing aspect. From the idea of it coming from Black Lives Matter as an organization. Now, I don't need to ask everybody here because they generally will come to the same agreement. Black Lives Matter doesn't need to be asked here because we all agree Black Lives Matter. Mm-hmm. The point is the organization in itself doesn't actually want Black Lives to matter. They want their ideology to matter, and they're hiding under the modicum of saying Black Lives Matter, so follow my Marxist ideology. Wait, that's not the same thing.
Well, I mean, isn't it? This is the thing that drives me nuts, right? Is the well, but you know, they're totally different than Antifa. Really? So the violent arm of the Marxist Revolution got together with a different violent arm of the Marxist Revolution. They've been marching hand in hand since day one. The people who run Black Lives Matter are, quote, trained Marxists, and you think these are different things? I mean, come on.
Because you're not seeing it through the eyes and the prism of race, because they're Black Lives Matter and we're white Antifa. We don't accept Black Lives Matter because we're Antifa.
if only that were true and there were actually some division between the two of them. They're just the same thing with a new brand name.
No, it's just different form of the supremacy that they're going for.
No. Stop right there. So I keep having to do this because nobody effing knows, right? So this right here, this is Mao's little red book, quotations from Chairman Mao, all right? In 1938, Chairman Mao said, what we need to do to promote the revolution within the United States is to promote the racial division between black and white people, because that will create a situation in which there is a proletariat and a bourgeoisie because the white people are oppressing them. Then we have a class struggle, and from there we can promote communism within the United States. 1938.
Yeah, Stalin had said that when he created the Comintern, right? Which was a decade earlier. So I mean, the idea of creating a racial disparity and focusing on racial disparity has always been their goal.
So I completely not agree. I mean, if you go to the point of, say, let's go with the idea of intersectionality, for instance. Now, some people will claim that that's a cultural Marxist conspiracy theory, but let's break it down, right? The ideology of intersectionality is you're black, but you're not gay, so you don't get the same points as being a black gay person. Now you're black, gay, and disabled, so now you get more points than just a person who's black. And then not even getting to the points of white people. The thing is, with intersectionality, is it breaks into the point of we have different groups. As soon as you break into different groups, you can form division. So if you go into, well, you're black, but you're all the same as everybody else that's in your group, because that's the position that starts with, then it doesn't matter what else your actual divisions are. Your original division is you're black or you're white. So we can now division you and make sure that you can fight amongst yourselves. Because the more that we divide you, in essence, as the old saying is, the more that we can conquer you via ideology.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just another reframe of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This is one of those things that happened in Soviet Russia. Who was more poor was one of those things that was, this is the person we need to lift up the most, right up until you got Stalin. But, under, Lenin, there was a lot of that going on. But realistically here, this is all just the exact same thing. It's just framed in a slightly different light. But regardless, I don't care how far back you want to go. If it's the 20s or the 30s and them saying we're going to exploit racial division, then it's not different, right? But more importantly, in even one of those things that we all, again, don't seem to understand how not new any of this is. Stalin dropped out of college to pursue a social justice career as an activist, right? Yeah. I mean, and in his own words, social justice. So it's not like these things are new. It was Marxism when the Soviet Union was being put together. This is, I mean, they are running the same playbook that they always have been. And we are eating it up and then, again, treating it like this is a fight that hasn't been had before.
Can I ask you guys all a quick question? I mean, I'm probably more left than probably most of you are, which is absolutely fine and doesn't really matter. You know what my positions are on most things.
Freaking commie, you understand.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But what do you think it is about the idea of socialism, or in essence, what turns into communism, that is actually, should we say, radicalizing people? Like, for instance, very, very quickly, if I use the idea of shoe on head, for instance, right? I don't want to use her because I don't want to clout chase. That's why she's not in the title or anything. But in essence, she was a genuine person that just wanted healthcare for all and so on and so forth. But now she's gone down to the idea of the only way that she can get healthcare is through socialism, and then from socialism into the idea of communism, to going on to streams which promote the idea of literally killing police. And as much as she wants to back away from that and saying, well, I don't know what happened before I went on, you kind of check the fucking stream before you go on it. I'm a streamer of only 1,000 people. I'm pretty sure that I would check the fuck before I went on it. If they're going to go, yeah, black people should all die, I'm probably not going to go on that fucking stream.
I'm going to let other people take this first because I am going to do that thing that I do where I talk too much. So by all means, go ahead.
Well, okay, I'll start off. The main thing is, the thing about it is that people want to matter. People want to make a difference. They want to feel that they themselves have a point. in life. Okay, they want to be in today's society. Life is so much easier. All right, you're not worried about where your next meal is coming from. You're not worried about what you're living under for the most part. Life in America, and especially in Western society as a whole, has gotten to the point where, okay, I don't have to worry about these, the difficult things in life. Well, then, how do I make a difference? What do I need to sustain myself? Well, I have to make a difference. I have to do something good. I have to go out there, and that begins it. Because as soon as you go down that road, you're not thinking, you're feeling. I want to feel self-worth. That's what I think the vast majority of this starts the process. I really do.
I would agree with MC that I think they want to feel that they're important, that they're making an effect, and they believe that the government is the only way to do that, because they believe that charities, maybe they don't think they really work very well, and they think businesses are just out to just scam people entirely. They feel that the government is the only way. They believe the government is the way to help people. That's how they view it. They don't want to go out themselves, I think, quite all the time. Although obviously there is some who do, but I don't think they want to go out and do it themselves. But they want to get someone or a group of someone to do it for them. Like, they want to help, but they also don't want to put in the work for it. So that's why they want often like the government to do it, because they feel like, oh, if I just vote for this particular person, they'll do what I want for me. And they feel that the government is the only force that has the power to help people, they believe. I believe that's how I think a lot of them think.
Before Dom goes on his tirade, because I know he's literally sitting there waiting to be able to be let loose. I will let you loose very, very soon. I just want to quickly say I do agree with both.
He's holding me down.
I am literally. I am being a communist. Sorry.
That's best.
But I actually agree with both of you.
I'm being oppressed.
But I would actually add to the point of, I don't necessarily think it's a case of they want to help necessarily as a overall or overarching point of view. I think that they see disparity between themselves and other people, and I think that the only way that they see that their disparity being equal to some other person has got more to them. It's a case of, well, if we ask the government to take things away from other people, we've got more chance of being able to get up to their level, because I can't actually get up to that level because of the standards that I'm at. But everybody is equal, so everybody should have the same things. Because they see the disparity in the world, in the country, wherever, they generally feel and think that with that disparity becomes inequality, rather than realizing that because everybody's different, they have different levels. They want to take away that difference and go, well, we shouldn't have different levels. We should all be treated the same. And yeah, equality of outcome is a great idea in theory, but in practice, it never can and never will work. But to them, it can, because for some reason they think that if we take more money off of other people forcibly, that's a good thing.
Yes,
because
I would say that's another factor.
Yeah, because nicking money apparently is a good idea of taking it off of somebody else, but don't take it off of poor people, because apparently that's bad. Now, again, for people that may drop in very quickly, I'm not in support of taking money away from poor people. I'm saying if you reverse the ideology from the idea of socialism and communism, that's generally what you're doing. You're literally forcing money to be taken off of people that have earned it, just so you can make yourself feel better, so you can feel that you're on the same level as somebody else, which is not the fact, not the truth. Because even looking from the point of sports, for instance, you can't run as fast as Usain Bolt. I can't run as fast as Usain Bolt. I'm not even going to bother to try, but that doesn't mean that I don't have other skills and other aspects that is going to be better than what Usain Bolt is. Does that mean that I should? But does that mean that I should earn the same as Usain Bolt? Of course, it doesn't. Does that mean that he should earn the same as me? No.
The last Boy Scout would beg to differ.
Yeah, well, we'll leave Arnie out of this, yeah?
It wasn't Arnie, that was Bill.
I know, it was Bruce Willis, wasn't it? Sorry.
Are we good now? Have we all?
You can
set
go.
our
You can
various
go.
pieces?
You can go.
All right. So get ready because it's going to be long. All right. So
Right,
what
I'm
you
going to
guys
go for a piss. I'll be back in a minute.
So what you guys are talking about is why these tactics work, right? But the reality of this situation is this is an output of the Fabians having created the idea that the way that they are going to convince people socialism is a good idea is to create social programs, things like Medicare for All, and that would tell the general populace, at least tacitly, that seizing the means of production and putting it in a centralized control was a good idea. That idea would then be used to propel more socialism. And I understand there are large varieties of people all over the world going, no, but Don, they're just social programs. Well, it is working in every country in which it is tried. They were correct. They wrote this back at the end of the 19th century, said, look, we need to do things like create socialized medicine, create welfare programs, create situations in which you do indeed seize the means of production, and then we need to popularize them, and we need to go out there and convince people that this is a good idea, because for every single thing that we actually do this with, what we need to do is say, well, you thought that was a good idea, so how about this thing? And by the way, that is exactly what you see people in the United States doing with Medicare and health, socialized medicine in the US. That is exactly what is happening. They were correct in doing this. Why does this work on people? Because they feel bad, right? Whether or not you have the capability to feel bad and have that guide your actions depends almost exclusively on the amount of wealth you have. No one in the third world is crying because somebody else didn't get medical care when they didn't either. They don't really care. They're trying to make sure that they stay alive. But all of these feelings of how bad everything is going can be perpetuated continuously and forever as long as people are doing well enough. But take a look at what's happening in these cities where the riots are happening. Nobody cares anymore. The answer is now do things like stop the damn rioting. I don't care whether or not they're right or wrong. It's not about whether or not it's a protest. It's whether or not Main Street burns down. And when reality injects itself, all of these ridiculous little Fabian ideas start going out the window. And by the way, all of the things that should be reality injecting itself under things like the NHS are just being covered up. And that is unironically true. I know it makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. I have a video on my second channel about maternal mortality rate in which they just overtly lie to the British public about how well the NHS is doing with maternal mortality rate. They create an entirely different statistic. To be fair, it is more in line with ICD-9 statistics versus ICD-10 statistics. 10 is what the United States is using. It is much more strict. You absolutely have to deal with a lot more maternal mortality. The ICD-9 statistic is very loose, comparatively speaking. You don't have to deal with anywhere near as much, but what they do, and by the way, ICD codes are how things are dealt with in the medical industry. If this was a maternal mortality death, will it be classified as that? It is a big set of standardized coding. The UK is simply not using it, and then they're comparing their much easier to achieve statistics with the US's more difficult to achieve statistics. And so what you get is them running around going, see how great socialized medicine is. For that matter, you've got people in the United States like Bernie Sanders doing the exact same thing. Canada's doing the same thing, but worse. They are curtailing the ICD-9 statistics even more than just what ICD-9 suggests it would be. And this is so you can continue to lie about how great socialized medicine is. All of that, again, is yet another example of why the Fabians did what they did, advice that they gave about how to sell socialism. The reality is the reason that those things are happening is because they were intended to happen to begin with. Shoe on head is the intended target of the Fabian socialists from the end of the 19th century, just before the turn of the 20th century. Her doing what she is doing is the precisely prescribed thing that the Fabians said would happen 130 years ago. We should not be surprised that someone created a plan, implemented the plan, and then the results of that plan are coming to fruition, at least in some people.
Well, yeah, but he did ask why.
So the why is the Fabians. Not why do the Fabians' tactics work? That wasn't the question anybody asked, right? And so the why is the Fabians.
That is what he asked, because he was asking specifically how is it that these people get radicalized? And he used an example.
Because They were intended to be radicalized. I can't stop trying to give credence to not Marxists here, because that's not.
Oh no. That's not, I'm not trying to do that. That's not my intent.
all of this nonsense about, well, look, it's because people feel bad and stuff. That is the things their tactics are targeting. They
Correct.
are being successful, and so whether or not it is true that their tactics are successful because reasons X, Y, or Z, the reason that you get shoe on head is because of the Fabian socialist. There's not another reason. There's not like, well, she also feels bad. That is why the tactic works on her, because she feels bad. But it is a tactic, and it has been being instituted for over a century. And the more that we all try and stray away from this being the reason, the more ground we give to Marxists and the more we lose.
Well, I mean, if you want to go back to why these tactics work, I mean, you can go back in the history all the way to Rome. And how some of the Roman emperors did things, right? Because that's what a lot of this stuff is actually based on, is how effective they were, all right, within the society. And the reason they were able to do it still comes down to the fact that we are a fat society. Okay, we do not have a lot of the struggles that the rest of the world have to deal with on a large scale.
Yes, right. So socialism does often require at least some quantity of wealth, right? Implementing socialism in ridiculously poor countries requires a socialist country to come in and make them wealthier, right?
Yeah.
China is doing that all over the world right now. It's what the Belt and Road
Especially
Initiative
in
is,
Africa.
or the One Belt, One Road. Call it whatever you want. They've changed the name a few times, but what they're doing is increasing the wealth of those nations, and then saying socialism's a good idea. They're selling it dishonestly. It's not really a surprise. It's what socialists do. But the important thing here is, and I can't stress this enough, attribute this to socialism. None of this human nature nonsense. None of this because we all feel bad. There are tactics designed by socialists explicitly to exploit how a lot of those things work, and you guys are concentrating on how those things work. And that's not at fault. People always feel bad, but what happens in rich societies when the socialists aren't just crapping all over everything is that America becomes the most generous nation in the world. Our donations to other countries, our donations to the poor everywhere in the world are substantially greater than every other country, yes, even per capita. And furthermore, they were greater relative to wealth at the time in the past, before the socialists were crapping all over America. All of that stuff about whether or not we take care of the poor, we obviously did. Yes, you can find someone who wasn't taken care of perfectly, and I will just point you to Charlie Gard, because if you don't think that's not someone being taken care of perfectly, then you probably just don't know the situation. It's horrific and it's terrible, but no less, they will trot out somebody and go, see, we need socialist things because this bad thing. But you get a lot more charity and a lot more people taken care of before the socialist crap on everything.
See, when you were first talking about the idea of Sean had been taken in by the idea of Fabianism, so to speak, I was kind of offshoot from it. Now, that's probably from my limited experience of actually talking about Fabianism, even though I actually come from Britain. Yes, I just Googled it, by the way, just so people know. But no, I actually think that you're completely and utterly correct on that one. I do think that the reason why people actually get radicalized is not from people like Vash. It's not from the people that are staunch people that are overtly communist. It's from the people that are pushing the idea of, what we'll do is that we'll do it by collectivizing everything democratically, by the Bernie Sanders style of people, where no, what we really are is sock dems. We're not actually, socialists. We're not communists. We're just under the impression of social programs. We just want the NHS. We just want a universal healthcare. Remembering that's how I promoted the idea of why Sean Head and herself was actually interested in it, because they have one idea and they think that that's what grabs them. And as soon as they're grabbed by, yeah, we agree with this, they're pulled into the idea of, well, everything else must be correct as well because they have the same idea as me.
You buy into the premise, right? And buying into the premise is, this is the problem that the anarcho-capitalists have. No one buys into the premise. It doesn't matter whether or not you think in general the government's bad, it causes problems. The premise of get rid of the government in its entirety, for whatever their reasons are, people don't buy into, at least not at large. I know I'm going to piss off the anarcho-capitalists by saying that, but you guys are a giant minority. That's what you are, a minority, and a ridiculously small one. So, and look, the socialists are out there getting people to buy into the premise, and they have been for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
As Dom actually says, and as I probably alluded to, the reason why is because they do bite-sized chunks. Rather than saying, oh, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this, and this, as using an example of an capitalist, for instance. They're like, well, what we want to do is we want to give you social welfare. What we want to do is we want to give you the NHS. What we want to do is we want to make sure that every immigrant can come in and make sure that they've got a job. What we want to do is whatever you actually think is the problem, we have a solution for individually. But don't look at us as a whole. Just take us individually, because then we can take you in.
The boiling of the frogs,
That's the one. That's the one.
The problem with, of course, what it is within Western societies is you will start to think. Well, you're right. It is incremental change, but where does it lead? Eventually, it leads to some kind of social breakdown somewhere along the lines. With the way the society was initially put in, will break down at some point. Because
but that's the problem. They don't think that. No, we could have that argument. We ourselves could have that argument, but them themselves are going, well, no, we could do this, we could do this. They for every objection you throw out there, whether it's logical or conclusional, they will throw an objection back out to you to say, well, no, we can do this instead. Even if it's completely nonsensical, to them, it works. Well, as soon as it works for them, that's it. They're on their way.
They don't even go that far, right? And did
I give them too much credit?
You did, right? Because what you actually get in practice is platitudes, right? So I knock on the NHS constantly. I have for years. I don't think that's a surprise for anybody. However, the answer that I get most commonly from basically everyone defending the NHS is it needs reform. To which I say, what reform? And then they give some appeal to authority. Oh, the experts will decide. Well, the experts have been deciding for the entire life of the NHS, and apparently it still needs reform. So I'm going to need something more concrete than reform. Well, I don't know. Why should I have to be the one that comes up with this? There are lots of people have great ideas. We should collectivize the idea. Right? And it turns into a spurg fest that fast. And so what you end up dealing with is not so much whether or not they even have a conclusion, right? And not to dime people out, because I try not to very much, but if you want a great example of this, go listen to Tim Pool talk about anything he thinks is broken. The first words out of his mouth are, oh, well, I think it needs reform. Okay, Tim, what reform? And you will never get an answer to that question. Ever.
See, me and Dom have had this conversation about the NHS countless times, though I'm not going to get into the actual conversation with it because that's not what this stream is. But me and Dom have come to, I say a realization, but I mean, he's given me credence to be able to get away with it because I'll go
into submission. Just like a good socialist that you are, Don. You bludgeoned CSG into submission.
Not in essence, no, because I'm of the person that's of a mixed economy. So I believe in having both regardless anyway. So I can see the actual profits. I can see the benefits of actually having a privatized healthcare. But I see the reasons why people, at least in the UK, would never go for that aspect as an outright option. So for me, the option is, well, let's do a medium, let's have a bit of both and see how it goes and see how it transpires. But the thing is with a lot of people... Still
subject to the Fabians, I see.
Exactly. No, exactly. No, exactly that. Exactly that. The thing is with that is it comes to a point of I am a Fabianism in the point of I believe in democracy. I believe in the idea of being able to take things to a reform to a point of let the country decide. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things that people in the country shouldn't fucking vote on. And I know Dom has his own political point of view on who and who shouldn't vote, which I won't necessarily get into at this point in time, but I do understand it. But yeah, there is lots of different things that people have different ideologies on. But as Dom and everybody else in the room will probably admit to, it comes to a point of screeching. If I was to talk to somebody else about the NHS, as Donka rightly points out, it would divulge into a point of, you don't believe in the NHS, you hate the NHS. No, I don't like the fact that from every year on year, we've had to pay a surplus for every single fucking time via taxes to increase taxes on our ring tax on it. Yes, there is a problem with it. We need to sort it. What can we do to sort it? I don't know. Maybe subsidize half of it to, the private sector, and you only have to pay half of it, for instance. The taxes that are already there, maybe would be all right to sort that. But,
okay. But you're talking about a social program that is instituted by a government. And there's your first problem, is because no matter how you look at it, societies change. And if you're sitting up there trying to say a government is going to institute some kind of social policy or social program, right, at some point in time, that's going to break down because societies change.
Sure, but that's not even the real aspect of what the problem is. The problem is...
Oh, I disagree. I disagree with you.
If you let me finish very, very quickly. The problem is, even if you were to have that as the actual outright reason why it would never work, the problem is because you can't have the conversation of why it will never work, you can't decide why it will never work. You just have people completely and utterly screeching over the top. And as most people here would say, well, not here, but in general in the UK, people would go, well, the NHS is a foundation of UK society. It's an English heritage. Yeah, and we got rid of slavery, and that was a fucking heritage of England as well. So why can't we talk about this?
Created in 1946.
Yeah, 1946 by a conservative, yes.
No.
The theory was created by Wilson, which was a conservative.
No, the theory was created by the Fabian Socialists through the Socialist Party of the UK as a function of the Fabians, who at the time had already founded the Economic School of London, so that they could say economically it would work in papers and hand that off to various people who could then say that they were citing experts. I mean, the quantity of all of these things really did come from socialists, and the question was really about the socialist method of getting it done, not so much about whether or not socialists had anything to do with it, is incredible here. If you go spend some time looking into the Fabians, and I promise you it will be a lot of work, because they hide a lot of what they did as often as they could. But if you go read that original Fabian Manifesto from 88, they are talking about how they need to create socialized medicine. And at the end of the Second World War, they were the controlling portion of Parliament in the UK, and they quite literally told Churchill, you're going to do this regardless of whether you like it or not. Equally speaking, in the world of whether or not it came from Wilson, Wilson was a sort of product of the Fabians. They thought it was a great idea to create this rule by experts thing, which was Wilson's big thing when he got into office. He was pulling straight out of the Fabian playbook.
Technically, he never actually got into office, because I'm not talking about Howard Wilson. I'm actually talking about Lord Wilson.
You're talking about Lord Wilson. See, I'm thinking the wrong Wilson. So I don't know Lord Wilson well enough, but regardless, came out of the Fabian Society, and they basically forced Churchill to do it. But before we get really distracted from this, which is to say, I talk too much.
Never.
MC, it's not going to work because societies change. What does that actually mean?
Okay, when you sit up there and take a look at the tactical side of the things, I'm not talking strategic sides. I'm talking the tactical side, where this stuff gets put in, right? Because they bring up the tactic and they utilize it. Whenever you create a governmental policy, all right, that is intended to have an effect from whatever it is from a social perspective, the problem with every single one of those things is it always devolves down to societies that then adjust, all right. And then what you end up with the quote unquote unintended consequences. It's the same problem that you have, for example, with Social Security. Social Security sounds really good. All right. When it first put in, all right, was it a huge drain on the American society as a whole? No. Is it now? Yes.
Well,
it's an albatross around everything.
That's not about whether or not society changed, right? I mean, FDR overtly lied about how Social Security was going to work to the American public because he knew they wouldn't accept it. Yeah. And then immediately after it was passed, went, oops, I was just kidding. It's not going to work like that. I mean, the unintended consequences is basically the blindingly obvious economic consequences that were pointed out to every single person discussing the issue at the time, that they said it just would never work that way.
Just using that as an example. You could take a look at whatever social program that you want to talk about. All right, no matter how you want to look at it, all right, it will change and it will become a problem. Welfare, for example, becomes far more of a drain than it was back in the 1930s. In the 1930s, yeah, okay. That was wonderful. We can afford it. It sounds like a great safety net. Is what happens in the 1970s is it's now no longer a safety net. It's a frickin' spider web where it's sticking people and locking them into a social dynamic that they can never escape from. Why? Because the whole idea behind taking Social Security, welfare at the time, was an anathema to the vast majority of people, and they didn't want people to even know if they ever came to the point of having to take it that they had to take it. Now, if you're not taking it, if you're not staying on it, well, now the society as a whole basically goes, no big deal. See, when you create a program designed by the government, all right, to affect society, it will affect society probably in a good way or a bad way. Who knows? All right. But over time, it's going to change and the dynamics behind it are going to change.
See, I knew I should push this because that is entirely untrue, right? Again, welfare is one of those policies that was designed by people in an attempt to push Marxism, right? There is a reason back to Mao and, presumably Stalin running out there saying we need to create class division. Well, the Marxists have been targeting the nuclear family since Marx wrote about it. What happened in the 70s? It wasn't quite so much that society just accepted it. It is that people went out openly campaigning to black families in black neighborhoods, and they said, if you get dad out of the house, we'll pay you more money. It was an overt attempt to destroy the nucleer family within the black community.
You already had a change that stood up there and said that being on welfare was acceptable. All right. Before you even got to that point.
You didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, you didn't, right? So as Soul talks about this, right, quite a bit, a whole hell of a lot. When he was a kid, if you were on aid or you were receiving some government money, nobody talked about it. And it wasn't until they started going out actively marketing in neighborhoods for poor families to sign up for welfare, kick that out of the house, that had changed. That societal change was not an accident. It was intended, right? You create this class who is a group of people who have no skills. You've destroyed their families, and those people will accept Marxism. This is not failing to change. It is an intended change working as intended.
Okay, but the acceptance of it is not. Okay.
No. What Dom's actually saying, What Dom's actually saying is it doesn't matter if you accept it or not. The society in itself doesn't need to accept it or deny it. The point is that it was designed to create. So the creation in itself forces you to accept it. So it doesn't matter if you accept it willingly or not. The design is you forced to accept it. Am I right or wrong in that, Dom?
I'm talking about it.
Ish.
What I'm talking about, acceptance. I'm talking about the societal acceptance in a different manner. Okay, and how these things are going to go. When you're talking about getting something that the government puts into place, all right, whether we like it or not, we exist within a representative government. Okay, now when the representatives are accepting it, it's different how the representatives accept it in the past versus how the acceptance that happens today. Now, I don't disagree with Don's statement that these changes are intended to bring problems and create issues. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that the tactic behind it, all right, has to evolve over time, because what will happen is what happened with the revolution under Newt Gingrich, where they started cutting welfare back.
So that right there is just the Marxists losing, right? So what you're and look, the Marxists are losing on that front for a good reason. They spent a lot of their time trying to shore up the middle class, because it turns up that is a group that has more in common than either the top or bottom 50%. Doesn't matter which one you are going after, right? So they went after the middle because the middle has more in common, and there's a reality that you can shore those people up as a base. Well, the middle class learned that they are the ones who are paying for welfare, and they got kind of pissed off about it. Mm-hmm. And so the situation is not that things didn't change. It does, Clinton forced welfare back to the states, and that reduced welfare usage. But that was, again, the left in a little bit of a retreat for about 5 minutes until immediately thereafter. But look, the reality of this situation is by far, it's not about because cultures change. These things are tactics being put into effect, and societal acceptance happens because the law was made. Just in general, that's how it works. That's why Andrew Breitbart was wrong in its entirety. Culture is not downstream from politics is not downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from politics, because you get politicians. Those politicians get elected based on overt lies. Go look at FDR and his campaign promises versus what he actually did. Go look at Obama and his campaign promises versus what he actually did. He did not say the Affordable Care Act was going to be a 1,000-page bill that was going to do all of these ridiculous things to the American healthcare system. He said we're going to get healthcare for the poor and needy who can't afford it. And the correct answer to that should have been something along the lines of Medicare and Medicaid already exist. Shut up, you idiot. And yet he passed the Affordable Care Act anyway. It was not what he promised. He overtly lied. It was the most unpopular bill that was ever passed in the United States at the time of its passing. And in 2018, it became more popular than unpopular. The culture changes based on what the politicians do with law. It's the same reason that the NHS was not popular at the time of its passing and now is effectively a national religion in the UK. Yeah. So take a look, at any, and I do mean any circumstance like this, and everybody in the world says, oh, well, no, the culture changed first. No, it didn't. The politicians lied. They came out and said that they were going to do some, propagandistic, nice sounding thing. And then they did the thing that they overtly told you they would not do. And a handful of years to 20 years later, the culture had accepted it. Right. And so when I say that these things are not accidents, this goes back quite so far, again, as the Fabians. They said, look, if we institute these things in law, then people will come to accept them. They'll know that they're good, and they'll let us push a little bit further.
I don't think you and I are disagreeing really all that much, all right? Because I'm just trying to point out that there are effects in there that are not initially, all right, exploited. You don't have them sit up there saying that they're going to change society this way. All right?
But that's what Dom's actually saying. That's what Dom's saying.
Right. Like I said, we agree with we're approaching we're looking at a different area of the elephant in this case. All right, we're approaching it from the same.
I don't want to look at his ass.
Okay,
too late.
I've been looking at the elephant's ass for quite a while. I'll be quite honest with you.
I will say that I do actually completely totally agree with Don. A lot of people think that to be able to change the idea of politics, as in the right-left paradigm or whatever, is that you need to change the politics to change the culture. But as Don rightly states, the way that you change politics is you change the culture. And to change the culture, you have to put the ideas out there to be able to then to be integrated into culture. For the culture to integrate it into politics.
You got it backwards, right? Politics changes culture. Culture does not change politics. That's not how that works, right? And so that's why you see the law pass first, the law be unpopular. And the other thing that you see is opposition parties run on repealing the law. And you see it all the time, right? Social Security, the very next election after it was passed, the Republicans in the United States ran on this idea that they were going to repeal Social Security because it was going to destroy the country. They didn't have the White House. They couldn't get it done. There wasn't anything they could do about it. Also, they just kind of cucked because, let's face it, the right does that. But they won giant landslide numbers in that election. They absolutely should have been able to do it and then just didn't have the will to. And then as time went on, what have you got now? You've got Donald Trump out there saying, we're going to save Social Security. That's how you move the Overton window. That's how you change the public. That's how you change the culture, is you pass the law and then you make sure it stays around long enough, which is usually pretty easy because the right just, cucks. They don't actually repeal the laws. And then once the law stays around long enough, it's just the way things are. Well, now, since it's just the way things are, you have to tell me why it is that we should change the way things are. And whether anybody likes that about culture and politics, respectively, it is true. Right. And look, sometimes there are really great and obvious reasons. If you're hitting yourself in the dick with a hammer every day and you're coming to me and you're saying, my balls hurt and I don't know why. Like, well, maybe quit hitting yourself in the dick with a hammer. I've probably got an easier sell, even though that is your normal life, than I do when I am talking about not very connected things, not obviously connected things going on in the culture. Right. So more people signing up for Social Security than ever before. for disability under Obama? That seems like a pretty obvious answer of like, well, no, look, this really does incentivize people to sign up for Social Security disability, but it's not inherently it's not inherently connected in most people's minds, right? And so, you know, and then you get into this big long discussion and you're explaining and people get bored and they don't really care, right? I'd like, oh, okay, well, that's nice. So you think Obama has job killing policies because you're just a stupid Republican and you believe whatever's on Fox News. I can't imagine how often I get told I believe what's on Fox News. I haven't watched Fox News in any way in over a decade, but apparently everything I say is just a talking point of top Fox News.
I'd actually jump on that. I would actually jump on that very, very quickly and actually get that a hell of a lot from mostly anybody that I disagree with. If I talk to anybody on the left, regardless of whatever country it may or may not be in, I generally have that same talking point. Oh, you follow this news article, you follow this news propaganda piece, you follow this. It could never be a case of, no, I actually went to the EU source of statistics, or I went to the FBI source of statistics, or I went to the fucking source and I've actually looked at it myself. No, could never happen like that. I have to follow somebody else. I think that's what you call projection.
Yeah.
No, I know exactly what Don is saying because I get it all the time as well. All right, and I'm in the same boat. But the thing is, though, is people follow leadership. Okay, and one of the problems that we have when you say that the government doesn't follow society, all right, yes and no, all right. Like I said, it's a push me pull you kind of thing, all right. Yes, it can follow society, and no, but it still requires the one thing that you're always going to see, which is leadership, all right. If you have a strong leader, all right, that brings up the social movement of the time, whatever that moray is. All right, people are going to follow.
Okay. So then politics changes culture.
Yeah,
there's just simply not a way around this, right?
It's a push me pull you. Like I said,
it is not a push me pull you. Show me the push, right, or the pull. Take your pick as to which side it is. Show me when culture changed politics.
When culture changed politics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's think about this for a moment. I'll try and come up with something. Well, no, because there's little things out there, but we disagree with what case versus chicken or egg.
Go ahead, because my contention is you can always find, again, pick which side you want that to be on, the chicken or the egg, respectively, first, and it is politics changing culture. Every single time. Yeah, it usually starts out kind of small, but politics does something, then the culture moves a little, then politics does more, then culture does it.
How do you see the culture didn't change at the revolution? How do you see culture not changing in the Civil War?
Can I answer that very quickly, especially with the one to do with revolutionary politics?
Go ahead.
Because literally, as I just said, it's revolutionary politics. The politics is what changes the people around them to follow the politics of the revolution. So the politics changes the people, not the culture.
The colonists had changed. The colonists were no longer the British, but the British populace that had come over. That's what changed.
Let me go on to the American side then very, very quickly. Let me go on to the American side very, very quickly, Don. Just from a UK perspective, very, very easily. Okay, if you're now going on to the point of saying, they changed from the UK perspective, that's because that people in politics were pushing the idea of independence and saying you're no longer United Kingdom or English, you're now American, which means that the politicians themselves were changing the people to change the culture.
I disagree with that.
Changes culture.
You don't end up with somebody like Benjamin Franklin then.
How? I don't even understand that objection. So by all means, fill me in.
Right, you end up with where somebody goes over to Great Britain, a complete loyalist, and leaves a complete radical.
And how did that happen?
How did that happen? Well, he got dressed down by Parliament.
So the politician told him to fuck off.
Okay,
and then he came back.
But he wasn't leading the revolution. All right. You see, his society, his dynamic, his way of thinking had already changed. He did not recognize. All right.
I'll take this, Don. I'll take this one.
I've had it.
The reason why his idea changed is because the politicians gave him a talking down in Parliament, which means that the politics of Parliament changed the person's thinking, which means politics changed his culture, which changed the culture of the people around.
His dynamic thinking, all right, should have been able
Was
to survive
affected by the politics of the United Kingdom.
Right,
Meaning politics changed his thinking, which changed his culture.
Because he recognized his culture no longer existed within Parliament.
And
Which means that his politics changed. Which means his politics changed due to excess.
Because his culture had come to the realization that he had to change his politics to match his cultural identity now.
No. The politics of the country. No. Okay, let me finish. The politics changed his point of view to say, well, I can no longer be the part of this country because the politics of that country has changed, which means politics changed his culture.
Because he didn't change culture. He
did. Yes, he did.
Wait. Did he go from being a loyalist to a revolutionary or not?
He did go from being a loyalist to.
And his culture changed.
No, not his culture changed. His politics changed.
I mean, okay. Let's just move on. Let's just agree to disagree. Let's just move on.
Let's go on.
No, I'm just saying. Let's just move on. Let's just agree to disagree. We can all say that the people that change their ideas are actually to do with culture or to do with politics. The thing is, most people that change their idea of culture normally change their politics to change the culture. But I can understand how you might misconstrue the idea of culture changing politics.
I can understand why you might be mistaken in this regard. But let's go on.
Well, that's funny because I was just going to crack that as a joke and move on. But
I just think there's no point in this part of the conversation. Culture, politics. Who cares which changes what? This is redundant.
The point that I was actually going to go along and actually make afterwards was the point of, can you actually argue that the culture of the political points of what we're talking about is actually a part of the culture of the nation? Or could you argue that politics is that? I mean, the point is,
if we're going to actually move on, and this is only tangentially moving on, but it seems like a perfectly good answer anyway. Basically, everybody who has a YouTube channel thinks they are working on getting something done of some variety, and the question, regardless of who is right or wrong, of whether culture changes politics or politics changes culture, is a tactical discussion about how to get things done. So why does it matter? Well, if you're out there actually trying to get something done, again, regardless, for the sake of this particular point, being on the correct side of getting things done matters quite a bit.
Only if you're successful, though.
Only if you're a first world asshole, though? What?
No. Only if you're successful. Because if you're not successful in what you're doing, it doesn't matter at all. Even if you're on the right side or the wrong side, depending on how you're
again.
Okay, let me just take this before we go forward. If you're not successful, you're obviously not doing something right. So whether or not that you, I, or anybody else in this room is or is not successful is not the point. If you're not successful, you're not actually changing or doing anything, regardless of what our own numbers may or may not be.
I mean,
yes and no, because technically success in the sense of YouTube or being a political figure, a lot of that has to do with connections, luck, and charisma.
Sure, maybe, but I'm just saying, if you're somebody like Sargon that literally has no charisma apart from a fucking wet flag, and yes, Don, I do know that you just spoke to him a couple of days ago.
Yeah, that's why I say luck is a big factor. Is like
he's a big boy; he can defend himself.
Like there's a lot of people who do the similar content or the exact same content, or who might even be better in ways than other people, but they're much smaller or have less influence.
The whole overarching point before everybody jumps on is not a case of whether or not your charisma is correct. You can be the most charismatic person in the world. If people don't follow your politics, they're not going to follow you.
Well, yes. I'm just saying
the whole point.
That you could be doing the right things yet still not get anywhere.
But that's the whole point. Okay, let's just move on.
Here's the reason why. Is because like a lot of it is luck. Like if you're trying to build up an audience, a lot of it is luck if you get a huge following, or if you spend years doing it.
Well, then it's not luck, right? And look, almost none of it's luck, right? This idea that it's luck, I mean, which one of us suddenly has 5 million subscribers in the next, I don't know, 3 years? And if one of us does, is that a function of luck, right? I mean, look, I've been at this for quite some time, and it's not by accident that people just showed up at the channel. I did very specific things, and the channel started to grow very quickly. It wasn't an accident. I did it, right? And when people showed up in the past, were some of those because of the algorithm? Sure. But CSG and I have known each other for quite some time.
I'm not saying
I think he knows for a fact that the algorithm hates me, right? there is no luck on my behalf.
I'm just saying that luck does play a
Two
factor.
peas in the pod on that one. Literally two peas in the
Obviously, it's
pod.
not the only factor. I just believe luck is a factor.
Well, it depends on what you
factor
classify as luck.
is luck, right?
Just one
That's
point,
right.
very quickly. Just 1 point, very quickly. It depends on what you classify as luck. For instance, if I was to jump onto a hashtag of, say, for instance, Don Butler being a racist person, or Nigel Farage talking about immigration, me deciding to do a video knowing that that's a part of a hashtag isn't luck.
Oh, no, I'm not
knowing
talking about
that's going to
that.
happen.
I'm
But
just talking about by chance. I'm not talking about some supernatural luck or anything. I'm
That's
just talking
not-
about.
That's not. Yeah, but what you're talking about, luck, isn't luck. If I decide I'm going to do a point about Dawn Butler, or say Sargon of Akkad decides he's going to be a dick, and I do a video on him because everybody else is doing one, then it's not fucking luck. That's me deciding, well, everybody else is jumping on a bandwagon. I'm going to get some subs out of this, so I'm going to go do that.
Well,
Yeah.
What if you're the first one that did it, though? What if you're
Exactly.
the first one, so that you can consider that luck, or you can consider it you saw the opportunity and took the chance.
Why would that be luck, right? I mean,
Well,
look,
that's the question. Some people look at that as luck. You got in on the ground floor, and therefore that way you were lucky to be able to do that. That's how
Well,
people tend to define it.
now
I'm not-
we're again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything. I'm not saying you support the position, but now we're back to the argument about is hard work luck, and the answer is
Yeah.
self-evidently no.
No, I'm not saying all hard work is luck. Obviously, I'm just saying in certain areas there are some people who have.
Where is this magical luck? Where does it come in? What does it do?
And
I'm
where
not
can
saying
I
it's just
find
by
it?
chance. It's just by chance. Some people I'm just talking about gaining followings of some sort, whether it's in.
Can I ask you guys a quick question then? Do you guys think that the Quarting Jeremy is actually really talented, or do you think he knows a lot of people that have been on his channel and he's had
Oh
arguments?
yes.
with people?
Networking is another part of it. Networking.
Well, that's not luck then, is it? Jeremy
I'm
isn't a
saying
lucky person, but he's also very, very.
There are multiple factors. I'm saying, but I'm just saying luck. I'm just saying by chance is one of the factors.
So
okay,
where does this chance come in? Where is this? I'm sorry, MC. You're probably going to want to start over. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Do you think that Matt Jarbo is freaking talented? I don't.
No, I don't. But the thing
But
is,
he's got big rocks.
No. Very, very easily and very, very quickly. Very easily and very, very quickly. He knew Sargon. He was friends with Sargon. He was friends with Jeff Holiday. He was friends with all of the Skeptic Fear that kept on promoting him and had him on his channel. He was networking with other people. Matt Jarbo isn't, by any stretch of the imagination, talented, but by fuck does he know how to network back in the day.
But he was able to network at a time frame that got him subs.
And that's not luck. That's knowing who to go with because they are the most popular people.
It means that opportunity opened the door for him at that time. All right.
Opportunity isn't luck.
Okay. What is?
Can I just get back to what is this magical luck and what role does it play? Because I mean, I know that we're going to try and platitudinously stand on, but there is luck and it does things. But like, what does it do? Where is it? Where do I get to point at the luck portion and go, that's why this person is successful? Because if it was luck, then presumably somebody somewhere in who, I don't know, doesn't have a YouTube channel will just start having videos taken of them from across the street or something. And then all of a sudden, no marketing done. They're just, I don't know, taking videos of their neighbor across the street. And their neighbor across the street should be a 10 million subscriber channel by now because that luck should have just showed up up there at some point and made them have a huge following. Where is
Well,
this?
the whole point is that it does show up for some people who've done things that
Can you point me to who?
Yes. What is this luck, and where is this luck?
Well, shoe on ahead. Her content is
No, her
mediocre,
content isn't
mostly.
luck. Her content isn't luck. It's because a lot of people fancy her and she has mediocre points of view to begin with.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
oh,
what I'm
oh,
saying.
oh,
It's her
oh, oh,
mediocre points of view. She doesn't have any
You're going to
great
tell me
content.
that you on ahead, if she stood up there and looked like I don't know your dog's behind, or if you want to put it from that standpoint, would have the number of followers that she has? You're going to say that the fact that she's easy on the eyes does not play a role in the number of subs that she has?
No, I said specifically
some
that it
grand
does.
quantity? Is that the luck? Is it
Well,
having
maybe-
good genetics? Is that where the luck comes in?
Obviously.
That I have a great radio voice, as told to me by hundreds of people at this
You
point.
do have a good
Is that the luck that has
That's part-
very
that-
suddenly, after 3 years on YouTube, suddenly started increasing the size of the channel? Was it the genetic luck to begin with, or did I do something here?
It opens.
You did nothing, Don. It's because you have a good voice.
Did I say that he didn't do anything?
I was actually literally joking.
You know what it is? It's when he's
What I'm talking about is some people by chance suddenly there are some, not all, and I'm not saying everyone or all the people who are just hardworking. Some people by chance they just happen to gain huge followings like very fast, like not like right
you
away.
only do one?
They don't have any connections. They don't have any.
Point me to one. Anyone. Point me to one.
Shit.
See, again, that's not an accident, though, right? Shu was a relatively small channel till Armored Skeptic stumbled
Yep.
upon her, and that got her into a lot of the bigger anti-social justice discussions. It wasn't some random luck. She was following around Armored Skeptic at the time. She was being an engaging audience member. There were a lot of things that she did that got her into the position she was in. It wasn't some random luck.
Yeah. A lot of that's to do with networking. Again, going with the
Well,
old
that has to
skeptic
do
community.
with genetics as well.
Yeah, well, no, I agree with you that generally women have more chance of being able to get found on the internet and followed because we're men.
Again, though, there is that, but does that mean being a woman is luck? Because let's
Yes.
face it, whether
No, I don't know.
whether or not you think she would not have a following if she was butt ugly and fat, go take a look at the people that watch fat women eating cake. I mean, there is a giant audience for this. So
How dare you fetish shame me, John? How dare you fetish shame me?
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that when you start to talk about luck is what happens to you, all right, when it's out of your control and all of a sudden you get big. All right.
Can you substantiate that? I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm
Need some-
actually with Dom. I'm
What do you
actually
mean by
really interested.
substantiate? What do you mean by substantiate?
Can
Look-
you point to anybody that you're saying that this stuff has happened to?
John Paul?
who?
What do you mean, John Paul? He was promoted
Oh,
by
I'm
lots of people.
John Paul Logan.
Yeah, he was promoted by fucking Disney. He worked for Disney.
Okay, but the fact that he worked for Disney, the fact that he got promoted and everything else, all of that plays into it.
So that,
Yeah, but
that
that's
sounds
not
like a lot of him
It's
working.
not saying that hard work and everything else doesn't play a role in this. It doesn't mean that your content is just automatically. But the person who created the first cat video and became an Insta star, all right, that they didn't realize that there was an opportunity there.
Did
Right,
the
it's
cat?
something
Did the person who
that-
created the cat video become popular, or did the cat video become popular? Because those are two different things.
Yeah,
my
so
friend.
like, I think the best example I could possibly come up for you, and I'm trying here, is Ryan's toy review, which, yeah, okay, you want to say that some kid playing with toys being posted on the internet is the kind of thing that, who would have seen that blowing up? Okay, go ahead and say that. And then the moment they started to gain any traction at all, showing, neighbors' kids or whatever it was, and then they showed other neighbors' kids, even then they showed the neighbors' kids. Even then they started increasing production value. Go back and look at old Ryan's Toys reviews.
Yeah.
In the world of Dawn has gone down
Well, yes, I'm
every
not
internet
saying that
rabbit hole in the
They
world.
build up.
you know.
I'm not saying, but when the initial time is when they get that.
And
After they got it.
How is that luck, right? Again, they
I'm
went
not-
out and showed the neighbors. They went
No,
out
no.
and did the things, right?
At that point,
They
it's
did
not,
it.
At that
Okay,
point, when they
okay.
start building it up even further, that's not luck. They're building onto it.
So
But the
where's
start-
Hang on,
the
hang
luck
on,
part? Is it when
hang
they pull out the
Yeah.
camera and click the record button? Is that when the luck shows up? I mean,
Well-
every time we get to talking about this, what we end up with is everything they had started after they started doing the work, not just okay, Ryan's Toy Reviews a multi-million-dollar channel because they clicked the record button, right? The work came first, and then we call it luck on the far side because either we don't know what work they did, or we're all trying to come up with some excuse why we're not Ryan's Toy Review. Which, hey, look, if I could sit around and play with toy trains and make $1 million, I'd probably do that, and then start telling people to hate communists. But still, no less. I'd probably do it. But I'm an old guy with a beard. That's not how it's going to work for me.
Hey, I
So
resemble
call me-
that remark.
Exactly.
All right, but at the same time, other people have different opportunities available to them because of a variety of different things that have nothing to do with what they specifically have done.
Like what?
Yeah.
Okay, well, for example, PewDiePie. If PewDiePie looked like you, do you think he'd be as big as he is?
Probably not. But that's
Probably.
nothing to do with luck. That's to do with genetics.
Well, but that's
No,
the genetic.
Hold on a minute. Look, if PewDiePie looked like me, one, he would shave, and then there wouldn't be a giant beard, and then he would look substantially closer to the way that PewDiePie does now. He also wouldn't shave his head because presumably he has hair still, but even then wouldn't shave his head. And if PewDiePie was still out there making the ridiculous quantities of memes and playing video games and doing all the things that he's been doing, it's not going to hurt him any, right? Whether or not
that opportunity to expand rapidly may never have presented itself. All right,
PewDiePie didn't expand rapidly. PewDiePie has been on pretty steady growth for about a decade now.
I was going to say, he's been online for about 13 years, hasn't he? Or something.
Okay,
like that.
and how many followers does he have?
100 and something million.
All right, how many other people that have been on for 10 years have that?
Again, what makes
So
you think
what-
that's
in other
luck?
words- In other words,
What makes you think that's luck?
because if it wasn't that luck, if the luck didn't play a role in this, all right, everyone could do it, or far more people would be able to do it.
That's very communist of you.
No. I would actually say it's very religious of you. I don't know what this problem is, so it must be God.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was a problem, right? And I didn't say that hard work doesn't play a role or any of the rest of that. I'm saying because you have to sit up there and work hard to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. But whether that opportunity presents itself to everyone or not, okay, is luck.
No, look, every
You're going
time.
to tell me that everybody has the same opportunity as everybody else.
No,
Yes.
everybody doesn't have the same opportunities in some
Very similar.
magical, equally perfect way. However, everyone does have rather similar opportunities. The very first question I ever got asked when I said I was going to start a YouTube channel is, are you starting a gaming channel? And I said no. Now, you know what saying no to that question did? It removed me from being a guy who plays video games and creates video game memes, which took me entirely out of the PewDiePie portion of the world, because that's what he does. And look, entertainment is a substantially larger industry than politics, always has been, probably always will be. It's not some random luck that I didn't end up PewDiePie. I made very active decisions to not be PewDiePie.
To be fair, even though very quickly, even though PewDiePie himself, he made active decisions to do what PewDiePie does. He didn't just decide all of a sudden that he was going to do all the segments that he does.
Okay, but you're missing. I'm not saying. I'm not trying to say that PewDiePie, all right, is only where he is because of luck.
Well, so
Okay.
again, where is this luck and what role does it play? Because but it's there is not it's not an argument, it's not a statement of anything, it's just
where it's
quite
played
literally,
at,
I believe.
you have the opportunity to do something because of how the opportunity presents itself.
Okay,
Right.
elaborate.
Who
Hang
doesn't
on.
have-
Stop.
Yeah, fair enough.
Elaborate on what you
Okay,
mean by
let me-
opportunity arises.
Let me give you another example. All right, when the skeptic community was first started, All right.
And
The
it was
opportunity-
very, very quickly. It was very, very big. It was gaining a lot of community following, and people were having other people on channels to
It's
make a
growth.
community.
Its growth potential, all right, was exponential initially. But after time, that growth potential doesn't exist. In that one little realm. All right, it's not saying that there aren't other opportunities that don't exist. It's not saying that other things. But if you wanted to sit up there and get involved at the beginning of the Skeptics to try and grow, you had more opportunity if you were on the ground floor than you do 10, 15 years later.
Sure,
Okay.
but is opportunity luck, or is opportunity what it states as in opportunity?
I wouldn't say opportunities. Like I would just say something that is completely out of their control, whether it is something by circumstance.
Very,
So-
very, very quickly before anybody else jumps in. Does that mean if I find an opportunity in a free market to be able to plug a hole in the market, does that mean that I'm lucky to find the opportunity, or did I do the research to find where the plug was?
No, I
so
wouldn't
could
say
fill it?
that's luck at all. I wouldn't say that at all.
So why is it luck on YouTube but not luck in the free market?
No, we were saying I think what Pleb originally said, for example, that boy who did the
Ryan's
videos
toy review?
first. Yes. Originally, when they first did that, we were uploading. They probably were not thinking they were going to get big at all, and it just sudden, and it started to come in. Then, once they saw the opportunity, they grew on that. The initial,
So the algorithm is luck.
no, not the algorithm is luck. It's that.
Well, how do you think you ended up with a Ryan's toy review getting as popular as it did? It was the algorithm.
Well, okay, is the algorithm can be luck, whether it's good or bad, right? If somebody's
Well,
trying to do
I'm asking, right? So is the algorithm luck? Is the algorithm the thing that I look at and go, this is where the magical luck is and where all the magical luck happens?
where luck to me is timing. Okay.
Okay, so what?
To me, that sounds like opportunity. If I
It-
see that
it
there's
is,
a
right?
timing, then I'm going to go for the opportunity. If I see a lot of people talking about immigration, I can do a video about immigration. If I can see a lot of people doing a video about the RNC, the Republicans, I can do a video about them.
Right.
If you're doing something and there's no guarantee that you're going to get big, but all of a sudden you might get big, right? Because we'll all say right now, all of us could be phenomenally massive for some reason.
I doubt it because it's on my channel, but go ahead.
But the possibility, I'm not saying the probability, I'm saying the possibility exists.
God damn you.
So, okay, look, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say I think on this stream I have the fastest growing channel here. Is that accurate?
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
not
I would be definitely.
Okay, so I work basically 12 hours a day. Does that sound like luck?
No, I wouldn't say anything what you do is luck. Yours is all hard work.
And so,
And
Can I point before Don continues, because I want to elaborate on this as well. I want to point out that with the thing that I've done with my 1600 or whatever the fuck it is now, because I really don't give a shit anymore. Whatever my number is, the reason why I've got to where I was is because of networking, not because I went out of my way to try and find a luck in the algorithm. Though I did try and do the rape gangs, I did try and do other things and try and do news topics that were on topic or trend at the moment. But that doesn't mean that I did anything by luck. I didn't get to 1,600 by luck. I did it because I networked. I got people on the channel. I have Dom on the channel. I have you on the channel. I have all of you on the channel. And yet, that's nothing to do with luck. It's purely to do with people that I know, and where I went.
Nobody's denying that. But how do you explain the person who doesn't do any of that and all of a sudden becomes very popular?
who
Because
is this
people do
person?
trending. Yeah, well, first of all, who's that person? But second of all, generally it will be because of trending.
Do what? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, so PewDiePie shows up when gaming is popular on YouTube and does popular gaming things on YouTube. And by the way, had been for a couple of years. And so was this luck, or was he consistently doing video game playing and memeing and all the things that PewDiePie's been doing since the very beginning?
I think that the fact that happened that way is an aspect of luck. It's
So
just something
which,
that happens to you that is not under your control. That's all I've established luck has ever been. That's all.
okay, so again,
Hang on, I've got a really good point to this. Really good point. Does that mean
Sure.
that the government is luck then?
For some people, it can be. Some people can make a hell of a lot of money, can't they, when the government intervenes?
And is that luck? Because again, go take a look at the people that are doing that. They're actively campaigning for it. They're working it. They're making it work for them. They're doing things that make that situation happen. Luck, as far as I can tell, and this conversation is not dissuading me any, luck is I don't really understand how you became popular, therefore I will attribute, or, became successful, therefore I will attribute it to luck. Because every time I try and drill down on this, what I get is, it's because some combination of timing and the algorithm, in this case, when we're talking about YouTubers, it seems to be where the luck is hiding is the algorithm. And that's not particularly luck either. That's taking a look at what YouTube is doing and going, and by the way, YouTubers figuring out the algorithm is an age-old thing. From the beginning of YouTube.
Don, did you go on YouTube to become big?
What does that mean?
To become popular, just sit up there and become a personality on YouTube, to become a celebrity.
Originally,
before you answer that,
go ahead.
Before you answer that, those are two completely different things. You could argue the point of saying that I wanted to become big because I wanted to change things politically in my country. Does that mean that I wanted to become famous and a celebrity? No, but I still wanted to become big because I wanted to change things. So those are two.
Well, but you can't change things without becoming a
Two
celebrity.
different ends of the same banana.
So, it's sort of intrinsically attached to being a YouTuber, right? Like, presumably you want to say something and somebody will listen to that. And with the very rare exception of the people who are like, I have a YouTube channel so that I can show my family videos to the rest of my family. If you get into YouTube to say something, basically anywhere, you're doing it to grow an audience. It's just sort of attached.
Okay, but I don't do YouTube for that reason. I go give YouTube because it's a catharsis, so I can say something in form. All right, it has.
I'm sorry, you cut out there for a minute. So you can, and then blank.
No, I can say something in a forum, and it really has no. I really don't worry necessarily about. This is me specifically. You got to understand my own point of view. I do YouTube because I hear things that I don't like, or I hear things that I think need to be talked about, and that I need to talk about. I'm not trying actually to reach an audience.
Okay, so what is the point of having a YouTube channel as opposed to a bathroom then? Because if you just want to say things out loud that you think need to be said, a bathroom is a perfectly viable place to do it.
It's the forum. All right, that's
all. What does the forum mean?
It means there are other people that are available.
And there it is. Right? There is an audience there.
You want the interaction. By definition, hang on, MC. By definition, what we're saying is you may not want a big interaction or a big audience, but the reason why you choose YouTube rather than your bathroom is because you want the audience, you want the interaction, regardless of how big it is.
Okay, I don't expect the interaction. All right, let me put it that way. I don't necessarily expect the interaction.
There's a big difference.
Not that I don't appreciate it or anything else. Okay.
Well, there's a big difference between being an entitled little douchebag who signs up for YouTube and goes like, "Excuse me, I have all of the important things to say, and the entire YouTube audience is going to follow me," or going,
Don,
"Well,
go off
look,
the channel. You've now just completely and utterly described me. Fuck you."
But there's a difference between that and going like, well, look, I think people need to hear this, which is attached to, and it is in, there's no way around it. They are inseparable things. If you just wanted to say things, you wouldn't say them on YouTube. And there is some part of that is exactly what got me here, right? I'd have these arguments with people I knew and go, you know what, apparently more people need to hear this. And boom, there was a YouTube channel.
There's a problem with saying things, all right, in the bathroom, and that is feedback, lack of. Okay.
Sure.
So that's the point that we're making.
Sanity check upon. I use it more as a sanity check upon my own views, right, to see whether or not what kind of response I get back.
Okay, so who are you getting that sanity check from?
Exactly. It still goes back to the point of interaction and audience.
I can't disagree with you. Yeah, and you're right about that.
Right. So when I say at the beginning it's intrinsically tied, it's intrinsically tied. There's no way around it, right? Okay, maybe we didn't all show up saying we're going to be PewDiePie tomorrow, but presumably there will be an audience and we can, whatever your reasons for having that audience there are, the audience is an intrinsic part of it.
Okay, but whether or not you get big then from that standpoint, all right, depends upon a lot of the opportunity. All right, for example,
opportunities.
I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Let's say somebody wants to be just like Dawn, all right?
Okay.
Only younger.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to be right first, though, in both senses.
Well, that helps.
All right. The thing is that there's a lot working against him because the algorithm has already been designed to work against him, where it hadn't been necessarily when Dawn initially started.
Are you serious?
Well, it hasn't been.
Okay, now I'm lost.
The last 5
before
years.
You go forward, before you go forward, MC. Before you go,
let him finish. And he's been stepped on so many times. MC, can you start over for a minute, because what you were saying there I missed all of, because everybody was talking.
Within the last 5 years, the algorithm has gotten progressively more punishing to you.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So for someone to be you now is more difficult.
No, not that it was for. So let me give you an idea of how this is working. I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, I was saying, okay, explain to me, because I'm curious to see if you say that the algorithm is more punishing, but it's not going to be more difficult for someone exactly like you. Please explain.
Well,
So
I mean, I can explain it even easier than what Dom is, because Dom's very wordy. The thing is that you can do is you can network. As soon as you start networking, you can bypass the algorithm because you use other people's subscriptions to be able to get to you. It's very, very easy to be able to say, for instance, what Dom just did a couple of days ago. If you have somebody on that's 300,000 subscribers, you're probably going to get a bit of a boost from having him on the channel. That's all to do with networking.
As not to talk not to be horrendously cynical about this, but I mean, if you want to talk about what networking looks like in terms of subscribers, having Sargon of Akkad on the channel got me, as far as I can tell, about 300 subscribers as of right now, which is a little bit more than 10% of my channel. However, I started about 3 years ago. So right in the middle, about 3.5 years ago now, but right in the middle of the algorithm becoming progressively more punishing. To give you an idea, I applied for monetization when I started my channel. And right as I applied, they put the 1,000 subscriber minimum. So they approved me for monetization and then immediately demonetized me because they're dicks. However,
I can attest to this.
I think CSG, we know each other almost 2 years now. Like, it's been a while. And when we met, I was a 200 subscriber channel, maybe 3, like going
about
big. I would have been
350, 360, something along that lines.
Okay, so and look, for those that have not, are not very familiar with me, we spent a long time there. We spent like a year in the sub 500 category. And so, there was a lot. The algorithm did not help me to begin with. And in the world of how much was the algorithm punishing you, when I was a 20 subscriber channel, I had my friends calling me and being like, "Hey, Don, I'm already getting unsubscribed from your channel. What the fuck?"
Yeah.
So the algorithm's been punishing me basically since day one. We were maybe 2 weeks into the channel when somebody I know personally that I walked up to and said, "I have a YouTube channel. Go subscribe to it here," gave me a call and said, "Hey, YouTube unsubscribe me from your channel." So, and I mean, it's not going to get much worse than that, no matter how you slice it. It's not going to get much worse, no matter what you're dealing with, unless they just are banning everybody. But by that point, I won't have a YouTube channel, so I certainly won't be more successful than you, right? Because I'll be banned just like you are. And so, I mean, look, I've been dealing with the punishment of this from the beginning. I fought monetization for a while. You know what my end result of that was? I demonetized my channel. Not YouTube, me. Because it for a lot of reasons. If I leave the channel monetized, they suppress more of my videos, and they have since the day that I got monetized. Now they suppress substantially less than that, and that was a decision on my behalf. It wasn't luck. I took a look at what was going on, and I said, "Hey, this is the problem, and how to get around it." No luck involved.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing that point. My point was kind of on a broader scale. All right, he's someone who starts now is going to have to do things differently, all right, than what you did in order to gain the same amount of opportunity.
What are they going to be doing differently, right? Because, by the way, to this day, and don't get me wrong, over the past few weeks, I've had a few people go, "Hey, Don, you're finally in recommended." But one of my subs is in chat right now talking about they've been unsubscribed from my channel multiple times. Literally, a person who has been there since I had less than 50 subscribers.
Yeah.
But on that subject, though, on the subject of what they're going to have to do differently, I don't get recommended. My videos get downranked. The things that I say make the YouTube algorithm very angry with me. And guess what? The things that made the channel grow are I came out with a very dedicated message of things that I wanted to do, and then I started selling it to people. That is not some miscellaneous opportunity. That is a thing that every single person selling an idea through all of time has had to do.
But not everyone's had to deal with the algorithm.
No, because
I have.
Well, even very simply, not everybody is Don. Not everybody is pushing the same ideas as Don. The thing is, you can't say to a person that's producing a makeup channel that is going to have the same problems of what Don's going to have.
That's
but
a
the
fact.
problem is,
I agree.
But the thing is with Dom is that he can go to people like Sargon, people like the Britisher, people like AA, and go, look, I need a little bit of help. Can I come onto your channel? Can I do this? Or just basic networking where you just go, I've got something to say. Do you want to come on my channel?
I'm not saying you can't be successful and you can't do networking, and network's not important. That's something I'm trying to point out. Because you're asking about what is luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so where is the luck portion, though, right? Because I keep asking this, and there's just no answer.
Take it outside of YouTube for a minute.
Okay.
Let's take it to another portion of what we're doing, which is, if you look at it from this perspective, YouTube is an entertainment sphere, correct?
Pretty much.
Sure.
Okay. We exist with the exception of the areas that you could say were quote unquote done for educational purposes. For the most part, YouTube is an educational sphere. All right. If you sit up there and take a look at the recording artists, right, specifically music, a musician today does not have the same opportunities, all right, that the musicians back in the 1960s had, or the music, or the opportunities of the people who had it in the 1800s.
No,
right?
because they have more opportunity to network.
Well,
As in to produce their own videos, produce their own music, and put it onto a platform that millions of people can see.
But the way people got big back in the 70s is not going to, if you attempt to follow that scenario, is not going to happen today, because music is.
Why not?
Because the environment has changed.
What difference are we? What actual difference? Not some platitude, not some empty statement. What actual difference are we talking about here?
The actual difference in this case happens to be where lines of control are. Right.
I disagree. The difference is media. The difference is the medium.
So are you arguing? Hold on a second, because I really do. I mean, these are genuine questions. I really do want to understand. Are you arguing either that there is substantially less control now, to the best of as far as I can tell, and so are you arguing that the Recording Industry Association of America didn't exist in the 70s and does now, and that they are gatekeeping or just record labels or however you want?
The opposite.
So they did exist then and they don't exist now?
They're having less of an existence today because they don't have the control that they had back in the 70s.
Well, hold on, because
you'll have to say that you missed it.
What's his name? Bieber, right? Was doing okay-ish on YouTube, and then a record label picked him up, and bam. Eminem, same general premise. He was doing okay in some small area, and a record label picked him up, and bam. Counter examples to that would be things like Zuby, but presumably they're still minting stars out of nothing, right? They're still doing that. You could still follow the 70s.
They're not getting the revenue that Eminem had when he became big, all right? Because they can't control the gate. The gate is as effectively now.
Okay, wait one second. Why are we now moving on to the point of revenue and what revenue just?
I'm talking about luck.
No, we're not. You're talking about revenue and the fact that people are now getting different revenue. We're talking about the fact that people are actually getting discovered and found out. The revenue that they come and get because of it has nothing to do with the fact of them being discovered.
Right.
All right, but luck is what I'm referring to is the total idea of luck. Okay.
Right. And we're trying to find out what that actually means. And every time we push you on it, it just evaporates.
No, because what you're saying, luck, like I said, luck is something that happens that's out of your control. Now that you are able to take the opportunity from. I'm not saying that it's the defining characteristics of how you get where you're at, or defining where you are. What I'm trying to point out is that there are things outside of your control that affect you. All right.
Okay.
And at different times, that can be a benefit to some and a detriment to others, and that is what we call luck.
And again, where is the luck where just random person who did literally no work shows up and becomes super famous?
Well, if you want to talk about where that takes place, and you can just go to Hollywood, all right, back in the 1960s, 70s, and that's where you see it.
No, because most of them actually either knew somebody or actually did auditions. So that has nothing to do with luck. That has to do with nepotism and actually working hard.
Well, nepotism does.
Where a guy walked into a freaking waitress and said, "There's the waitress that she'll be perfect for my movie," and she became a star.
And so, is the argument that presumably, and by the way, who are we talking about here? Because when we get to abstract people do all kinds of abstract things. And basically every time I look, a person is given, what you find is that they're not an abstract person and they were actually doing something. That waitress had been talking to that movie producer for years, trying to get into movies or something like that.
Or did something else.
Well, let's say something unlucky for something to happen, or luck or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. What was that boy that was in Target who suddenly became known, at least for a short time, because one girl took a picture of him saying that he looked cute, this boy from Target, and that photo blew up all over the place. That was out of the guy's control.
Okay.
Not particularly out of the guy's control, because at the end of the day, he was the one who's trying to pose for a picture.
No, he wasn't posing for a picture. It was taken without his consent or anything.
Pretty clearly, we have no idea what you're talking about, which tells us how successful this guy is now.
No, I'm talking about by chance that was something that happened to him.
Okay,
well, let me just take this as the hypothetical as it is then. If the point is that he didn't pose for the picture, but the woman took the picture of him, then it would be a case of the woman post a picture of him and people looked at him and liked him for who he was or what the pose was or whatever, and it was able to be interjected with a group of people that was able to be promoted and trending. There is no luck involved in that. There's just a way that things have happened to be able to produce it forward. Otherwise, show me where the luck is.
Hold on a second. Let's give some credence to this luck for just a moment here. And
I don't want to.
Let's say for a moment that this precisely describes luck, and even the aggregate situation, as it were, is a perfect demonstration of luck. It is also a perfect demonstration of how luck doesn't matter if that's what luck is. Because this guy, whoever he is, had his picture taken and he was super duper hot, and then he started trending across the internet, and then literally nothing happened, right? He's not PewDiePie. He's not Philip DeFranco. He's not even Sargon. He's not even me, right?
Or is he Macaulay Culkin?
That's funny. I don't think so. Because, again, I know who Macaulay Culkin is. I have no idea what the hell we're talking about here.
Okay,
and this is the thing. If luck has something to do with it, and this is a demonstration of luck, then what luck has something to do with is nothing. Right. Okay. You trended across the internet for a minute. That kid that crapped his pants and did the win thing. Right. So, I mean, look, that kid didn't get rich. His dad got cancer years later, and he republished the meme and said, "Hey, my dad needs help." That wasn't luck. Right? He knew he had something to work with, and he worked on it. He didn't suddenly become rich or famous or popular or anything like that. Yeah, we all still post the meme. No, clearly that infant didn't have anything to do with the freaking wind fist, other than his parents posted it to the internet, and we all turned it into a meme. it didn't actually produce anything. And so this idea where suddenly somebody's going to take a picture of you or whatever, and then you're, I don't know, look at George Zimmerman. That's what happens to these people, right? You know, he is one of the most hated people on the planet now, regardless of whether or not he, murdered Trayvon or not. The simple reality is he has no capability to capitalize on it because of his own crappy life decisions.
I'm not saying that a person doesn't have a capability or that doesn't exist. What I'm trying to point out is that it exists. Right? There are plenty of people that like for example, Trayvon Martin that never or Zimmerman rather, all right, who go through something very similar, all right, and their names are never known. All right.
Okay.
Could Zimmerman have capitalized on it in a positive manner? Not because he wasn't, all right, but could he have?
No,
Could
All right,
Zimmerman? No.
If he had made other decisions, all right.
I am not sure he is capable of other decisions.
well, even if it was a case of Zimmerman actually making actual decisions that could have helped him before this actually happened, because of the way that it was painted, there is no way that he could have actually ever made any sort of capital out of this whatsoever because of how it happened.
He had a lot of other decisions he could have capitalized on. I think that's
well. In promotion of MC's point here, I submit Nick Sandman, right? Who, again, this is somebody else who took a video of him, and then the decisions got put in his lap, right? He had the choice to do things or not. He could have just gone about his life, but no, and presumably his parents were involved because that's how lawsuits work. But again, right, decisions were made. Him speaking at the RNC was not luck. Very serious decisions went into something that happened in his general presence. If luck is that things happen in your general presence and then you decide what to do with them, then luck sounds a lot like good judgment and hard work, right? Because everybody, everywhere, has things happen in their presence. But what they don't have is good judgment and hard work.
They don't have necessarily the judgment to take advantage of it. I would agree, but that's my point. Is if something falls in your lap that's out of your control, that's what I consider luck. I don't think it plays a major role in anybody's life. I've never said that. Right?
Well, then what is then? Why is it we're talking about, right? Like, so athlete's foot exists. Is it playing a major role in my life? By the way, I have some right now. So,
does everybody get athlete's foot though?
Yeah, lots of people.
Lots of people, but not everybody.
And
not everybody gets jiggered either.
Is it some quantity of luck that or bad luck, as it were, that I get athlete's foot?
Yes.
Is it a quantity?
No. Me getting athlete's foot is entirely a product of my own decisions.
Yeah, pretty much.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, yeah,
I never
well,
in my life
generally is.
I never in my life got athlete's foot until I joined the Marine Corps. Ever. Not once. All right.
How old were you when you joined the Marine Corps?
24.
Okay. So you joined kind of late.
Yes, I did. I was the mean old man of the Marine Corps for the whole time I was there.
Can I try and add a point to what you guys are talking about? Say, for instance, you would say if I was shit at basketball, which generally I am, and I tried to make a shot and I scored a 3-pointer, if I did that once, would that be luck? Or would that be just, I got it in because I practiced, even though I haven't?
It would be luck if you did it at a half-court show during the NBA and they gave you $1 million for it.
Why would that be luck?
Why wouldn't that be luck? Engaged in some quantity of deciding to be in that contest, right?
Well, no, it's a ticket. You ticket number so and so come up, and you get a free shot at trying to do it.
Okay, so I don't watch basketball, so I'm just using
this as an example. I don't know. I do know that they have halftime shows where people throw something
sure.
at basket, but that's all I know.
Okay, so again. One, did you decide after they called your seat number to get up and go? 2, did you decide to buy the ticket? 3, did you decide to actually make some effort out of this? Or did you just pick up the ball and drop it? There are a lot of decisions that are just being ignored for this to be luck.
There are a lot of decisions, but whether or not your ticket gets called, which is the opportunity there.
Right? No, that's probability. That's not luck. That's probability.
It's probability. Right. When you're able, okay, let's define luck this way. when even though you have less of a probability than somebody else of getting something, of getting an opportunity, all right, you get it. That's luck.
Does that mean that the universe was lucky to be created in whatever way that you believe it was? Or was it actually created due to the fact of probability in whatever way you believe it was?
Okay. But see, I don't believe in probability. See, that's another
You
issue.
don't believe in probability.
No, I know it exists from the way we define it.
I'm gonna need some extrapolation on this point.
Okay.
You don't believe in statistical probability.
I don't believe it. I believe that it's at some point, if you go back far enough within the physical universe, all right, you can track all that and what will happen.
So everything that happens is certain.
From a 100% all-knowing perspective, yes.
Okay, I understand where you're going from. Fair enough. Right, let's just move on. Because then we're going to go into the argument of God, and I can't be asked to go into the argument of God for probability and certainty.
I wasn't headed there, but that's okay.
I don't think there's any way around it, the direction we were going.
Probably.
Knowing what I was going to ask next, I don't think there's a way around it. So apparently we are unpopular and boring. So is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You are disgusting heathens, and I will never talk to you again except for Rational Outlaw.
The furry beats you out.
So what is a hot dog?
What is a hot dog? Lips and assholes.
Okay, so
If we're gonna be serious, then that doesn't actually define anything whatsoever. If we're gonna go back to the luck argument, then that doesn't define anything. I'm gonna need you to substantiate that.
the pineapple on a pizza.
Oh no, God no!
Oh no, Jesus Christ! Be deported. Be deported from Earth if you put pineapple on pizza.
You will be shot on sight if you do.
I have a point as chat will actually probably like this one more. If you actually have a good question, may get to it.
So, you probably don't know this, but you went, I have a good point.
Well, in that case, then I have a good point. But yeah, if a chat actually has any good questions, then leave it actually in the chat, and we'll decide if we can be bothered to answer it or not. You know, because we're not having a good conversation apparently. So lead us, chat, lead us.
Oh man,
This
yes.
conversation is like a
let's
Marx to me.
let's discuss things democratically. Nothing can go wrong.
I don't feel that I want to be on this stream anymore, and it's my stream.
Well, let me ask you a question, though, Don. Since you brought up democracy, do you believe in straight democracy, or do you think that straight democracies are doomed to fail?
Direct democracy is a disaster waiting to happen at best.
Can I throw a caveat? Can I throw a caveat into this, because I know Don's position on democracy? If they were landowners and technocrats in a version, would you believe in direct democracy for just them?
It's still not direct democracy. Go find a republic and do that. So the point of republics is to alleviate a lot of the we can directly vote for things problems, and that is why they work substantially better than democracies, direct democracies, regardless of who is voting.
Sure.
So
Okay,
representative republic. Go ahead. Sorry.
Pedro seems to have a question.
Yeah, I was going to say Pedro's made an absolute blinder of a question, especially for you US people out there. Is it a good idea to replace city police chiefs with elected sheriffs? I'll leave you guys to answer that one first.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the data.
I would say yes.
What data you're looking for, curiously?
I would have to look at. I guess I'd have to look at the exactly. I had to look at it more, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, what kind of question is hanging behind? I would have to look it up, right? Like, so what would you even be looking for?
I guess I would probably be looking at the crime statistics compared between places that have sheriffs and places that have.
Well, everywhere has sheriffs.
I mean, elected sheriffs rather than a chief of police that's not elected.
Everywhere has elected sheriffs. If you have city municipal police, the county that you're in has a sheriff.
Possibly, not always.
They're called different things, but they're all just sheriffs. We colloquially call things sheriffs. Some of them are called marshals. Some of them are called something else that I don't remember what it is. But they all do the job that you think of when you think sheriff.
Yeah. I mean, from a UK perspective, for myself, I would actually say that I would prefer to have, even in my own country, I'd prefer to have elected sheriffs for chief of police in different regions or different states or whatever. Simply because if you don't like the fucker that's doing the job, you can vote them out. Where chief of police, you generally can't.
Well, I think that one of the things that when you start talking about a metroplex, right, or some kind of metro, one of the problems that we do run into is the fact that they cover too much territory. They cover too many people. Right? If you take a look at like LA, the LA Police Department, the LA Police Department covers far too many people from an elected perspective. If you had smaller, because if you had smaller dynamics within the community, you would have more community involvement with policing.
Where does the elected portion come into this? Because I mean, you just tacked it in there, but there's no argument about that. What would the difference be if you got rid of the LAPD, the local municipal police department, and then just folded all of LAPD into LA County Sheriff?
Well, I don't think you can do that. All right.
What would the difference be?
My point was you'd have to sit up there and shrink the representation down. You couldn't have because if it's too broad, which is what you have right now, is you have less community involvement, and community involvement is necessary for the better policing.
Okay, so let's presume that is a legitimate problem, and that we should address it straight out of hand. How does the LAPD not have that problem currently?
It does have that problem currently.
Okay, so
can I ask an even better question that's more Can I ask a better question that's even more pertinent to the actual topic? How would doing what you've just done mean anything to electing a sheriff or to a point of a city police chief?
The idea of a sheriff is the same thing like a town marshal. Okay. The question is how big a unit are you going to? How big?
No. The question is specifically: should you be able to democratically vote in your police chief as a sheriff, or should you have them appointed by the state? That's generally the question, not the size of the police force.
If that's the question, then I still default to it'd be better off if you were electing.
Fair enough.
But I think if you're trying to fix a lot of the problems that you're seeing, right, within these larger metropolitan areas, right, the best way to do that would be to take it and devolve the local townships down to a smaller chunk of people.
Well, the correct answer there in either case, right? And LA is a rather specific example because of what it is. But the correct answer there in either case that would be available to one agency controlling the area, and this is why LA is a specific case, because LA City is effectively LA County. So LAPD, the city municipal police, would have the same jurisdiction as the LA County Sheriff. So the answer would presumably be do something like, if you were going to have one person over that many people, that much territory, etc., break it down into separate little departments within, right, which is what they're already doing, so that, you know, there's 25 cops that patrol, I don't know, 5 square blocks or whatever their numbers are. Do not quote me on that. I'm just making these up.
Right, but that jurisdiction would have to be elected by the people in that small jurisdiction in order to make it effective.
Well, so again, are you just arguing that lower level positions should be elected? Is that like
No, I'm saying that if you have an elected position, if it gets too large, right, it becomes unwieldy, right? So you've got to keep things down to a manageable size.
Are you trying to say that things that have more responsibility should be at a more smaller local level rather than a larger mass?
Right. Local control needs to be increased. Well, how are you going to increase local control? You have to sit up there and utilize the populace, right? And the
Well-
populace can't be representative. For example, why
So
do we
you're talking
select
about devolution of area, then, aren't you? As in, the local areas and populace will determine what their local area and populace should and shouldn't be able to vote on and be able to
Correct.
put into place.
Well, so look, presumably the city council would be the answer to that, then, right? Because I mean, or a duplication of what you're talking about. Because regardless of whether or not they're divided up correctly, they're going to be divided up smaller
Yeah.
for certain than any other covering the entire area kind of body. And so presumably the city council would be putting some sort of pressure on police chiefs that rightly you could criticize that they could not put on a sheriff. But if that were the case, then wouldn't we see police chiefs doing other things if this was a functional response?
how so?
Well, because
The problem-
the city
the problem
council.
The problem has been consolidation. All right.
So this is what I'm getting at, is it really hasn't, right? The city council is a reflection of the thing that you're talking about, and city councils are not doing what you're suggesting that they would be doing.
City councils also, their representation is the same thing in a different form. Meaning, a city councilman, for example, in let's say Omaha, Nebraska, all right, is not going to represent as many people as a city councilman in LA.
So
But hang on, just one.
Well,
Just
how-
wait, stop. Calm. So what you're saying is because the city councillor has more people within its region, that they're not distributing the right amount of what, law or order or representation.
Representation is the problem. All right,
Well,
because people are feel less represented. All right, the more people that are involved in some kind of an election. All right,
All I heard was feel. I'm sorry. All I heard was feel.
all right, the more people that you're representing, all right, the less the person feels represented. The more people that, for example, if you have a congressman, all right, from Montana, all right, the people in Montana have who are electing that congressman, even though it's representative, that congressman is representing fewer people than somebody from a heavy district like New York or LA. All right,
Okay,
and so the
okay.
people feel disenfranchised.
I see what you're saying.
Hold on
I
a
see
minute.
what you're saying.
Hold on a minute. I've let you cut me a couple of times, and I'm normally not that generous with people, even on their own channels, clearly. So, what is the practical outcome of this that you're looking for? Every city block in Los Angeles would have its own police department, would have its own city, its own councilman. I mean.
But even by his logic, though, Dom, even by his logic, even if you have, say, city squares or city areas, as you just said, blocks that are in New York that had a specific block numberage of how many people were by square foot, if it was in Montana, it still wouldn't be the correct representation because of the representation of the people in a square block.
No, because the number of people in a square block are going to be roughly equivalent. The number of people in a square block in Los Angeles are going to be roughly equivalent to what your city councilman is representing in Montana. And
yeah, but the
so,
size wouldn't be then.
Well, no, but you're talking about area, and he's talking about people. And so, I mean, what's the practical output of this? Is that Los Angeles has 40,000 city councilmen, 40,000 police departments.
Obviously, that if you look at and try and keep it as Los Angeles, then the answer is yes. But what you have to do then is you have to break these things down into smaller city units.
Why would you have to do that?
Because it comes down to representation once again. All right, if you're going to have effective city engagement, if you're going to have local engagement, right, you'll have more local engagement. Right, the closer you are to your representative. Right, the further you get away from the representative, the further you get away from the policing representative. All right, for whatever reason. All right, the less people become engaged.
So again, I get you. I'm a giant small government guy, and have heard, and made very similar arguments about, the closer that the governance is to the people, the better off it works for whoever it is. But you could not do this in reality. right? There's just no possible way.
There's limits to it. There are obviously practical limits to how you can break this apart. Okay, I'm not gonna,
Well, and those limits are going to. I mean, there's just no way around them, right? There's a reason that LA is one city, and it is because it functions like LA. And, you know, love it or loathe it, that's how it is.
that is how it is, but that's not saying you can't change it.
Well,
So you can't use that dynamic. Right?
Again, so I think a little bit of your problem here is that you don't know as much about Los Angeles as I do. The Los Angeles urban sprawl spreads far beyond the county borders of Los Angeles, very far. And so presumably, if you were looking for something to demonstrate your point here, you would look at one of the neighboring counties' urban sprawl of Los Angeles towns, and it's not any better, right? You know, the situation is still garbage. LA is just the center of it, and it's what we talk about. Also, it turns out Hollywood's there, so they talk about themselves because they're a bunch of narcissistic douchebags, so they're what we hear about. But that doesn't change that the situation is not any better 5 minutes outside of LA County than it is in LA County.
Okay, but that's not my point.
Well, so that is your point, right?
No,
so once you cross the county line, you are no longer subject to the mayor. You're no longer subject to LAPD. You're no longer subject to LA City Council. You're no longer subject to LA Sheriff. So there is a smaller constituency there per the number of smaller number of constituents per representative. And so presumably you would have better outcomes there, and you don't.
Well, yeah, but you're ignoring the reality of that situation where they default a lot of that stuff, even though they're out of the county, they have deferred, all right, a lot of that back to the metroplex of LA.
So they literally can't do that. Right. I mean, they can duplicate what LA does, but if that is what they're doing, then presumably no matter how much you slice up LA, that's what they're going to be doing.
Well, okay, you can do it that way because it's just like a school district, right? You take a town, and as it grows, a school district starts to grow as well.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, though, the school district got all this power over a broader swath, all right? And the people that the school district is serving, each individual feels that much more disenfranchised.
Okay.
Because they've allowed the school district.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with the neighboring school district? Because that's what I just brought up to you, is the neighboring school district. And you're trying to pawn this off somehow.
What it has to do with is that neighboring school district oftentimes gets incorporated in the overarching school district because they save money that way.
So that is literally not happening in the example that I gave you. It would be unlawful for that to happen.
Why would it be unlawful? Because it does happen in LA. Now, the sheriff's department
does not happen in the neighboring counties to LA County that LA County subsidizes them. That doesn't happen. The state subsidizes them. The neighboring counties and city of the county of Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles cannot go hand things over to the neighboring counties, right? That doesn't happen. There are a whole bunch of rules and financial budgetary things. The state of California, Sacramento, wants control over this. If you did that, Newsom would be going after them like a ton of bricks. Happened sometime back in the 80s where I think Turlock tried to get some money from a neighboring city, and the state said, look, if you even try that, we will come down there and arrest you because it is breaking all of these rules. What you're saying is not happening. It is not even legal, and the state is not about to relinquish control of that transaction down to the cities. It's not a thing.
You think so? Okay. You're going to tell me if you sit up there and take a look at the LAPD, all right, that they don't travel through.
Before you go any further, MC, you do realize he used to live in California and he knows California law very well.
The back of my hand.
I understand that, but the city and corporations, when cities have given up their incorporation and allow other cities to sit up there and take over those things, I'm watching it here happen in Arizona. As a matter of fact,
is Arizona California?
No, Arizona is not California.
Okay, then it's not happening in California.
Because
we've been talking about Los Angeles, which, as it turns out, is in California.
But it's a consequence of how LA got to where it is.
But it's not the same as LA. What? Even I can tell you that it's not the same as LA.
What way? What does that even mean? What is a consequence of how LA? How what are you
when LA was growing and expanding, a lot of these smaller little towns got incorporated into it and then became part of the metro of LA.
Okay, what would that have to do with a town that is not in Los Angeles County, that is not within the city of Los Angeles, and rightly described, it does not become part of it. You, a citizen, may very well not notice a difference between Los Angeles and Pasadena. And I wouldn't blame you in the slightest. They look exactly the same. Legally speaking, they are two very different entities, and one does not defer to the other.
Mm-hmm.
For that may be true, all right, today. Okay, but as LA was growing, that wasn't true.
No, that's been true in California for years. Look, LA has expanded to what it is now because this is a tautology within my lifetime. But the simple reality is that when I was a kid, some of these neighboring areas were their own city, were very clearly defined. It was a 20 or 30-minute drive from the edge of Los Angeles to them. They're still a city in a neighboring county. They still hold no jurisdictional loyalty to Los Angeles. Los Angeles has nothing to do with it. They have their own representatives that do whatever they want in their own municipalities or counties or whatever it is, right? Wherever you're talking about, Los Angeles has no control over them. And if they are duplicating the policies of Los Angeles, it would be at a smaller scale with less constituents, because these are suburban areas as opposed to city density. And so if you are correct, and truth be told, I don't know the law that well, but if you are correct that they are duplicating what Los Angeles is doing, then the implication of this is Los Angeles having no sovereignty over them is culturally influencing, by way of a major area, this kind of nonsense, right? Or the political culture, call it whatever you want, is popular in that area, and it is being done regardless of how much it's divided down, regardless of how close they are to the people, which is where I started.
Yeah,
we're talking about the difference between what it was like when you were a town with a town marshal and a population of about 10,000 versus what you've got today.
No.
May I suggest that we just move on? Because as much as I'm really interested in the real inconsistencies of California law and all of that, I'm more interested if you think women should vote.
No.
Yeah, but you don't think most men should vote either.
Correct.
Well,
for me, I don't care about what sex people are to vote. I want there to be most people not voting.
Oh dear, you're similar to... Okay, right. Well, I'll get to you and Dom in a very quick second. Well, MC, go ahead.
I'm not far behind them, I don't think, because I do believe that if you do not have some kind of stake in society, a proven stake in society, your vote should be limited. You shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Okay,
well, there it is.
Yeah, no, you're all very, 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 very similar. In that case, then, where's your point? I know where Dom's is, so Dom doesn't have to necessarily answer this, and I'm sure most of the people in his chat that are here would know it anyway. Where are your two's position of what do you need to have as a stake in society to be able to vote? Rational or and MC.
You had to have given something to society, i.e., you had to had served in the military, right? Or, all right, you have to own property.
Right, Rational Outlaw, you?
I'm not so much for you have to have a stake in something, but more so like, what are like. Here's what I want is more so like, how should I say this? Testing more people's knowledge of things, testing people what they actually know. Like if someone's like, let's say, a flat earther, you're probably not going to want them voting on stuff having to do.
So you're saying that you
science.
Think that they should have an IQ test, basically?
Not an IQ test, no.
But that's what it sounds like.
Can I? Because I love the testing to vote thing, and behold the engagement of Dawn's autism. Get ready.
Oh fuck!
So, who's going to write the test?
That's what I'm saying. I'd have to think about it a bit more onto it, but
Okay.
I'm worried about who writes the test. Who's going to grade it is who I'd worry about.
Well, that is the next question, right? So, this idea that you should have to take a test to vote is the short road to communism.
Yeah.
It is 100%, because let me explain this as clearly as I can. Every institution in the world gets subverted by leftists at some point. All of them. Take a look at it. So if you create an institution that tests who can vote, leftists will infiltrate it. They will change that test to something that looks like if you're not a communist, you can't vote. And then in one generation, you will have full-blown communism.
Oh no, it'll happen overnight. I don't even think you have to wait a generation.
Oh, no. That's a bookend limit, right?
That's the outer limit. Okay, I understand.
Exactly.
See, I mean, I disagree with probably all three of you, but I do actually understand Dom's and MC's point where you have to have a stake in society, as in being a landowner. I kind of disagree with the military aspect, but I can understand why MC would put that forward. Your pathway to citizenship, Starship Troopers and so on and so forth.
Service guarantees citizenship.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. But I can understand your points of view. The one thing that I don't really understand, I probably never will do.
Man, your connection going out happens at the best times in the freaking world.
Where did I get to?
The one thing.
All right.
Yeah, and you were frozen with your hand sitting there.
The one thing that I do completely not disagree with is the idea of an IQ test. Quite rightly, as Don and MC have both submitted, which is the case of it can be subversed, it can be changed. Who's actually deciding who's writing a test? How is it graded? Why is it graded? So on and so forth. All the questions under the sun, and then you have people that can change it at any point in time. Whoever gets into power. I mean, me personally, I'm more of a, if you're a citizen, you should be able to vote. But then again, the question then comes, which I can see Dom actually writing up in his own head. What do you determine as a citizen, and how did they get to that?
No. So I'll just hit you with voting realities, right? So a lot of the reason that we have used the center against the ends is because we have universal suffrage. Lacking universal suffrage, this is not a viable method of doing anything, because as it turns out, almost any restriction on suffrage, what you get is a lack of a middle, right? There are no ends, there's no middle. Everyone is compressed into some sort of band, and that band, whether or not they make good decisions, whether or not they're doing, whatever it is by whatever metric, they cannot be used to fight against themselves very well, right? Because the flip side of this in the American context that nobody wants to talk about is that landowners really couldn't vote for taxes on everybody, right? That's not really how it worked. If you were taxing people, you were taxing landowners. That's who you were going after. So if landowners elect a representative and then that representative's like, so what we're going to do is tax landowners at 97%, landowners go, you can vote with who now? What?
No, I mean, I completely get it. I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate. These are not my positions. So, chat, please don't spurg at me. These are not my positions. Last time.
Spurg at him.
Not my positions. Not my positions. So, what you're saying is, notice that inverted air quotes. So, what you're saying is that what you want to do is you want to tip the table in a position where the idea of communism and Marxism, as in we should look after society, is not taken to the people that are actually in a position that would require it, so to speak, as in handouts, but landowners that would be more sympathetic to your point of views, as in capitalistic ideology.
If you're what you're trying to avoid, right, is the ability to vote yourselves treasury from somebody else.
The word that you're looking for to sum that up is predation.
Right. So how do you limit that? Well, as long as you're a stakeholder, okay, then predation looks like if everyone's predating on each other, that becomes an issue, right? So they're never going to get to that point. But if you've got a group that doesn't have a stake in things, and yet at the same time have access to devour it, all right, what you've created is a parasitic type of environment where the parasites will eat and then eventually destroy the organism.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally what's happening.
So, in essence, correct me if I'm wrong, yes.
I mean, look, if you're a commie, then sure. And look,
I'm just saying from their ideology. I'm just saying from their ideology.
In the world of what is Don's view on what we should do to limit communism, I don't think the franchise is the correct answer. I am all for a constitutional amendment that says commies should be deported to the sun.
I mean, if you want to be overt about it, that's fair enough. I mean, I prefer subversion, where you just put them into the mines and say that they're gulags. They should like that.
Well, in the world of my preference, I have no interest in, look, commies can be landowners. That's fine. I'll mock them mercilessly for it. They can try and vote for communism. And as it turns out, the rest of landowners will be like, meh, no. But hey, look, if they want to go buy property so they can go vote for communism, go ahead. That's up to them. They can do that. But in the world of, if Don is going to do something to limit communism, it is create the world's largest clown cannon and point it at the sun every day at noon. And load communists into it and then sell tickets. All right.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't use them as a workforce in the mines. I mean, there's probably a much better way of handling that.
Well, because commies don't work.
They wouldn't have a choice under my system.
I mean, to try and get the stream, I suppose,
we would have a subway system from Boston to LA in about 2 years, okay? And it would be dug, all right, hand by hand, brick by brick, because there's a whole lot of them. In fact, there's a bunch of them right now roaming around Kenosha, all right, and another vast 100 or 2 or 3,000 roaming around Portland and Seattle right now. We've got a ready-made workforce to start digging tunnels, folks.
I'm sold.
See? And you know what's best is when they riot and they say, we're not going to work, you turn the air off, and then you send in the next batch.
So what we really need to get them building first, though, is a clown cannon that can shoot them to the sun. Because,
you need the weapons to make sure that you can enforce, what you're doing.
Exactly. See?
Oh, you give them a choice. Pro-choice. I understand now, Don.
Oh,
I mean, that's one way to put it. Horribly.
I've spoken to Don about this beforehand. I think I may have touched on this with MC before. I know that immigration is going to be completely different from US standard to UK standard, and I do get that. Try and translate between the two if I can or if we can. But overall, on a serious note, without memeing and anything else like that, what would be positions on immigration? I do understand what Dom's position is, which is interesting. But Rational Outlaw and MC, if you want to go first.
I'll let you go, Rational. Go ahead.
Well, what I am is, for starters, I don't care about anyone's skin color, race, religion, whatever it be. My whole thing is, what are their values? That's my main thing. So let's just say we're going to have immigration, it has to be based on values.
Okay, but you realize that you don't have to have immigration in this hypothetical
Yes, I know. I'm just saying. But another thing is, I think we should have immigration to some extent. However, I don't think there should be some limits to how much immigration is coming over, so that way there's time for immigrant groups to more assimilate to the culture.
Okay. MC, if you want to go ahead.
My view right now is we need to freeze all immigration in the United States right now. Right? For the next 40 years, it should be frozen where no immigration is allowed. And then you slowly open it up because you need to test subjects for the cannon that Don had. And go from there, okay? But no, I don't. It's not that I want to keep out all immigrants. It's that right now the United States has always functioned on you have to assimilate the culture, all right? The one the one basis that you can't have is having another culture and then coming in there to subsume the American culture, like what's been happening lately. So you have to limit immigration, all right, in a controlled manner. You have to control the borders, because if you can't control the borders, you don't have a nation. That's the reality of the world. Okay, so the first thing I would do, like I said, for 40 years, I would end all immigration in the United States. There would be zero.
Okay, well, I don't need to argue any of those points. Go ahead, Don.
So I'm curious, why the 40-year line?
Because you get a generation and a half. All right, the second generation, all right, is now having kids, and they're now part of the whole thing.
So you've got 2 generations at least seeded before you return to having immigrants. So my opinion is probably ridiculously angering, but just based on history. It really doesn't matter how many immigrants you have. It really doesn't matter where they come from. It matters that you enforce the law religiously. There are a whole lot. New York in specific, New York City, has multiple lifetimes of lessons here. One, you don't permit illegal immigration for obvious reasons, but by all means, lower the barrier to entry as much as you want. That said, if you kill people, you're out. If you rape people, you're out. If you get a DUI, you're out. There is no bending. Right. And once you're out, you're never allowed back in. It turns out that when you do this sort of thing, that people acculturate within 3 generations, basically always. And it is only once you start carving out special privileges for immigrants that you have a problem of any variety. Lots and lots of Muslims have immigrated to the United States over time. Dearborn only became Dearborn relatively recently. In the world of immigration in the life of the United States. Fifth Avenue in New York, long before any of us were born, was known as the Bloody Fifth. Why? Because a lot of Irish immigrated and they got drunk and stabbed people there. It turns out that the Irish aren't doing that bad anymore, because what they did at the time is they just arrested those people, beat the hell out of them, and hung half of them. And guess what? Either because everybody else got the message or because they got rid of all the violent douchebags, the Irish acculturated just fine. And it's just the way that it is. No one will do that. I get everybody wanting to freeze immigration. I get everybody wanting, the various rules about how you get there. But it turns out that if your culture isn't willing to enforce your values, it doesn't matter what values you import. It really doesn't. And if your culture is willing to enforce your values, it still doesn't matter what values you import, because you kind of weed them out and you do it very quickly.
He's not wrong.
No,
if you're not going to obey, if you're not going to have a law that you're going to enforce, it doesn't matter if I say immigration should be frozen. If you're not freezing immigration, if you're not controlling.
No, I can. I used to have this argumentation with Don, where I used to be on the point of finding myself agreeing with him, but then going on to a tirade of actually going, well, no, I don't agree with you because of this reason. I actually almost completely not really agree with Don. The only thing is, I would throw in a caveat of saying that there does need to be a form of a counting system and maybe a limitation overall as a high number, so you could do census for finding out what's going on. But the reason why I would differ to Dom on that one is because Dom likes a minarchist government and I'm of a slightly more governmental centre.
That's not even why, right? So everybody, when I say things like, lower the bar as much as you want or whatever it is, everybody's, oh, that means the whole world's going to immigrate here. Well, no. Reality is going to get in the way of that, right? And so there is the barrier to entry to immigrating across the world is big, right? And specifically from all the people that we're all presumably worried about here. Don't get me wrong. I would rather see immigration discussions the way that we had them at the founding of this country, which is to say that, lower the bar as much as you want. But the reality of immigration discussions at the founding of the United States was they were things like, what's the crime rate in that country? Because if the crime rate is, some ridiculous number, 90,000 per 100,000, no. the border shut to you. Deal with it. The chance of taking people from your country is simply too high that they will be violent and ridiculous, and we're not going to subject our citizenry to that. But that is a discussion that we are by far not adult enough to have in this country, right? Because look, if that was the case, then we'd be looking at Afghanistan and going like, so none of you, right? Yeah, that's never going to happen, right? That's not a feasibly political point. Equally speaking, though, at the time, if local nationals helped the U.S. military and the U.S. military came back and said, yeah, that guy can immigrate, then you could immigrate. We definitively get rid of lottery systems. They're stupid. The way that the U.S. immigration lottery works, and this is so ridiculous, but it is verifiably so, is they quite literally just send people out into the world who at random walk into restaurants and bars or whatever the local thing is, and just walk up to somebody and go, hey, did you want to immigrate to the U.S.? And if they say yes, they start processing paperwork. What?
Yeah, that's shit. That's fucking shit.
And don't get me wrong, it's a lottery system, but the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the family tag-alongs that exacerbate it to completely out of control levels.
Yes, that is why the lottery system is particularly ridiculous. It would not be good if it was a standalone, but chain migration is a real thing. And so you get the one guy who shows up in the United States and is like, nobody's killing people at random here, because presumably he didn't go to Chicago, but no less. He then calls up. He calls up home and is like, "Hey, so dear Somalia, you guys want to move here because it's not Somalia here again, because presumably he didn't go to Los Angeles or Chicago or New York City or
Michigan
or Michigan.
Well, he went to Minneapolis before it became little Mogadishu.
Right. So, but most of the things that we complain about now don't actually matter, right? And because we get caught up in the moment where we're not really willing to look back at history. And by the way, if you think the Irish are a standout example, they're not. No. When the Italians immigrated en masse various times in U.S. history, there was a lot of violence. It's where all the mafia stuff comes from. La Cosa Nostra did show up here simply because of Italian mass migration. And then as we forcibly stopped them, the problems went away. Equally speaking, the people who were remaining in La Cosa Nostra were no longer willing to just go out there and kill people in the streets at random, and so you end up with less violence, et cetera, et cetera. Happened with the Germans as well. It's why we have Pennsylvania in its entirety, because Germany was immigrating here en masse at the time. And so what we did is we went, well, we don't really like you people, so get the hell over there. Go west. Go. Get out of here. And then we ended up with Pennsylvania, who, by the way, did have lots and lots of various problems of their own, specifically in border towns where they were near people who were not German. On and on and on it goes. There are hundreds and hundreds of examples of this, but it does require a lot of enforcing the law, and we simply won't do it because we're pussies.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. Go on.
But if you take a look at history in that regard, you've also got to sit there and acknowledge the fact that immigration had points of where the immigration was stopped, and assimilation, all right, was allowed to take place over a significant period of time, at least 25 years or more.
Well, what you're talking about is whether or not there needs. How do I say this? You're talking about whether or not the acculturation requires the immigration to stop. And it doesn't, as long as the law is enforced. California made a very serious turn somewhere around the 60s, where they stopped enforcing the law on illegal immigrants in Southern California. You may notice that is also around the time that they turned hard left and California turned into a fucking disaster. And that's not by accident, right? They stopped anything to do with border enforcement other than checking for drugs, because apparently that's what we're looking for. All kinds of things. And California just started letting things get entirely out of hand. They stopped working on closing murder cases, specifically if they thought they were involved minorities. And so what you get is you're not so much promoting violence, you're just not holding it down. And so that incentivizes people who are violent to show up. And so it doesn't matter whether or not you're courting violent people. If violent people know that they can go commit violence where you are and you won't stop them, you're incentivizing them to be there, whether you intend to be or not.
Okay, but that wave of violence that begins, all right, at some point you have to sit up there and slow that immigration down to a trickle or stop it, all right, so that you can finish the process of taking that violence and ending it. Otherwise, if you have that mass wave in a constant wave, you'll never get ahead of it.
No. So there is no actual requirement of that. Again, you just have to be willing to enforce the law wherever it is that they're immigrating to, right? And the best example of this anywhere is broken windows policing in New York, where they didn't change any immigration policies of any variety, and yet the town went from horrendously violent in a place that people stopped going down to one of the safer cities in the metropolis list, right? And it had nothing to do with any immigration policy and everything in the world to do with enforcing the law in the local area. And by the way, that's just as true in southern border towns in the United States.
But that once again, that is just an example of a specific town. When it starts to spread, however, all right, that violence didn't necessarily. It may have ended in L.A. or New York, right? But it just moved over to other areas that were not ready. No,
it did not. Right, and so
I beg to differ, because in Nebraska, that's exactly what happened, because there was that wave stop of migration, especially from the southern border, stopped going to New York and started coming into Nebraska and fed right on into that.
So it didn't stop going to New York. The migration up to New York is basically a direct function of how many people we think are coming through the southern border, has been for years. It doesn't really change very much. Statistically insignificant changes, been that way as long as I know that we've been documenting it. And so, look, yes, there have been more and more people coming through the southern border, so you're probably getting more bleed off. But what happened in the 90s when people started, in the 80s, realistically, even if it was the end of them, was that we started enforcing the law across this country in ways that we had not been doing in the 60s and 70s. And it is the only correlation with the drop in crime that there is. You can say correlation isn't causation if you want, but it is literally the only thing that actually correlates to the drop in crime, was the enforcement of the law.
To an extent, you're right. I'm not going to deny that. But
what extent am I not right?
But what you're talking about with immigration, okay, if you take a look at immigration within the United States, right, there are several times, and it wasn't until the 1960s that we allowed immigration to start back up again. People forget this. From about 1930, all right, all the way through to the 1960s, we had a zero immigration policy.
And yet we still had immigrants.
We had which immigrants were coming to the United States? It wasn't any wave.
There most certainly was a wave somewhere between 1930 and 1960. At absolute minimum, we accepted the Jews en masse.
You said the word.
I did.
We did not. To be honest, we did not accept that many after World War II.
The
amount of immigrants. What would you consider
300,000 to 500,000 that you just accepted in 1 year?
I just want to say I'm heading out, so see you guys later.
Yeah, Rational. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Right. I mean, we have had successive ways where we've allowed certain ethnic groups into the United States at various times in large mass. For example, in the 1970s, the biggest mass wave that we had was the Vietnamese. All right, where we allowed close to 2 million within a 5-year time frame, right, to come into the United States. Right. But so that does happen. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but the overall immigration policy for the United States all the way to the 1960s was no immigration.
Be that as it may, again, we still had immigrants, right? But the question is not whether or not somebody wrote that down on paper. It's what the facts of the matter are. And the facts of the matter are we did still have immigration. Right. Most of Europe during the 40s was permitted to come here basically if they chose to. We had granted, not very much German immigration until very far into the late 40s, but it was one of the complaints of Europe post-World War II is that we were taking a lot of the personnel they needed to rebuild the country, even if we were funding the Marshall Plan. And they were kind of pissed off about it.
We weren't taking as many as you seem to be thinking of. Because
what
we
number
actually
becomes
had
what number is a big deal here? Because
Well,
no, it was not like millions. We would have depleted the entirety of Europe at the time. But look, there were large swaths of people who came here, and it's not hundreds of thousands per day or anything. And look, you can argue whatever you want about illegal immigration through the southern border, but 1 million a year or whatever the hell it is that we're supposed to be targeting. And I know last year it was something like 1.5 million legal immigrants may or may not be too high of a number based on some abstract definition. But whatever it is that, there should be some reason for whatever it is that we're going after, for which I never see any. And more importantly, again, whether or not at any given moment, for the moment, let's just say that, there was no immigration between 30 and 60. You still have the 20s where literally hundreds of thousands of people in a country that was like almost a tenth the size that it is now. Well, that's not true. A fourth-ish of the size that it is now. So multiply that by 4 or 3, either way, and you're up to near 1 million in any given year who are immigrating to the United States. We didn't have this problem then, so presumably something else changed.
Well, there's a number of things that happened back then that are different, not the least of which is the amount and the actual size of a lot of these cities are now far larger than they were before. I mean, there's a number of things that have changed. Even from if you go from the 1920s, for example.
Hold on a minute. We just say these things. The size of the city changed. Okay, so what?
All right, let me explain to you. Right, from the 1920s, right, you still had a good 60 to 70% of the entire United States engaged in agriculture.
Okay.
In the 1940s, that had shifted. And it had gone back the other way. All right, this creates a different dynamic within the society because the society is changing at that point as well.
Right, so I've got some numbers. What dates do you want numbers? MC, what dates do you want numbers for?
For immigration?
Yeah.
All right, what immigration did we have in 1944?
1944, and just 1 second. From 1941 up to 1950, you had up to 1,035,000 immigrants that just immigrated to escape from the World War. That doesn't include anybody from South America. That doesn't include anybody non-European.
Okay. So you were talking 100,000 people a year.
Yes, in a place where you said that there is no immigration allowed at that point because you closed your borders.
We froze immigration because one of the things that we've always allowed, and that we still allowed even back then, was what we called asylum. Right? You could be granted asylum.
No, this is specifically immigrated, not asylum seekers. These are immigrants that are coming from Europe that are fleeing war. They're not classified as refugees.
We granted them asylum. How many people that we grant asylum leave the country after the asylum is technically over? I would say 0.
Not very many.
Right?
That's the point of asylum.
These were people that were be
that as it may, whether or not the policy is, hey, we'll grant you asylum. There was an earthquake in Haiti like 25 years ago. Those people are still here.
When we grant asylum,
that's the point of asylum, though, isn't it?
No, there's theoretically, when their crisis is over, they're supposed to go back. But there's certain countries that we've always allowed asylum to. For example, Cuba. All right, since the 1960s, we've allowed Cubans, if they got onto our U.S. soil, they were granted asylum immediately.
Well, up till Clinton.
Well, yeah.
But right. I mean, regardless, we're getting way out of hand here, right? So look, there is immigration. There have been large waves of immigration in the past. We didn't have the problems we have now. Why?
Well, I agree. Law enforcement is the biggest one. We don't control the borders. Right. The biggest problem.
That's not a border argument, right? There were large waves of immigration in the past.
Right, but those waves from time to time were stopped You would have a wave. They weren't allowed to continue. They would stop them at some point and say, "Okay, no more."
No. So
Oh, yeah.
the Germans are the best example of this, though. Basically, every European country will do. The immigration from most of Europe is a sine wave, and it never reaches zero, and it hasn't basically since the founding of the country.
It doesn't have to reach zero, but it has to reach to a level that is much more manageable. You can't have a massive wave constantly coming in, which is something that we have had since the 1980s. All right, where the constant wave has been flowing across that border. Sure, from year to year it may ebb, but within a 10-year period, you are seeing a constant push from the southern border into the United States, and it's because we're not controlling the border. Whereas
So
before, we would do that. We would stop these massive waves.
Relax for a minute. That is not true either. All right,
It's not true.
There are a sine wave of immigration, specifically illegal immigration, coming through the southern border. During the 2008 crash, the left loves to scream about how net migration was negative, and they are correct. Net migration was negative, right? Which means more people were going back than were coming here, and so presumably, that unto itself would be a sign that we had the right number.
What year was that?
2009.
Right. What was the immigration in 2009 or 10?
I, off the top of my head, don't know.
No,
but
no.
it's again.
CSG said he has the numbers. That's why I was asking CSG.
So, in what year?
So you're not looking for immigration statistics there. You're looking for ICE numbers on illegal immigrations through the southern border, which is going to be a substantially different number. Because, by the way, legal immigration through the southern border is not some giant constant flow either. It is basically however many people we say can come through that southern border every year. And that number changes a little bit with each administration. But the reason that it's that number is simply because we decided to hold it there.
Oh, I know. I realize that we decide to hold it from time to time, but the difference is in these mass waves as they come in. All right.
So,
before, when you talk about a mass wave,
you are confusing two very different things here. Again, there isn't we suddenly decided billions upon billions of people could migrate through the southern border legally, right? It is illegal immigration that you're talking here, but you're conflating it very much with legal immigration.
Right,
mass migration waves that are illegal are not going to be the same thing as mass migration waves that are illegal, right?
But mass migration waves that are legal, all right, are legally restricted. And have been through time, and it isn't just because of the verities of the economics, right? We have from time to time stopped legal immigration, or at least tamped it way down. Something we haven't been doing recently.
Well,
okay,
we sort of have. Trump just cut the number by 200,000 or 300,000 or something like that of the people that he is supposedly legally permitting to immigrate. So, I mean, it is there. I understand what the realities are, and they don't seem to really match up with the policy. But again, what you're doing here a lot, to the point that it is confusing to even understand, is conflating legal with illegal immigration.
Well, okay, but illegal immigration requires what? It requires control of the border. If you're going to stop illegal immigration, you've got to sit up there and stop the influx right there with the border, right? You got to control it.
Before we go any further, Don's original point wasn't a case of stopping illegal immigration as its entirety. His point was, if you let those people come in, they will adapt to the culture because of the laws being implemented by the police. The tangent that you're on isn't an argument against what Don says.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, though, but we're not controlling at the border. Then you're not having the law to begin with.
Yeah, you do, because you can have the law inside the city wherever the cities are.
You can't have the law.
There's nothing stopping you from deporting them. We could have DHS going house to house in this country, pulling out illegal immigrants. We could have all kinds of methods of getting rid of illegal immigrants in this country, but we're big pussies and we won't do it. Okay. By the way, if the reality here was what we did is we took the other side of Guam for, what the hell's the base? Everybody hates it because of torture.
Guantanamo.
Thank you.
That's
if we took
Guam,
the other,
that's Cuba, but that's okay.
Fair enough.
They're a South African,
No,
South
there's-
American country. Fuck it.
There's basically. But
We
no,
do have
there's
we do have an air base.
Yeah. on
Well,
Guam.
let's-
So look, I'm not attached to
Diego
anything.
Garcia is, I believe, is Guam. Isn't it? Diego Garcia.
I'm not attached to any given place in particular. But if the reality was you illegally immigrated to this country, and so what we did is make you spend 3 years cooling your heels in a giant jail that we built off American soil, so you didn't have constitutional rights and we didn't have to deal with the ACLU, I bet you money illegal immigration would plummet to almost zero.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
No, it generally would do. If they knew that you were going to be deported for getting here illegally or doing something wrong in the actual cities and whatnot, well, why the hell would you actually come to a country where you know you're going to be put into one of the most notorious prisons with no rights?
Yeah. And this, again, this is the thing. We don't enforce the law. It's not about border control. It's not about anything we want to argue about. It's that we don't enforce the laws on the books, and everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Well, but border control is part of the law.
Sure.
You can't argue that.
Don't have to.
Nobody's
right?
arguing against that. MC.
Well,
no. Hang on just a second, because I haven't actually spoken, goddammit, on my own channel.
But
but
you're that inconsequential, so we understand this.
no, I understand that.
See what happens when you're a Brit?
I get it. I am a Britbong. I get it. I am a limey. I get it. But most people are not talking about the idea of the border being the first point of protocol. The point is that even with the immigration that you do have, even if it's legal or illegal, if you don't enforce the laws in the cities to make sure that if those legal or illegal people are not following the laws and they get deported, it doesn't matter about what your borders are at that point, whether they're strong or weak. If you're enforcing the laws in the cities and checking on it and doing the laws properly, it doesn't matter what your borders are because you're kicking them out anyway.
Yeah. And look, the reality of this is that when we did things like that, people knew if you came here, don't get me wrong, was there still migrant labor in the southern half of the United States, farmers hiring what amounts to unlawful migrants? Yeah, sure. But you know who wasn't here? Any of the people causing problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would come up, they would do whatever. Though, realistically, if you want to solve that problem, go get rid of the minimum wage and various labor laws, because the times when we have lessened restrictions on those sorts of things, there's been less illegal immigration and more American labor in these sectors, regardless of whatever you hear in the media. That is just factually true. We do end up hiring our own. They just don't end up with a living wage. But the results of that are 16-year-olds go out and they get jobs and they end up being able to have money and learning to be adults sooner, because it turns out when you're 35, making not very much money is not a particularly good idea. But when you're 16, it's fine. And so on and on and on it goes, right? But the reality is, if you want people to stop pouring through the southern border, disincentivize them from doing so, and we don't. And that is infinitely more effective, regardless of whatever the current political zeitgeist is, than building a fucking wall.
Yep.
Okay, but you think that that's going to be more effective? But is it doable right now? Let's be
Sure.
perfectly
Yeah.
honest. Oh, really? How are you
Yeah.
going to convince all these different cities and all these areas, especially these blue areas, from to enforce the laws?
You don't have
You
to.
can't. Oh, really? You're not seeing it happen right now?
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay, then what do you mean you don't have to? How, if you're not
First
going to
of all-
enforce the laws, what difference does it make?
Because the states and cities don't enforce immigration law, and they're not permitted to.
But they're not enforcing any of the laws.
They're
You're not-
enforcing as many laws as they feel like. What we're talking about here is immigration. If you want someone to enforce immigration, the people you're talking about are DHS. You are not talking about San Francisco. You are not talking about Sacramento. You are not talking about Los Angeles. You are not talking about
Actually,
Houston.
you are, because they are
No.
the ones who are intentionally putting up blocks to prevent this from happening. They are
That-
actively going out of their way to do it.
Stop spurging every time I say something. Okay, so let's learn a little bit about the United States, because apparently we don't know. If you inhibit a federal investigation, you are a criminal.
Yep.
Once again, get the feds to enforce the law, and this ends. So you can spurg as much as you want about whether or not San Francisco is a bunch of douchebags. The correct answer to San Francisco being douchebags is arrest them, because they are impeding a federal investigation. This is a felony. Put them in jail, and this
Follow
is
the
a
law.
And how are you going to do that? Right?
You march a Fed in and you go, hello, local politician that is stopping ICE raids, that is actively going out of their way. Dear all of the California state government who passed a law that said everyone in your state has to impede the feds. You're all going to jail.
Is that
California
realistic?
elect a new government. Yes, there's no particular reason you couldn't do it.
Yeah. You're going to tell me that marching the federal government in, all right, and arresting all the legislators, all right, along with the district attorney and the heads of the California government, right? That you've got that it's right now is possible without
legally
without a civil war beginning.
California is not going to have a civil war. California is not going to start a civil war. They're going to stamp their feet. They're going to cry. And then they're going to call everybody Nazis and say, see, Trump is a Nazi. And that's the end of it.
I disagree. I think that they would fight. I would think that they would sit up.
Who would fight? Who exactly would fight?
Before you go into all of that, can I just point out the fact that what the Democrats would be necessarily doing at that point in time, they wouldn't be fighting Donald Trump's government. They'll be fighting the federal government and the federal laws. Trump would be, if you want to take it down to a personal route of Trump, would be enforcing federal laws and making sure that federal laws are enforced. They would have to argue against federal government, not Trump.
Right. Well, but they've already been able to do that successfully by running to the court system and blocking it in federal court.
Then they'll have to block it in court after they're in prison.
Correct answer to them doing that sort of thing is to have House representatives impeach judges. I mean, there's like an endless string of answers to this.
I agree that the House, if the House is doing its job, but the House hasn't been doing its job for a long time. There's a reason the legislature right now is the third tier of the branches rather than the first, as it was designed.
It wasn't designed as the first. I mean, co-equal branches is an accurate description,
Yeah.
but they surrender their power as fast and as hard as they can. They do it for political reasons, and we let them.
I agree. You're not going to get me to argue that. I mean, I've been bitching about that for quite a while.
So again, there are answers to all of this. And by the way, no small quantity of those answers involves convincing people to go piss off their politicians, let's be honest, because no politician wants to hear, oh, I have to be responsible for what's going on, right?
No,
but
I agree.
look, this is, again, on and on and on down the line. There's always an answer. Yes, you could do it. Would it be controversial? Sure. Would it be the end of the world? No.
I think that you're underestimating the
Can I
involved.
Can I make a point? I understand where MC that you're going with this, where you think that it would be a case of they would stand up and they would scream, they would shout, they would be able to do their riots and whatever. I just point you to the fact that they're already doing that with literally no other provocation apart from police. In most cases, you may not have to say all, but in most cases, doing their goddamn job. So maybe if they actually had something to moan about, by enforcing the law,
Well,
they're doing exactly what they're doing.
But
now.
you're ignoring the government as it exists right now, which is infested with a lot of these commies that we've been talking about.
Okay.
Technically, from my point of view, I'm not, and I'm sure Don's not doing the same thing on that one either. What we're saying is you send the federal government in to enforce the law. You're not saying, right, well, what we need to do is we need to send politicians in.
Do you have the capability?
Oh my God, we're going to do it again. Stop fucking spurging every time someone says something. Look, if you're the commander in chief and you want to get this done and the executive branch is infested with commies, you write an executive order and you fire them. And that's it.
All right. Has he been able to do that successfully?
Well, executive orders, yes.
I mean, yeah, lots of them. How many?
And a lot. And how many of them have ended up in the court system, right, being overturned?
Lots. Well, not that many, comparatively speaking. But again, there's nothing in the world that anybody can do to stop him from firing people within the FBI or whoever it is that you want to enforce. It's DHS. And by the way, DHS is chock full of people who love Trump because for the first time in years, they're allowed to go back to doing the things that they actually care about. I mean, their love, like the approval of Trump at DHS is a ridiculous number. It's in the 90% vicinity.
I don't disagree with you, but you just had a case, right? Which went all the way to the Supreme Court. And granted, this is not DHS. This is the Commerce Department, right? When it came down to the census, and what did the Supreme Court decide? that his executive orders are immaterial, that he is not allowed. He has to go to them for them to approve his executive order.
That's not what they decided. Oh my God, I understand how you get accused of reading Fox News. Okay. What they decided is that, and yes, I read the fucking opinion. I didn't get somebody else's take on it. What they decided was that if you had done something for a malicious reason, that you weren't following appropriate procedural executive order creation rules, and therefore they would subjectively decide whether or not you have. Is that a shitty reason? Yes.
Is that a legal reason?
Yes. That's the reason why it passed.
Well, no. So make no mistake, the Supreme Court writes a lot of law from the bench. They do, and that right there is the statement. Writing law from the bench is a discussion of whether or not they're doing something that would have been unlawful the day before they did it. And
they did that with Boris Johnson in our own version of our Supreme Court, where they're basically saying that you can't call proroguement of Parliament for this length of time, blah blah blah.
Right. So again, the correct answer to this, and again, if you wanted to talk about someone who was actually going to get something done, you would have Trump marching into the House and going, who are my reps that are willing to lay something down on the line? Just propose we impeach one SCOTUS judge and charge him with treason and make that whoever wrote the opinion. And that is what he would be doing. He would be out there politicking to get it done. And then, by the way, the House would vote it down. I can hear the objection already. Oh my God, Don, the Democrats can take it out. And then you make it an election point, right? Hey, look, the Supreme Court is out there, I don't know, carving up Oklahoma, saying that Trump can't write an executive order to manage the executive branch. On and on and on and on it goes. And, whatever it is, you pick something that's politically popular, and then you campaign on that, and you get the House on your side, and then you get done whatever you actually want to get done. This is how politics works. This is not some magical theory of mine. Nope. Democrats have been doing it for the past 80 years.
Yep.
If we were serious about this is what we would be doing. The problem is not whether or not it can be done. It's whether or not there's will for it to be done.
Well, and as we can see, not that many.
I don't disagree with that necessarily, but I think that the challenge involved in doing something like that, all right, within the environment that we currently exist in, all right, is damn near impossible. I don't disagree that a lot of these things that you're suggesting.
What makes anything I just said impossible?
The fact that you have to sit up there and be able to trust the organs, all right, for it to work. For example, if you sit up there, let me give an example. If you sit up there and tell the FBI, right, I want you to go arrest, all right, the mayor of Oakland for what she's done with immigration.
Mm-hmm.
You have to trust that the FBI will enforce that.
No, you don't. You send the DHS.
Okay, so you have to. Which organ of the DHS are you gonna utilize?
ICE.
No, ICE does not have the authority to arrest an American citizen.
Yes, they do. Impeding a federal investigation grants authority to any agent who is in performing that investigation to arrest any citizen effectively anywhere in the United States. Okay. So the reason that you're charging with impeding a federal investigation is to grant the authority, again, to basically whoever's on the ground, which they already have based on federal law, to arrest whoever needs to be arrested.
Okay. And yet when they sit up there and you're saying that they would be willing to do this, I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because when they first went in there to go arrest those people, it was DHS agents, ICE agents that tipped off that mayor, all right, that they were coming in.
Okay.
So here you are saying, all right, that we can trust this, and I don't think we can. I do not think we can trust a large swath right now of the bureaucracy.
Again, what do you think in the 90% means? It means that somewhere between 0 and 10% don't like Trump and don't like what he's doing, right? So presumably, if you have such a wide margin of people who approve of what you're doing, you have them arrest the ones who, by the way, are impeding a federal investigation.
I don't think there's any...
If you are a DHS agent, specifically ICE, and you know that there is an arrest attempting to be made on an illegal immigrant, and you leak that information to a mayor who then goes out and tells everybody else you are impeding a federal investigation, in the clink you go.
Yeah. Okay, but you've got to prove that they did it in order to arrest them, right? You got to know who it was.
How do you personally know that they did it?
Well, because obviously somebody tipped the mayor off, right? She's
Okay,
the one who
so-
started warning about an ICE raid. That doesn't tell you who did it. You just know that there's a mole somewhere.
Well,
Okay.
even from a Limey's perspective, you start off with the mayor. You arrest the mayor for letting them know, as you just said, that you know that she tipped them off. You arrest the mayor. You then investigate the mayor to find out who she was being informed by. You then go to them and find out what
Hold
was
on.
going on with them. You know, it's called police work, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you would think. Hold on a minute. Because here's the problem with what just happened. Well, we know ICE tipped them off. How do we know ICE tipped them off? Well, we don't know, but somebody did. Well, okay, then you have no idea whether or not you could send DHS to enforce this, because your assumption, for which you have no evidence of any variety, says that maybe any given ICE agent may or may not enforce this. There is no reason to assume that's true, other than the general distrust of the deep state, which, look, I understand, but that is not a fact. That is not evidence. It's not a thing to go on.
All right, first of all, to say that it's not that somebody in DHS, it had to be DHS if DHS is the one originating the arrests. Right?
Doesn't have to be DHS.
All right, then who else is going to do it when they're ordered to do it?
Basically all of the law enforcement in that constituency. Every single member of law enforcement, specifically in the administrative departments. It has been the Fed's policy since I can't even imagine when, to inform local law enforcement they are making arrests in a local area.
Right.
This changed almost immediately after that lady said that, because DHS went, look, we didn't leak it, but somebody did.
Right, and what was the result a few weeks later or 3 weeks before that? Right, when it happened in Massachusetts as well. All right, you're saying that these things don't happen, and they have on a repeated basis.
No,
Okay.
I'm not saying that they don't happen. We can't be discussing what happened when they happened if I'm saying they didn't happen. That is just impossible.
Okay,
Right?
I agree. I apologize for that. Right, but
What happened in Massachusetts? Now, by the way, because this is a totally reasonable complaint. Look, if they changed the policy, how did they end up doing the same thing in Massachusetts some like 10 days later? Per DHS, they had already informed Massachusetts before the policy was changed, as they were mandated to by department policy at that time. It was actually when they went back and said, hey, somebody interviewed the head of DHS and said, oh, really? You don't think you should inform law enforcement? And the head of DHS said, look, this happened in Oakland. And then we said we should change the policy. And then we informed Massachusetts. And I don't remember if it was Massachusetts, but it was some northeastern state. I assume, based on what you said, it was Massachusetts.
Very soon we're talking the same thing. Yeah.
Right. And so the head of DHS said, look, we said change the policy. And then you guys all said it would never happen again. And then we got some traction and got told the policy was going to be changed. Before that happened, Massachusetts happened. And how much more evidence do you need? And so how much has it been happening since? Seemingly none. Now, maybe I've just missed it, but conveniently, DHS said, stop telling other people, because the more people that know a thing, the less likely it is to stay secret. And then they stopped having this problem.
Well, I can tell you from here, right, with the number of people when they're trying to do arrests and so forth here in Tucson specifically, right, the DHS is still that somebody's still informing these guys, because that's when they all get around to protest and they all gather around to prevent anybody from doing things. I have seen it repeatedly.
Can I just say one thing? Even if you have one person in each county, town, city for the federal place of agency that is doing these exact same things that you are saying that they are doing, even if it's only one person, that still means majoritively that the actual organization in itself is trying to get and enforce the actual laws, which means
no,
in general,
that just means that one person that was doing it. You don't know what the other ones are doing or not doing. All right, you're making an assumption by giving them the benefit of the doubt.
And so are you by saying there is only one person. If it's only one person, it's one person.
Hold on. I am not making an assumption of any variety. I am citing the approval polls out of DHS, right? So again, now you can argue whether or not those are correct all you want. I am citing a thing. I am not making an assumption. I am telling you that when DHS was asked, this is what DHS said. And the counter to that is, but I don't like the other people. Now, if you want to talk about who's making assumptions here, it is not me.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was actually referring specific to the specific point that CSG.
Right.
Well, if it's 90%, it's 1 in 10.
Right.
Well, if it is 90%, and that's truly representative, and I haven't seen that poll, so I can't really comment on it, which is why I haven't been commenting. because
Sure.
I don't know how effective it is, and I don't know how broad it is. I do know what I've personally witnessed. Now, granted, once again, that's anecdotal, all right, from the Department of Defense, all right, within the civilian sector, within the military itself, all right. There's various different conglomerates. The Army, for example, is far more pro Trump than for example the Navy is as a whole. Not the Marines, but the Navy as a whole, right? And both of those are still more pro Trump than the Air Force is. That's not saying that the Air Force isn't pro Trump. Right?
Sure, but what's your point?
Remember,
Just that they're the Air Force and a bunch of cucks.
see, there's a reason I call them zoomies. All right.
We all do.
Right. All right, but I'm pointing this out. But if you go from there into the civilians within the DoD, okay, there's a radical change in what's done. Okay, it is a massive radical change in that support. It easily flips, where the vast majority of the civilians within the DoD do not support Trump and do not support his actions, and that even includes, all right, his Secretary of the Army.
Yeah. And
You have to. What I'm saying is that you have to trust, all right, that the people are going to engage and actually do what's right. And I haven't seen it yet. You say that the DHS is 90%. Okay, if I take that at face value, I still am seeing an Oakland mayor that has not been arrested.
yes. Once again, the will to get this done is the problem. And
Right.
let's be fair here. Probably some of the political savvy is a problem as well.
Okay. Well, who's the will? You're telling me that Trump doesn't want the mayor arrested?
Look, Trump says he wants to do a lot of things that he could do in a heartbeat and doesn't.
Can I just point one thing out?
I think he's prevented.
Before we go any further, you've got one person that's an American and another person that's American. Both of you are probably in the region of probably going to support Trump more than Biden at the minute, regardless of what allegiances are, but that's probably what you're going to go for, right?
Okay.
Okay.
You've got one person that's to do something and another person that isn't necessarily willing to do something or doesn't think there's will enough, regardless of how you want to phrase it. If that's the way that the political points are in the country, which I think Dom is actually in the minority and you're in the majority, MC, then it would be
No. Stop right there. I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything. I'm outlining lots and lots and lots of things to do and getting a lot of we can't do anything. So you have that completely backwards.
I'm not saying I'm not saying we can't. I'm not saying necessarily that we should.
That's
saying
what I
that
was
we're
going
being
with. I
prevented
wasn't
from.
saying that Dom. I wasn't saying you were saying
Fair enough. Carry on.
Dom do nothing.
I misunderstood. That's why I ask. By ask, I mean say loudly.
Yeah. But no, that's the reason why I'm trying to point out that the reason why there is no political will to be able to do this is because Dom, that is the person that wants to do something, is the minority of people that want to do something.
Ain't that a fact? And look, there is another reality that is pertinent here, which is to say that I propose things, and the biggest question that the most common question I ever get asked is, we can do that? Right? And so, look, if half the electorate thinks that there's no way to solve this, then there's no way to solve it, right? There's no political will. There's nothing to be done, and that's that.
I didn't say there wasn't a way to solve it, but the solution to it, the reason I think the problem exists more than anything else, and the reason you're seeing this is because of the actual overweening size of the federal government. That's what's making it a wheeling. That's what it's allowing all this to be able to take place.
So the reason that you're seeing this is because the left is very aware when they're in charge of the federal government that what they need to do is compel the executive branch to do leftist things. And the right does not fight them on it. And anytime the right tries to get the executive branch to do something, the left fights them on it. The federal government could be every single person in the country, and that problem would still be bigger than the size of it.
I disagree with you. I think that a lot of the problems that you're seeing, right, stems directly from the bureaucracy and who infests the bureaucracy, right? Especially
you do realize that that's exactly what Dom's saying, right?
So it's not the size, right? It is what the left is getting done within whatever size that it is. So,
Yeah,
so
but-
you come to me and you
but-
say it's the size of the federal government, and I say no, it's what they're doing with it. And then you come back at me and say, well, yeah, it is the size, and it's really about what they're doing with it. Then I mean, you're arguing
but
with me
here's
for no reason.
The reason I mentioned the size is because of the amount of cover that the size allows for. You would have a lot more direct control of the federal government if it wasn't as large. These individuals could be more easily found out, the ones that are subverting what your will is and getting rid of them.
Not at all. Look, there is nothing in this world that is stopping us from finding out who is doing this. The NSA has collected more data on more Americans than any amount of data has ever been collected in all of human history. If we wanted to know who leaks stuff out of the feds, we would know in 5 minutes. The simple reality is you're once again back to this is a will issue, not a capability
The
issue.
NSA's capabilities are not what you think they are.
What do I think they are?
All right. If you think that they can easily find out what's going on with every American, all right, at any point in time, I think
That is not what I said.
You said that they could find out who's doing this overnight.
Yes, the feds, not every person in the country. The feds.
No,
He
well,
specifically said the feds.
if you're looking at it from the feds, even if sit up there and out of the feds, the NSA, while it is large and has a large collection, would not be able, all right, to out who these people were that were stopping this.
What
within
would
the
be
federal
stopping
government.
them precisely?
Collection is not the same thing as analysis, all right? And
No.
the ability to
Analysis
recover
requires will, and will is the thing that we're missing.
on whose part?
Basically anybody's. Again, look at what happened with Strzok and Page. Somehow or another, we recovered all these texts, even though the phones didn't have them on them. And where did that come from?
That came
the
directly.
carriers.
No,
And-
that actually came from those agencies themselves because they tracked that. It did not come from NSA or anything else because they were
I'm
they
not
were dumb enough
talking
to
about-
use them with phones.
Again, this is a general misconception of what's going on here. There were two sets of texts recovered from Page and Strzok. One was off the FBI phones where they moronically texted each other, and those were recovered almost immediately. A couple of months later, their private phones had their text messages recovered. How did that happen?
It wasn't their private phones. They were still part of the DoD system. Northern DOJ system.
No,
Yes,
they
they
had
were.
their private phone text messages recovered after a warrant was issued to see what was on their phones. It's
Well,
why
that
there
might
were
be true. That might be
That's why there were two major releases of Strzok and Page texts. One of them happened. Well, okay, there were three, to be fair. There was the first one that we were all very excited about. Then there was another one that really kind of nobody talked about. And that was the rest of their federal phones. And then a couple of months later, all these new text messages showed up. That was their private phones.
I'd have to relook at that because I'm not sure how they were able to do it. Now they may have gotten warrants to actually look at that. That's possible. I don't know.
They did. Even I read that they did.
All right, but
I
they,
didn't know
either
that
way,
they did the three different ones, but I know that they definitely did the two. The FBI version, which was to do with the fact of it being governmental, and then their private one was done by a warrant.
Yeah. And so, look, yes, they issued warrants. Well, if you want to know, right, the first thing you do is you have the agencies go through their own phones. And if somebody was dumb enough to send it out on that, you better believe you'll find that in 5 minutes. It's not an invasion of privacy. It doesn't require a warrant. However, if you want to find out if they did it on their private phones, what you do is you issue a warrant to the person who kicked that message out, right? So you go after the mayor. You go, hey, look, somebody is leaking federal information. This information is not intended to be disseminated to the public. So what we're going to do is file a warrant and find out who told you. Now, to be fair,
I feel
if-
that this was mentioned about 20 minutes ago.
I feel like it was. But to be fair, if this is the kind of thing you want to do, if they said it in person and that sort of thing, no, the NSA is not magical. But if it was done via email, via text message, any of that, you will find it, and you will find it very quickly.
Right, why there's a lull in this, let's change subject, because a lot of people are interested in changing the subject, apparently. I'm not going to talk about UK immigration because I don't really think that it's pertinent to talk about UK immigration with two people that may or may not be up on the actual point of it. So
You have a moat. You have a moat.
I know, and we still let people in.
but they have a tunnel. They'd have to flood that first.
They-
We do.
and
do. Well, I agree. But I thought that we'd talk about Black Lives Matter because it doesn't matter if we're talking about the American version of Black Lives Matter or if we're talking about the UK version of Black Lives Matter. We can kind of look at both of them and realize that they're pretty much exactly the same in organization and all standards.
They are.
So, I mean, what's everybody's opinion of it? Come on, guys, let me know.
It's a
Marxism should be a federal crime.
The NSA should issue warrants.
Yes.
The NSA does not issue warrants.
I was being fucking facetious, for fuck's sake.
He's British. Give him a break.
I get into arguments with people because when I talk about the intelligence agencies and everything and how they actually operate. But
there's a difference. I don't actually care because it's not my agency.
You should care because they're coordinating with the GCHQ.
I don't care.
You don't care about GCHQ?
Not particularly.
You might want to think about that.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. At this moment in time, what they decide and what they do literally has no effect on me whatsoever as an individual, as a citizen. So I don't really care.
That's an interesting thing. With Five Eyes, you don't think that has any kind of effect on you at all?
Sorry?
With Five Eyes, you don't think that has any kind of effect on you at all?
What do you mean, Five Eyes?
The Five Eyes, the intel sharing between the five English-speaking nations.
Dude, I've done nothing wrong. I don't give a fuck. They can do nothing to me if I've done nothing wrong.
Oh, that's a bad take.
Okay.
Have you done nothing wrong? Is this stream hate speech in your country yet?
Not yet, because I haven't said anything, and they can do fine.
You live in a country where the cops knocked on somebody's door for liking a tweet. I would not be so sure of my standing if I was you.
Dude, I'm in a country that literally had a white woman almost sent to prison. I had to pay a fine for singing fucking lyrics of a song.
Yep.
Yeah. This is kind of what we're saying here. I've
literally done nothing wrong. Don't care.
Okay.
I don't post song lyrics. I make sure that I don't do anything that has any implication of anything. And if anybody does say anything that does, I go, it's their opinion, not mine. Right. Hence why I do my little spiel.
And 10 years from now,
when this is hate speech, just for having
and they come knocking at your door, you'll know what happened.
Like unironically, do you know this Don the Pleb guy?
Well, what's he done now? Oh, he's just trying to, kick everybody out of California and arrest everyone. Oh, well, yeah. Well, we had that stream about 10 years ago. It was a bit crazy back then. Did that work?
Have you heard about the guy MC? Has been talking about Black Lives Matter being a bunch of communists and should be shot in a cannon because he agreed with Don.
That was MC's point of view. Mine was just that they're a Marxist organization, not that they should be shot out of a cannon. Specifically, not.
Weren't you the one hosting that stream?
I was indeed.
I hate to interrupt memeing, but I've been here for 4.5 hours. I gotta go. So. Thanks for having me, guys. Most of this has been quite a bit of fun, except for the British guy. He sucks, but everything else has been good.
Yeah, I expected that.
If I didn't break your balls a little, it wouldn't be me dropping into your channel. So,
if you didn't break my balls, I wouldn't think you still liked me.
I'm kind of surprised that he even invited me to his stream because he knows what I'm like.
I don't invite anybody.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I am sure I will see a bunch of you later.
Later, Don. Been a pleasure.
See you later, Don. Thank you very much, man. Oh, right, MC. I think that we're probably going to be going very, very shortly anyway. But I will see if we can go on to the point of, what do you think about the idea of the BBC deciding that they were going to take away the Rule Britannia and the Land of Hope and Glory from the British proms, two basically sub-level national anthems.
So basically, it is the policy of your government, because I assume that the BBC is still it's still a government organization, right?
It's like the NHS. It's government subsidized, but technically, it's not government run.
Okay. I guess
You like to be.
I understand that view. I don't understand how that comes about. But basically, you're saying that you have no nation state and that there's no nation national pride. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the BBC don't want there to be any national pride, but national pride itself actually forced them to reinforce it and actually put them back into the billing, so to speak.
Right. And that's what they're trying to erase. No, why did the BBC do that? Because they're infested with people in the at least in the upper echelons in the decision making body to actually get rid of it. Correct?
I mean, to play devil's advocate, I'm not going to confirm and deny that in my own personal opinion, but to play devil's advocate, I would actually say along the lines of I think that they're trying to play and advocate to audiences because they are in their own bubble. I think they honestly do believe that most people in the United Kingdom didn't want those songs. And I think they were trying to play to an active audience, so to speak. And I think it massively backfired.
I hear what you're saying, but I wonder whether or not what you're looking at is what people believe versus what they are trying to lead into. You remember when we were talking about the whole lead culture versus from a governmental perspective, this would be a form of leadership for them to take that away, right? Take away Rule 10, and I think that's what they're trying to lead society into. That's what they're trying to lead your society into. All right, is to basically deny anything that has to do with the British culture as it exists, and I think it's intentional.
I'm definitely not saying it's not intentional. I'm just arguing on the variation of intention, I suppose, to argue semantics on that one. Again, to play devil's advocate on this issue, I would go to the sides of thinking that people have come out of their way to try and push audience retention, thinking that more and more people are going along the lines of we need to follow Black Lives Matter. We need to promote this idea of a enhanced, changed, and more direct and inclusive society. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to take away sub-national anthems, for instance, Land of Hope and Glory and Rule Britannia and whatnot. I would probably add to that and say that, yeah, you could argue that there may be a subversion of their own political ideologies that may be involved in it. The point is to that then, is that the people that are overtaking the mark or is that the BBC as a whole? Again, how do you prove that aspect? I know that you could argue that the BBC themselves are the one that promoting it, but like any organisation, it's a top-down following. So if the top tells you to do something, you have to say how high, not unless you don't want the job anymore.
Right. Well, I mean, from an American perspective of the BBC, I've always thought of it as a left-wing freaking organization, and I've had that view for decades. Right. And I know that a lot of people have come back and tried to say, no, they're more objective, and I've always disagreed with that. Right. I've always looked at the way they've approached things as from a left-wing, a hard left-wing stance. Right. And not saying that I'm a hardcore follower of the BBC. Right. But when you're in Europe, right, because you've been sent over there in the military, the BBC is one of the few things that you can at least understand unless you speak a foreign language.
Sure.
Right. So the BBC is something that people are watching on a regular basis. Right. So that's where I developed my view of the BBC. Right. Now, you guys in Britain as a whole are far more left-leaning than we are in the United States for a variety of reasons. Your culture.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Your culture is completely different, and the United States is far more fractured. The problem, though, that I see from the standpoint of what you're talking about with the BBC is when you start talking about diversity, right? The fact is that what's going to appeal to one diverse group versus another group, okay, belies the fact of a standardization. In other words, if you're trying to appeal to a broad base, then you got to come to something and argue about what's going to be a consensus, what's going to sit up there and appeal to a broad range of groups. Now, when you're talking a diverse group, what are you going to base that on? What are you going to look for a broad acceptance? Okay, what in your national character, but do you look at and say this is something that we all have in common? And if you take a look at it, Rule Britannia is one of the things that you kind of always had all of you in common. to now try and take that away, I don't think that was trying to broaden the base or broaden an outlook, right? I think it was intentional, right, to create more division and more division, because diversity is what they're focusing on. They want diversity, and that how much more divisive can you get than to attack the institutions that everybody has in common?
I mean, I do see exactly where you're coming from on that aspect, but I don't think it's a case of they're actually attacking the institutions which people actually have in common. I'd actually say that it's more pacific, to the point of them actually attacking their opposition. Now, you could argue, well, the BBC shouldn't have an opposition, and you could argue that quite honestly. But let's be honest, with the way that it's run, maybe the BBC itself isn't, but the organizational leaders seem to have an agenda of some description that seems to point in a specific way. And yes, this is not me being devil's advocate, this is my actual opinion, that it does seem to be leading that when the BBC do a piece, for instance, Boris Johnson recently decided that regardless of how you feel about COVID, was going to change policy on going back to school, as in wearing masks should be mandatory, and then to a point of it not being so mandatory, or vice versa. And the BBC do a story straight away with the headline, government U-turns, when if the actual BBC itself was supposed to be impartial rather than trying to attack, and I would expect this as well for Labour, so I'm not trying to say in general as they should protect the Conservatives. I'm saying the story should have been government changed policy due to science. That doesn't, or just government changed policy. There doesn't need to be a point of a U-turn, because that implies an implicit bias to say that you're of a specific way or a way of thinking, and they've now gone against it. So I do agree with you that there is definitely a level of bias there. But at the same time, is that personal bias, or is that a bias from an organization in itself?
Well, okay, but when you say an organization itself, an organization is made up of members, right? The question is how broad a base is that? All right, it has to be broad enough to where you had a willing acceptance across at least the leadership in order to push that through, right?
It depends, because if the leadership are the ones that are forcing the people to actually do it, then the leadership are the ones that are actually doing it, and the organization itself, the people, have to follow what the leaders are doing.
All right. Well, in this case, why is there no outcry to replace your leadership?
Because the leadership is normally to do with the BBC. That means that the outcry of leadership, or the outcry to get rid of the leadership, would have to come from the BBC. Which, if
why would it have to come from the BBC? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Because if they're the ones that know that they are forcing an agenda onto the employees, then the only way of being able to get rid of them is by them whistleblowing on it.
Well, I mean, doesn't the general populace, which rose up in revolt saying, don't do this, how come they're not also calling for the heads of the BBC to roll?
There are quite a number of people that are actually doing different petitions and so on and so forth. In fact, one got over, what was it, 780,000 signatures to be talked about getting rid of the BBC as a license fee, for instance. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was going to get put forward as a governmental policy, but it was put forward as they needed to debate it in Commons. It was swept under the rug. But there are people in the United Kingdom that are willing to not pay the actual license fee anymore. But the thing is, a lot of people don't realise that the leadership of the BBC is what's driving the BBC, rather than it. Most people don't see the BBC as individualistic people or leadership. They see it as an organisation, and that's it.
Okay. So, how? All right, then. In order for you guys to pay a license fee, who collects that?
Ooh. In most cases, it just gets paid as a licensing fee, but it does get collected to the government and then disbanded back towards the BBC.
Okay, so doesn't the government then have control to sit up there and dictate who's in charge of the BBC and who's not?
No. As I said before, it's a subsidy of the government. It means that the government pay for it, but not in control of.
Then why should the government pay for it?
because they subsidized it.
Well,
I'm not saying that they should do. I'm saying the reason
well,
why
why
it
can't
is.
they then can't the government just turn around and say, okay, we're no longer subsidizing?
I didn't hear the end.
Why can't the government turn right around and say, okay, we're no longer going to subsidize it? There's nothing requiring the government necessarily to subsidize it, right? It's just the government designing it on its own, correct?
No, it was partially created by the government, the same as the NHS was partially created by the government. Well, actually, completely created by the government.
So it would have to be approved by your parliament, right?
Yes.
Your parliament would have to get involved, which means you'd have to talk your parliament would have to get involved, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to stop subsidizing, so you need to talk to your representatives to put an end to it, right?
Yes, and as I said before, the same as when we did over 700,000 signatures into the actual Commons itself, so it could be debated. If the MPs themselves don't want to debate it, then they won't go forward. And most people in the Commons won't touch the BBC, same as they wouldn't touch the NHS.
Okay, why won't they do it? Why wouldn't they? There's just no will amongst the populace to do it?
It depends. It's the same thing as when you have people that support BLM, as in the organization as a Marxism, not as in the statement, would be because that it would be a vocal minority rather than a silent majority. So just because that you have a large minority of people, because remember, 700,000 isn't anywhere near 65 or 68 or close to 70 million people. So it doesn't really come close to even a viable percentage, not a percentage, a viable percentage, to really represent any form of discussion.
So why doesn't one of your major parties then take that as under as a plank per se, to say one of the things that we're going to do in this next thing is we're going to get rid of this vote for us and run on that. Getting rid of the license fee.
I mean, none of the major political parties are. I believe UKIP is. I'm not too sure. I can't say for certain. I think maybe the Brexit Party would do if they are still running properly, as they were doing that beforehand. I believe the Scottish Libertarian Party are doing something along that way. Apart from that, there isn't that many parties that will touch the BBC with a barge pole. It's too much of a decisive or divisive situation. You either have a minority that will support you vividly, or you will have a majority that doesn't really give a crap about it and isn't a vote winner.
Okay, so which one is it? Do they care or don't they? Does the populace care or doesn't it?
The minority, the vocal minority, states that it does, but the majority doesn't really seem to care about whether or not the BBC is impartial or not.
Is that because of a lack of leadership, though?
In what aspect? In the aspect of community or in the aspect of BBC?
The silent majority requires someone to stand up. It requires some kind of leadership. That's one of the things about the silent majority. When people say that there's a silent majority out there, all right, is there a leadership to coalesce behind? Within the United States, the largest silent majority that we have, all right, has to be, positive for Trump supporter, for lack of a better term, all right, because there's too many people who will intentionally lie to polling, all right, groups, all right, as to whether or not they support the president or don't support the president on any specific issue because they just don't want to get harassed.
Sure.
Right. So they have somebody that they can coalesce or somebody that they can point to. Is there anybody right now in your leadership that you can point to that's trying to take this as an issue?
No, I don't actually think that it's as big as an issue as it's made out to be. Hence why I say it's a vocal minority that seems to bring it out. It's more prevalent on the idea from an internet perspective that more right-leaning commentators seem to be talking about it a lot more. But I don't think mainstream even touches on the idea of it. So mainstream silent majority of people don't have a figurehead to follow behind. And personally, I don't think most of the majority of people would even care about the idea of if the BBC was a impartial or partial news anchor.
Okay, so really, then it doesn't make a whole lot of difference in one way or the other. It had to have made us some kind of difference because the BBC backed off, though. At least the leadership backed off.
On
Right.
that singular issue, sure. But
Right, well,
we're talking
well,
about the idea of it being disbanded as a whole. I was having this conversation with my dad beforehand. A lot of people take on issues singularly. So if it comes to a point of it being, well, the BBC did this, they would stop the this rather than the BBC. And a lot of people are like that in general. Rather than actually stopping the actual problem, they try to go for the actual issue. In other words, you don't stitch up the actual problem, you put a plaster on it. And that's what we tend to do for some strange reason. But
Michael Eisner is the CEO of Disney, right? Or was.
sure.
All right. Who's the CEO of the BBC?
No idea.
Well, why not? Why don't you know?
Because as I said before, I'm part of the silent majority that doesn't really give a shit.
Okay. So, did you care that they were going to block? They were trying to remove Rule Britannia.
I did, but not to the point of really caring about doing something about it or getting rid of the BBC as a total. I have my little moan, as all of us would do, but
So you were willing to be compliant with the BBC then?
It's not a case of willing. It's a case of realizing that the powers that be won't ever listen to little old me. It's a case of, for anything, as you quite rightly said, there needs to be a figurehead and there needs to be a point of a rallying point. And if the rallying point isn't big enough, then it's still going to be dropped anyway as an issue. Regardless of how big that rallying point is, if it doesn't meet the tipping point, so to speak, it won't get dealt with.
Okay. Well, I think we've discussed that to death.
No, it's coming up to, 5 hours. So it'll be about 11 o'clock my time. I definitely need to go to bed.
Thank you for having me. I do appreciate you bringing me on.
No, it's not a problem, mate. It's always good to talk to you. It's always good to be able to listen to your point of view. It's always good to listen to your point of view.
I think that me and Don probably have a lot of things in common, although Don's is approaching things from a very specific point of view. Right. I don't necessarily disagree with his viewpoints of what's possible. Right. I mean, as far as legal goes, I just don't think that he's recognizing that. Something might be legal, right? But whether or not it's actually capable of doing something, that remains to be seen yet.
I mean, not to go into the whole subject as itself, and Dom's not here to be able to protect himself and so on and so forth.
No, I'm not. I'm
just saying. But in my opinion, I would have said that both of you are along the same issues and the same points, that there doesn't seem to be enough, to quote Don on this one, enough will to do what's needed. Because as you quite rightly said, the law is there, the actions could be happened and everything could happen that way. You're saying that you don't think it will happen for whatever reason. And Don's saying exactly the same thing, but saying the reason why it won't happen is because there isn't any will behind it.
And I would agree with that, but our disagreement is where the will can take place from. If I was going to put a demarcation point, right? I think that when you start talking about will, it's a much thornier issue than a single individual. It'd be nice if Trump would say something and then try to carry it through, but whether or not he's able to carry something through, in large part, depends upon whether the bureaucracy below him allows that to happen to a large extent. Right.
Sure, but I mean, if not to go down Don's argument, but if Donald Trump was to start something and then it was a case of people below him wouldn't follow him, then it would be a voting. It would be a vote impact. It would be a way of being able to take this and go, look, the Democrats are literally not wanting to follow legislation and law. We only want to follow the legislation and law. Let's start doing immigration properly, blah, 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 all that type of stuff. The point is that just because it's not probable doesn't mean it's not possible. And to say the fact of, if Donald Trump does this, then this is going to happen. The first point is you need Trump to do something like that to begin with. Then once Trump's done something like that, you can have the will to back him beforehand. To touch on the subject that you mentioned beforehand, if you don't have a figurehead to rally behind, you're never going to reach that tipping point. And you always need that one person to be able to start that rally cry off.
No, he's right about that. And when I talk about will, all right, some of that is mired also into this is what happens regardless of who the president is or who the leader is. Right, a lot of stuff will get mired into what else is going on at that time frame. How important is it in all the different things that I want to do? I come back with the list of my lunch pail with all the different things. I want to do this, 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 I want to do this. And at some point in time, you're going to have to make probable, because that's what the government is. You're going to have to sit up there and prioritize. Well, what do you really want to fight for, and what do you really want to sacrifice for?
Sure, but again, the point wasn't of what's the most important thing to talk about at this minute in time. We were hyper focusing on one particular issue, which was immigration. If you're going to talk about the whole idea as a nuanced point of view about what's important, what's not important, then generally that's a whole different conversation of what you would do to enforce immigration and to make sure that the borders are kept and to make sure people are following the laws and so on and so forth. After all, the hypothetical that we were going down was a hyper-focused.
Right, but you're looking at it strictly from immigration, but immigration is not the only issue that the nation is involved in, right?
For sure, if we're hyper-focusing on immigration as the only political point that we're issuing and we're talking about, then that's what we're going to hyper-focus on, hence why it's a hypothetical and not an encompassing point.
Right. So when you talk about does somebody have the will, they may have the will to do something about that, but whether or not they've got the capability in order to go forward with other priorities within the nation, all right, becomes somewhat muddled. Do you see my point?
Not when we're talking about the hypothetical of what we were talking
about. Well,
okay.
No. Well, when we're talking hypothetical, yeah, but we as people just chatting on YouTube are able to take a look at that focus and ignore the rest of that reality. The people who are actually in government, like Donald Trump or Boris Johnson or anything else, they don't live in the hypothetical world. They live in the real world, right? And therefore, they have to react. Their reactions along these lines aren't going to necessarily be from a hypothetical perspective.
Understandable, but again, we were talking hypothetical, hence why we said that if we were to talk about immigration and how to enforce it and so on and so forth, we gave our opinions on what we felt was going to be the best way forward. You gave yours, I gave mine, Don gave his. The point was that we were talking about a hyper-focused, individualistic, hypothetical about what we would do and how we would change it. Otherwise, everything that we talked about is now null and void because we didn't talk about the other aspect to do with the nuance with the rest of government.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, if you noticed, I kept bringing up other aspects of it because I wasn't looking at it from a hypothetical standpoint per se.
Then next time when we go into something like that, maybe you should bring out the fact that you're not hyper-focusing on the hypothetical that's been discussed.
You're right. I probably should do that. But then again, I mean, that's just it's part of the process of listening and not always understanding where everyone else is coming from. Right. That's my problem. That's not a you problem. That's a me problem.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, that's one of the things that I've always enjoyed talking to everybody about, regardless of political or religiosity. It always comes to a point with me of I enjoy listening. I enjoy finding out why people think that the way that they do, because I'm a big believer if you find out the why, you can change the how.
Yes and no. The thing is that as I look at government, as I look at how to go forward within the United States, okay, there are certain things that going forward, things we can do and things that we can't do because of what's going to happen. For example, when we were talking about California, right, Don has the opinion that they wouldn't revolt, that they would just accept it and just roll over.
Don didn't say that.
Well, he said that they would kick and scream and.
No, he said that they would protest or riot like they're doing now. They would kick and scream. That's his way of saying that they would do what they're doing now.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's all they do. I honestly don't. I think that they would organize it and be far more violent on a much broader scale than it is.
Sure.
All right. That's me. All right. And I think that they would get a lot of support from certain other groups. All right, certain other states. All right.
Do you think that they would get a majoritively throughout the whole of the United States standing salvation or whatever?
But they would have regional support. They would have a tremendous amount of support from Oregon and Seattle would join them, and those states would follow with them because those are the major population centers in Portland and Seattle.
So to carry on with the hypothetical and to carry on with Don's point of view, obviously not mine, but with Don's point of view would be a case of, well, the federal government would be the one that would be interfering, so to speak. So long as the country as a whole was actually in support of it, would it matter if the regional was separate?
Yeah, it would. All right, because that's how you end up in the Civil War.
But right. I understand that, but are you saying that it would be to such a detriment, as in that you would have 80 to 90% of Californians supporting everybody else, or would it be more of along the lines of 40 to 60%?
I think that you would have probably 50% that would support it within California today, right? And I think you would have another 35% that would just be, I'm just going to put my head down, let whatever happens happen, and the 15% or so that's left is going to be kicked out.
So what you're saying is then that the regional support would have changed?
No, I think that the regional support would. Well, I think the regional support what allows them the regional support is let's say they do this in California, all right, and it starts to become broad based. What did you see across, for example? What did you see across the nation when Trump said we need to start moving troops into Seattle? Across the nation, in several of the biggest areas, right? New York being one of them, Chicago being one of them. They joined them, saying there won't be federal troops enforced in our areas.
Sure, because they were under the impression that he was calling in the National Guard to enforce laws onto peaceful protesters.
No, they weren't.
I didn't say that he was. I said they were under the impression, MC.
You're going to tell me these leaders were under that impression? No, they weren't. They knew exactly what they were doing.
I said the people.
Well, okay. Well, but the people are being led, right? And these people are easily led. It's not that these people are not informed. I mean, let's be honest. They're as informed as everybody else. They watch the news just like you and I do.
I disagree with everybody as informed as everybody else. I'm not as informed as a lot of people on a lot of different subjects.
Okay. But when it comes to the sphere of what we're paying attention to now, all right.
Not everybody is paying attention. You're talking about activists.
Maybe. But they're the ones driving this right now. You're gonna.
A vocal minority that is not indicative of a whole county or a whole area.
Okay, but if that county or that whole area is doing nothing to stop it, they are locally well aware of what's going on. And if they're not doing anything to stop it, what are you going to do? Then they have to be in support.
They will vote for Republicans to make sure that next time that they do stop it. That's how political will is manufactured.
That would be nice if that happens, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. Because
I definitely disagree with you on that one. With a lot of people that were Democrats that are now losing their businesses, that are now literally losing their livelihoods, they're going to vote for people that are going to say, no, we want to keep the police, compared to the people that are going to say, no, we want to defund the police.
Come this election, we will see if you're correct.
Right.
I'm not so sanguine with that.
Just from a humanistic point of view, if you have your house, your car lot, your car, your shop, wherever you go to shop, burnt down and you can't get what you need to get, you can't get to the hospital, you can't do this, you can't do that, because of a certain group of people, your hatred for that group of people, regardless if you're politically aligned or not, is going to acquiesce in, I'm going to go against them because I hate them, regardless of even if you do support Trump or not.
Oh, okay, but there's a counterbalance to that. You may hate them, you may dislike them, but the question is whether or not you fear them.
Well, if you've already lost everything, you're going to quietly vote in a corner to get rid of them or to make sure that they're not going to lead you. If you quite well know, if you get to the point of where you're allowed to vote in silence, now if you had somebody watching how they were voting, then yeah, I'd be with you on that one. They would definitely be a case of I'm too scared to vote against them because of how terrorism works. But they're not, and they're not being forcibly told how to vote, where to vote, and whatever, because they can't legally do that. So they are going to be able to vote the way that they want to vote.
But they have to be willing to socially stand up to that.
No, they
Because
don't.
at some point,
No, they don't.
all right,
They don't need to. If you look at Brexit, for instance, right? Not the actual issues of what was going on in Brexit. Everybody that has been talked about and voting for Brexit, which was around about 52% of the population as a whole in the whole United Kingdom, voted for it. But most people that were ever talked about it, they didn't vote for Brexit. But that statistically can't be correct because 52% of the population as a whole did.
Oh, okay, but that's Britain. That's not the United States.
I'm not.
And let me
The
explain
voting
you why.
patterns transmute. The voting patterns transmute. If you dislike what's going on in your country, you don't have to socially say to somebody, "I did vote Republican." You can say, "No, I voted Democrat," even though you voted Republican.
Yeah, but then you're sacrificing something else. You're sacrificing honesty.
Do you think people are honest?
I think that's still an aspect of Americana, yes. All right, that they don't.
I
like to
would
be
disagree with
dishonest.
that. People are self-preservists. If
Well,
they see
there-
something
people
that's
are.
if people see something that's going to benefit them, they're generally going to make sure that that benefits them. If they have to be slightly dishonest or tell a white lie, as in, your butt's not big in this, regardless of whether or not you think it's only a white lie, it's still being dishonest. At any degree or any level, it's still being dishonest.
I don't disagree with that, but I think that there's a reluctance from a social standpoint to do something like that. And I could be wrong, right? I could be misreading this, but I think there's a lot of people, a whole heck of a lot of people that are part of the go along, get along crowd. That they're a lot larger than people realize.
Yeah, that happened in Britain. That's the reason why I used that with the idea of Brexit. Brexit was so divisive with us. And I know you say, well, that's Britain, that's not America. I get it. They're not the same people. The point is that so many people were like, no, I'm going to vote to stay in the EU. And then you have the shock result of 52% of the population voting against it.
I meant that from a societal standpoint. I think in these areas, these deep blue areas, like California, right, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, right, these
Sure.
deep, really, really heavily deep blue areas, right, that they are so mentally lost, all right, that they will not see a way, all right, to vote out of it. They will vote for the Democrats just because that's how they always vote. I think they're that sheepified.
Do you think that that's going to be the majority of people?
That'll be the majority of people in those regions, yes.
Okay, so I don't know how else to say this. I'm going to try and steelman it. So if I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, that's all right.
So what you seem to be saying to me is you believe that people that are in Democrat-held county states are so sheepified that regardless of them seeing their people literally burning down their own towns, that they're still going to vote for the same thing because they're that stupid.
Yep. Well, let me ask you a question. You had the Watts riots happen. Did that change the number of people in Watts voting for Democrats?
I don't know. You're gonna have to elaborate on what that was.
Watts is a section of LA.
Right. Yeah, again, you'll have to elaborate what it was.
And there was back in the 60s, there was a late 60s.
Yeah, way before my time, my friend.
There was a race riot there. All right.
Sure.
And it turned into a looting and burning, just like you see today. Did it change the demographic of that area? Did it change their voting patterns? No, not.
I don't know. Were the Democrats or the Republicans in power when they were talking about the race riots?
There were Democrats in power, and they still voted for Democrats.
Were they actually talking at the time, as far as I remember, of changing the laws afterwards, which is
one of the main
reason why they stayed in?
It was all the same platitudes that they've been given time and time again.
So they didn't change Jim Crow when they come back into power then?
No, Jim Crow had nothing to do with Watts riots, because Jim Crow had to do with the southern states. It had nothing to do with California whatsoever.
Okay, so why did they riot if it was to do with the race relations?
Yeah, it's because it's an overall kind of arching thing where they're talking about it from a. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Watts riots happened because of what was it? I think a Black Panther got shot. Right, when they did a raid on the Black Panthers.
Sure.
Okay, and it kicked it. If you look at it, there's a lot of people who believe right now. It's kind of hard to get the real story of everything that happened with it. Okay.
Sure. Let's just leave it as that. That's absolutely fine. I completely understand.
All right. So either way, the race riots were started. It was all it feeds into the whole 70s angst, 60s, 70s angst, civil rights movement. Okay.
So would you actually go to the point then, if the Democrats at that point in time were saying that they were going to try and sort something out to make sure that the police didn't do that to the Black Panther guy, do you not think that the people would have voted for them thinking that they're going to change?
I think that when they hear the platitudes, okay, but
are they hearing the platitudes now?
Well, what they're listening to in the left, if you're listening to the rioting going on right now, they're talking about defunding the police, and what are the mayors saying?
So that's not the platitudes then of making sure that they keep police in power to make sure that the people in their local areas are not getting burnt out of house and home, literally.
No, they don't care about that.
Which is my point exactly. If they are in support of what the Democrats or the Republicans are doing in that area, regardless of what's happened, they're going to stay there. But if they are against what Democrats are doing and what they're stating, they will vote against them. Even if it's only 20% of the people that you think are sheeple, that 20% then adds on to the Republican side.
Sure. And it would be nice if that happened. I don't expect it though. Why? Because I haven't seen it happen yet. Right? If you take a look at these districts that have gone through this kind of rioting in the past, right? Do they go more heavily to the Republicans? I don't see it. Right? I haven't seen it in these areas. Okay? It'd be nice if that was the case, but I haven't seen it. Now, granted, when you start talking about race relations and things like that, take a look at, for example, what's going to happen in Minnesota. Minnesota may actually flip. The state of Minnesota may flip. But it won't be because Minneapolis flips. It'll be because the outer lying parts of the state that have always been more or less quiet and silent, all right, rise up and revolt. All right. That's where Minnesota has a chance of flipping the state itself, all right, and voting for Trump. But demographically, it wouldn't surprise me if they end up the same way.
Then what you just said is indicative of what my point is.
Which is? You're frozen. I got it. CSG? Hello? It looks like CSG is frozen. Or I've frozen. Let me switch this over to here and see if CSG is frozen there. If I'm still talking in this, yeah, it looks like I'm still not frozen. But CSG, your network is frozen. And now he bounced off. Hopefully he'll come back because he's been kicked. Hopefully he'll come right back. I have now taken over CSG's stream. This is now my stream. I hope that isn't the case. But my point, since we're waiting for CSG to come back, is I hear what he's saying. But I'm talking. Minnesota has a long history of the outer lying areas letting the votes happen. But inside of the cities themselves, they're still heavily Democrat. For example, Ilhan Omar. All right, this is her area. They got burned to the ground, and internally they got burned to the ground. Okay, so what are the people saying? Well, they want to defund the police. They want to do this. They're businesses have burned due to these rioters. Are they going to change? Is Ilhan Omar going to be removed from office? Okay. Is she going to lose her election? I don't think so. Is it possible that she loses her election? Yes, it's possible. But I don't think that that's going to be the case. I really don't think that that's what's going to happen. Now, Minnesota, the entire state, may revolt against them. But even if the entire state, all right, votes against it, the districts, all right, I don't expect a lot of the districts necessarily to change hands. I don't expect Congress, all right, the number of Democrats in Congress, I don't expect it to seriously change. There will be fewer, okay, there's going to be more Democrats losing in the House, all right, than Republicans, all right, losing seats. So the Republicans will gain seats in the House of Representatives overall, but I don't think it'll be enough to flip the House necessarily. Now, in the Senate, it's an entire different sequence of things because 1/3 of the senators are voted on every 2-year cycle, and in this cycle, it just so happens that there's twice as many Republicans as Democrats vying for their seats. In other words, you have twice as many Republicans who are up for re-election than Democrats. Or it's just just something that happened the way the Senate actually works. Right. So even if only, since there's fewer seats available that the Democrats have to hold on to, it's very possible that the Senate could actually flip because there's so many, Republican senators up for re-election at this point. And unfortunately, it's getting late, and I don't see that CSG has come back, so I don't want to carry on his stream. So I appreciate everybody coming out. I don't mean to talk to CSG or talk over CSG. I hope that you all have had a good time listening to us, and I will see everybody later. Bye-bye, everyone.